Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Forever Insane in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 11. Maka blinks, staring at Kid with wide eyes. Her mouth opens just to close. Shit. She can't play dumb, he has the proof in his hands. Her treasure has been found out, he now knows what she knows about Krona. And that upsets her deeply. Krona was her mystery, he was her puzzle to find out, but now Kid knows. He knows everything. The boy stares at her expectantly, those eyes holding some expression she doesn't understand. A patient at the asylum. She speaks in defeat, averting her gaze. You have been seeing this boy. You have. His eyes flicker with hurt as he puts down the notebook. Is this who you are getting me to drive to see? This Krona boy? Yes. She walks over and snatches the notebook from off the table, holding it to her chest. There's no need to lie now. He knows. Why? He speaks breathlessly, still looking at her with that hurt in his eyes. Because he's my friend. No. What I read wasn't a friend. His voice changes slightly. What are you thinking, Maka? You don't even know this boy. How can you be doing such things with him? Or even be seeing him, for that matter? He could hurt you. He wouldn't hurt me. She growls, sending him a glare. Krona's not like that, you don't know him. How are you so sure that you do? His voice is becoming more sharp as he stands up. You just met this boy about 2 weeks ago. How can you say that you know him? That he won't hurt you? I just know. She snaps, gripping her fist. Back off, Kid. No. He growls, causing Maka's eyes to widen a little as he takes a step forward, his eyes flaring. I will not back off. This is serious, Maka. You can't just do this with a boy you don't even know. He's in the asylum for a reason, and I'm not going to sit back and watch you get hurt. You have been through too much, damn it. Why would you want to go to that awful place any more than you have to? Because Krona's there? She shakes her head, sending him a glare. You haven't been around him, Kid, you don't know what I do, you haven't seen what I have. Actually, thanks to reading that notebook of yours, I do know what you know. His eyes flicker with something as he looks away from her. Why him? Why do you see him? Why do you? He trails off, gripping his fist. He fascinates me. She states bluntly, looking at Kid, not really truly understanding why he's freaking out so much. He's like nobody I've ever met, he's innocent and sweet, there's so much I don't know. He's like my own little mystery, my own puzzle. But he's a person, Maka. He glares at her. He is an insane boy and you are playing with his heart. What are you talking about? Maka raises an eyebrow. I'm not. Yes, you are. He is a patient at the asylum, you two could never truly be together. You are filling him with hope for something that he can't have. It's enough that I see him. She crosses her arms. It's not about being with him, I don't think about that. She looks him in the eyes. It's about how he makes me feel. You two aren't dating. He looks at her, that hurt look still stuck in them. And you don't want to, you just. He averts his gaze. How does he make you feel, Maka? His voice is low. Tell me. When I'm with him I feel happy. She smiles to herself, remembering the small boy. He makes me forget all that's wrong in my life. When I'm with him it's like a getaway, it's just me and him and I love it. He looks at her a long moment, the more she speaks the more the boy frowns before he just looks away. You know there's healthier ways of handling this, Maka. What are you talking about? From what I read from that book, it seems to me you're using Krona as a way to deal with what has been happening with your mother. He looks back at Maka. Why do you lean on someone who is unstable? I stand here before you, and I always have my arms open for you, but you never accept my help, you never lean on me. I can help you too, Maka, and I can be there for you all the time. You don't have to wait to visit me. Krona is the only one I want to lean on. She locks eyes with him when his breath hitches. If I were to lean on you it wouldn't be the same, it would be meaningless because it wouldn't make me feel better, but when I'm around Krona, when I talk to Krona, he makes it all better. She grips her fist and looks away. Maybe I am using him so I don't go insane myself, but it's not just about that. I love just being around him, he is what I look forward to, you just don't understand, that's why I didn't want to tell you about him in the first place. Because I knew you would act like everyone else. You judge him when you don't know him. Leaning on me is meaningless. He mumbles, putting a hand to his heart. He's silent for a long moment, his eyes glossed over. Krona makes you happy, Maka. Yes, he is the only reason I have made it through my mom going in a coma. She looks back at him. If not for him, I don't know what I would have done. I see. Kid takes a deep breath, him looking off into space with a faraway look. Then what right do I have to judge? Kid. Maka's eyes widen a little. If he makes you happy and you say he isn't dangerous, then I believe you. He bows his head, he looks like saying these words are hurting him. If he is helping you so much, what right do I have to say it is wrong? Just promise me, Maka. He looks at her, his golden orbs shake slightly. That you will be careful. I will. She looks at him a moment before walking over and giving him a hug. Thank you, kid. I know it's strange what I'm doing, but at least you're trying to understand. I said I am a true friend. He wraps his arms around her, pulling her close to him, a sad smile on his face. No matter what. Well, I'll say. She pulls away with a smile on her face. Can I ask why it is that you kiss him? He averts his gaze. Do you like him? If it was possible, would you want to be in a romantic relationship with him? I kiss him because I like the feeling. She states, looking him in the eyes. I do like him, he's my friend, but... She averts her gaze. Relationships are overrated. I'm just concerned about how I feel about the feeling and nothing more. It's just the feeling. He bites his lip, something seemingly crossing his mind. What about him? What if he wants more than you do, Maka? Have you even considered that? No. Maka doesn't lie. But what I do know is that I make him feel good too, and really that's all that matters. We help each other, it's a mutual thing. He looks at her before looking to the ground, that hurt look on his face before he takes a deep breath. I see. Are you still going to take me to the asylum? Maka speaks nervously, not really sure if he's going to now. Yes. He looks at her, but that one word seemed almost painful to say. You have been through so much, and if I can't help you but he can, then I don't want to stop you. Thanks, kid. She smiles, only for it to fall a little. You can let go of me now. Sorry. He unwraps his arms from her, but he seemed hesitate as he looks away, the faintest pink in his cheeks. It's fine, I know I'm just irresistible. She chuckles, giving him a light punch in the arm. You are. He gives her a smile, that adoration shining through the hurt. If you say so. She shrugs. Are you ready to go? Yes. He speaks softly again. His eyes becoming glossed over. Okay, let's go. Maka almost cheers, she's going to see Krona. Kid just looks at her with that sad look, but he nods, and when she looks at him, he forces a smile. Are you sure about going in that place alone, Maka? Kid looks over at Maka once he parked the car in front of Darkside Asylum. He frowns slightly, studying the large building. I'm fine, kid, I've been here plenty alone. She opens her car door and gets out. She turns and gives him a smile, a real smile. She is so grateful for this. Thank you for taking me here, kid, I owe you one, man. It's no problem, Maka. He smiles at her, but it doesn't reach his eyes. I'm happy just to help you. You're strange. She grunts, but she smiles teasingly. Kid doesn't smile back. Well, I'll see you later, kid, bye. She closes the door and turns to walk into the asylum. Wait, Maka. She pauses and turns around at hearing the car door open. Kid walks up to her and stops right in front of her, his eyes glossy for a moment before he pulls Maka into a hug. Her eyes widen a little, surprised as he puts a hand behind her head, holding it against his chest. Be safe, all right, Maka? I could never forgive myself if anything were to happen to you. I'll be fine, kid, you have nothing to worry about. Maka mumbles a guise in his jacket. Kid is surprisingly soft and he smells like fresh sheets, he smells so clean and comfortable. Just promise me, Maka. He takes a deep breath, gripping her closer to him. That you won't do anything you will regret. Okay, father. She grunts, pulling away to look up at him, but he still holds her. Me and Krona don't do anything bad, we just kiss. You don't even have to worry about that because the nurses are going to be babysitting us, which sucks. Oh. He seems happy about this, his eyes light up a little in relief. Yeah. Maka studies him a moment. Why are you so concerned about me and Krona kissing anyway? It's not like it's bad, it's just kissing. It's not the kissing that I'm concerned about. He averts his gaze. It's who you are kissing. Are we going to do this again? No, I said I will not judge, but... His eyes lock onto hers, a new fire in them. I cannot just trust someone I do not know with you, but I will be supportive of you. Just know I think it's fine seeing this boy, but kissing him I do not approve. Okay, father, I'll be sure to remember that. She rolls her eyes. I don't really care if you approve, but I guess I understand where you're coming from, but I like it too much. We like a lot of things, but we must also be smart. His eyes still haven't left hers. To understand nothing I say will change your mind, but... He takes a deep breath. I just want you to be safe. If you ever need me, if anything happens today, call me and I'll be here as soon as I can. If you feel threatened, call me, I will be here to protect you. He tightens his grip around her, he is speaking to the top of her head. I will always be here for you to lean on when you need it. I know you only want to lean on Krona, just know he isn't the only one. Alright, geez kid, you're like a protective father. She grunts. But if I do need you for some reason, I'll call you. Does that make you feel better? Yes. He pulls away to look her in the eyes. They flicker and he just holds her, staring into her. Maka sees a lot of things go through those eyes of his, so she just lets him hold her for a moment longer. Kid suddenly smiles, that adoration shining through as he stares at her, but there's a sad smile on his lips. I can't let you go, Maka. Well, I'm sorry to say this, but you're going to have to. She tilts her head a little. If you don't, how am I going to see Krona? Right. He chuckles sadly before he leans his head against hers, his bangs covering his eyes. I know I must, but it's hard. Are you okay, kid? Maka looks up at him slightly concerned. She means this is weird behavior for kid. He's acting strange. Why does he seem so sad? Why is he so clingy? Yes, I'm fine, sorry about that. He pulls away from her completely, giving her that smile again. Call me when you are ready for me to pick you up. Kid walks over to the other side of the car to get into the driver's side. I'll be waiting till you're done with Krona. His voice sounds odd as he gets into the car. What is up with him? Could this whole thing with Krona really upset him that much? She isn't going to get hurt, he shouldn't even worry about that. She has told him countless times she can take care of herself. Maka watches as Kid drives away and she can't help the feeling of someone watching her. You know that feeling where you can practically feel the eyes on you, where you know you're not alone. Maka turns around and she searches the many windows of the asylum, trying to find what is causing this feeling. The asylum has many windows, for every room has one. Of course they have bars on them so a patient couldn't jump out to their deaths, and the window isn't made of glass, it's made of some sort of rubber material, so they're safe for the patients to just look out of, to just watch the free world that they are no longer a part of. Most windows are covered by a curtain. Not many patients like to look outside. Maka can't blame them. Why would you want to look at what you can't have? Freedom that is so close yet so far? As Maka's eyes search the upper windows, her eyes catch someone pulling the cover over the window quickly, her only being able to see a flash of pink before nothing. Maka frowns. Was that Krona? Was he the one watching her? She shrugs it off as she walks into the asylum. Here, alright, I got the book done for you, don't talk to me, just sign the book and go. I have a major headache. The woman at the front groans, rubbing her temples. Maka is silent as she walks up to her, takes the book, and signs. She didn't have a problem with not talking. The brown-haired lady holds her head in her hands a moment before ringing the bell. Oh, look who it is. Giriko comes out of the back with a smirk on his face. You. Shut up and take her to the patient's room. The woman growls, not looking at the man behind her. Oh my. Giriko gives her a deadly look, his brown eyes glinting and his teeth showing. He looks so pissed off and Maka can't help but to laugh. What are you laughing at, you little? I said shut up. Do your job or I'll alert Dr. Stein again of you bothering me. Giriko grinds his teeth, and his face gets red. He looks constipated. Maka laughs again, causing the vein on the man's head to get bigger. Oh, I'm sorry, I'll get to this right away. He speaks sweetly to the lady. The man doing a complete 360. He now looks calm. Come on, kid. He gives her a forced grin. Maka just follows him to the elevator, and they both get in. Only when the doors close does Giriko turn to look at her. What was that, you little bitch? That Vane returns and he glares at her. Oh, I'm sorry, but I couldn't help to laugh. She smirks at him. When you get angry, you look like you're trying to take a shit. Your face looks like shit. His eye twicks a little. Oh ow, that hurt so much. She puts a hand to her heart. You really broke me, Giriko. Oh, what the fuck ever. He crosses his arms looking away. I'll admit it's not my best comeback, but what do you expect? I'm sober, damn it. That explains the bad temper. She paused before giving him a blank look. Oh wait, no it doesn't. You're just always like this. Fuck you. He gives her the middle finger. And fuck you too. She just returns it. They turn away from each other, waiting for them to get to the floor. So you don't like that lady either, huh? Maka comments. No, she's a bitch. Agreed. The doors open and they both walk out. Oh, what the hell, kid? Giriko growls suddenly at seeing the bag she's holding, more precisely the pencil that's stuck to her sketchbook. Did it really take you all this time to realize I've been holding this? I'm sober, man. I'm out of it, all right? I'm not at my fucking best. Isn't it supposed to be the other way around? No. He grunts as he snatches the bag from her, looking through it. I made sure all the crayons were dull. She watches as Giriko looks through them. He seems to nod, agreeing with her before he puts them back. Really, kid? He pulls out the Winnie the Pooh coloring book, looking at her like she's stupid. Winnie the fucking Pooh? What are you, 5? Fuck you, Winnie the Pooh is amazing. She grunts, snatching it from him. He's like the best fucking stuff, a live teddy bear there is. Just what the fuck? Giriko chuckles. Are you sure you didn't take a swing of my water bottle? That's so weird, man. You know what else is weird? Maka grins at him. That a grown man like yourself is wearing bright purple scrubs. It's the nurse's color here, damn it. His face pales a little, looking frustrated. And I must say, that is definably your color, girlfriend. She does a flick of her wrist, speaking high pitch. Bitch, I look better than you. I suppose you do. Purple really brings out your orange skin. Fuck. Where is a drink when I need one? I suck at insulting you when I'm sober. He groans before looking down at her bag again. His vein grows as he pulls out the sketchbook. What did I tell you? Now I'm going to have to take it. Well, I was actually thinking about you holding on to it for me. She looks at him. After I visit Krona, I wanted to draw your eyes. Oh. His expression falls a little for a moment before he gives her a sharp grin. Fine, I'd like to see what you can do. Fine, now take me to Krona. She grunts as he hands her the bag back, but he keeps the sketchbook. Alright, geez, someone's eager to violate that boy Ajian. Fuck you. Fuck you too. There's a pause as the two walk down the hallway. Are you two dating? Giriko turns to look at her. I know it's not my business, and if you are, I'm not going to rat you out as long as you don't say anything about my water bottles. We aren't dating. She speaks bluntly. So what, is he like your boy toy or something? He grunts. You have a weird place to pick them up, I'll tell you that. No, he isn't. She doesn't want them to, but her cheeks tint a little. It's not like that at all, we just like kissing each other. Huh. He hums in through it as they come to a stop in front of Krona's door. Giriko stares at it a moment before looking over at her. Can I ask you something? You're going to anyway. She sighs. Has your father been home at all? You mean since Monday? Not really. He's stopped by for a couple mintwees every once in a while. She shrugs. Why? Well, every time I go to the bar I see him, it's like he doesn't leave, and I heard from the bartender he's got a room there. His eyes flicker with something. He's left you alone? What the fuck, man? It's not a big deal. What do you mean it's not a big deal? He's fucking leaving you alone to drink. Your mother is in a fucking coma right now and he's not even there for you. Gurko looks away, his fist gripped. That piece of shit. I'd rather him not be around me. Maka mumbles, looking at the door when Giriko looks back at her. If he were to be around me, we would just fight. He would just yell at me about Krona or just yell at me for dumb shit. I'm glad he's staying at the bar. I don't want to deal with him. Hey kid. Gurko looks at her seriously. If your old man ever lays his hands on you, just let me know and I will fuck him up. He has been drinking a shitload and getting into fights at the bar. If he comes home and he lays his hands on you, just let me know. He will regret it. I can handle myself. She looks over at him. Why do you even care? So what if he does hurt me? I'm not your problem or concern. You're right, you're not, and I shouldn't care, but... He sighs, looking frustrated. I guess you just remind me of me when I was younger. How? She raises an eyebrow. Well, hell, I hated my father. He chuckles. He was the bastard that no one liked. Everyone had dreams of murdering him. Hell, that's all I dreamed about. He gets this far away look. You just remind me of a younger version of myself, the way you talk and present yourself. You don't like opening up, just like I don't. You would rather beat the shit out of someone before care for them. You don't give a shit what anyone thinks. You want to deal with everything yourself. You don't want any help. He crosses his arms, still not looking at her. We both hate our fathers. Well, I did. Now he's dead. I never had a mother. She left us a little while after I was born, but I don't blame her. Considering who she had a kid with, I'd be like, fuck that too. He looks over at her. My father was an alcoholic and spent all his time in the bars, and when he would come home he would spend the rest of his energy with beating the shit out of me. Sometimes I would black out before he would. He takes an intake of breath. I guess I see you as myself and I see Spirit as my father. He looks at her seriously. I don't want you to have to go through what I had. It messes a fucking kid up. Just look at me, it's not pretty. I just don't want you to end up as fucked up as me. He looks away, looking frustrated again. Just know I got your back, kid. He doesn't hurt me. She looks at him, still surprised. That was really unexpected from such a crude man. He only yells at me, and rarely he grabs a hold of me. I wouldn't stand for him beating me. I didn't stand for it either, but he still knocked the shit out of me. He looks at her a long moan. Just be careful, you can't trust a man like your father when he's under the influence. Hell, I don't even trust him when he isn't. Maka grunts. Smart girl. He gives her a grin, but it's small, his teeth not showing as much. I'll be here to walk you out later. He takes out his keys and unlocks the door. Hey Giriko. Maka opens the door a crack just to look back at him. Thank you. Hell, don't mention it. He turns his back on her before he walks away. Just don't expect me to be nice all the damn time, it's not my style. Maka watches him leave before she takes a deep breath. Finally she will see Krona. She opens the door with a smile on her face, only for it to fall. This is different. Krona stands in front of the window in his room, his back to her as he just stares at the red curtain covering it. He's so still, so tense. All the nurses look afraid, one looks like they're trembling. Hey Krona, what are you looking at? Maka raises an eyebrow as she walks closer to the boy. Maka. He turns around to look at her, an odd expression in his blue eyes, but when they fall on her it goes away, but his frown stays. What's wrong, Krona? Maka frowns slyly. Who was that boy? Krona mumbles, gripping his arm rather tightly. Maka blinks, trying to think of what he is talking about. Then she remembers the feeling of being watched and the flash of pink. So Krona was watching her. That was Kid, he's a friend of mine. Maka raises an eyebrow when the boy's breath hitches. A friend. His gaze shifts around, his grip tightening on his arm. Are you two friends like we are? Yeah, you're both my friends. She blinks. And no. I mean, do you two? He pouts when his eyes fall on the nurses that are watching them. He huffs a little in frustration and Maka can't help to find it adorable. Do you two do the thing we do? Maka watches as the boy shifts under her gaze, a pout frozen on his face as he glances at her to the ground. Oh, now it makes sense. That look in his eyes, it's envy. Maka can't help but to giggle a little. They say jealousy is a ugly thing, but Krona makes it so cute. He's jealous of kid. Maka. Krona's frown deepens at her laughing. It's not funny. I don't like the feeling that gave me. His gaze shifts. I'm sorry Krona, you're just too cute. His face gets red but he keeps that pout on his face. No, me and kid don't do that. She smiles as she walks closer to the boy. She pulls him into an embrace, with her hugging him as he keeps his hands to his sides. I only do that with you. Really? He lets out a sigh of relief and she can feel the boy melt in her arms. Yes, so you have nothing to be jealous over. She pulls away to look at the boy. His face is so red now as he looks away from her. I wasn't really jealous, I just. He trails off messing with his fingers. It's okay. She pokes his nose, giggling when he squeaked. I'd be jealous if I thought you were messing with another person too. Maka gets an idea. You aren't, are you? She gives him a suspicious look, her eyes narrowing. Oh gee god no. He squeaks, putting his hands up in defense, his face paling a little. I would never. I only want to be that close with you Maka. Good. She pulls him close to her, he trembles a little but Maka can see in his eyes it's from excitement. Because I want you all to myself. I am all yours Maka. He looks up at her so seriously that she can't help but to chuckle. He's too cute, she can feel her face heat up. The nurses are talking among themselves, probably a bit surprised with the physical contact. She wishes they weren't here. She wants to feel his lips against her own again. And I'm all yours Krona. She speaks all seriously like him but she doesn't think he knows she's teasing him. All mine. His eyes shake with excitement, his cheeks tinting his lips slightly apart and Maka finds she can't stop glancing at them. Yes. She smiles and pitches his cheek lightly. All mine. He repeats in a breathless voice. A wobbly smile finds his lips and his eyes are so bright. All yours. She giggles a little before she finds herself rubbing her nose against his, a Eskimo kiss. She doesn't know where that came from but it was kinda fun to do. She got a pretty amusing reaction from Krona too. The boy's face turns a bright red, he looking at her with wide eyes and when she pulls away from him he wiggles his nose. It's the smallest movement but she saw it. Maka almost squeals, that is too much. He looked like a cute hamster. Krona. You can wiggle your nose. She giggles looking at the boy with awe. Why yes he can you. He frowns and touches his nose. Is it weird I can do that? Is it not supposed to? His eyes get wide with panic. Is my nose going to fall off? No Krona. She shakes her head and leans in, giving him a small peck on the nose to calm him down. It's not weird at all, it's adorable. I wish I could do that. Why don't you try? He averts his gaze, his face getting darker. It's easy, just focus on the tip of your nose and think of moving it. Alright, I'll try. She smiles when he looks back at her. Maka crosses her eyes to see her nose, then she concentrates really hard on the tip, wanting to move it so bad but it's not fucking listening. Then she hears Krona giggle. She stops what she's doing to look at Krona. The boy hasn't stopped laughing, his eyes are closed and it's such a cute laugh that her face gets red. What's so funny? She can't help to smile, amused. I am sorry. He catches his breath looking at her. Why you just made such a funny face. I couldn't help it. Well thanks for laughing at my face Krona. She smirks, joking with the boy. And no. Just that one face. I'm sorry. His face gets pale, fear in his eyes. I'm just playing. She chuckles as she grabs his hand. Excuse me, but don't touch the patient so much. One nurse finally speaks up, looking at their enjoined hands with a glare. Krona tenses and Maka wants to give her the middle finger but instead she lets go of his hand. Let's color. Maka smiles over at the boy, as she shakes the bag she brought. I got all the crayons we need and some awesome coloring books. Okay, let's sit over in Mr. Corner. Krona smiles a little as he grabs a pillow from off his bed and starts to walk over to the corner she sees him in all the time. Mr. Corner. She raises an eyebrow as she walks with him. You named it. Well yes. He averts his gaze, his cheeks tinting in embarrassment. I am sorry, that's weird, isn't it? Not really. She shrugs. People name things all the time. I named a pocket knife once, I named it fuck off, the name says it all. Krona puts the pillow down before he takes his seat in the corner, gripping his knees to his chest while Maka sits on the black pillow. So you ready for this? She grins as she starts taking everything out. Since I like you so much. She looks at the Winnie the Pooh color book sadly before handing it to Krona. You can have Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh. Krona blinks, looking at the cover in confusion. Oh no. You don't know what Winnie the Pooh is? She leans over, looking at him with wide eyes. Giga. And no, I don't. I'm sorry, don't hurt me. Krona whimpers, dropping the coloring book to throw his hands over his head protectively. I'm not going to hurt you. She touches his shoulder to calm him down and he does. It's okay. She takes a breath as she picks up the book and hands it back to him. Are you going to take this? She picks up a yellow and red crayon, handing it to him. And this, and you are going to color Winnie the Pooh while I tell you about its awesomeness. Oh okay. Krona starts to color the bear on the page nervously. It's a kid's story, pretty much about a boy named Christopher Robin. He has a big imagination and he imagines his stuffed animals are real in his little imagination world. All his stuffed animals have personalities and have adventures. She smiles to herself. My mother and I used to watch it all the time when I was younger. I used to wish I had the book Winnie the Pooh was in, or my stuffed animals would come to life and be my friend. Winnie the Pooh sounds scary, Maka. The boy tenses a little, looking at the picture he is coloring. Stuffed animals coming to life? That's too scary to even think about. What if they try to hurt you? And you wouldn't be able to hurt them because they're stuff. Well, I guess when you put it that way it's kinda creepy. She chuckles a little. But Winnie the Pooh is a good guy, he's just a lovable silly old bear. Who is this? Krona points to a small character standing next to Pooh. That's Piglet. Maka smiles as she grabs a pink and starts coloring the small pig as Krona colors the bear. He's Pooh's best friend. What is he like? Krona mumbles, looking at how the character is holding his small stub for a arm with the other. He's very shy and scared of everything. Maka keeps coloring, not looking up at him. But he tries to keep Pooh out of trouble, and he always stands by him. So even though he is a coward, he faces his fears for Pooh. I think I like Piglet. Krona smiles slightly, looking at the small character. Maka looks up and sees how he's looking at the picture she just finished. She smiles, seeing what he is. I like Piglet too. She giggles a little at the cute look Krona gives her before she looks down. I think we did good. Why yeah, I colored in the lines pretty good. Maka can't help but to look at him and laugh. That sounded like he was bragging. What? I did. He mumbles, his face becoming red as he averts his gaze. I know. She chuckles as she turns the page. Let's do another one. Oh okay. He smiles as he reaches over and gets some different colors. They're silent as they both color the new picture together, this one being of Tiger and Pooh. Maka, I need to tell you something. He mumbles, his hand starting to shake when she looks up at him. Okay, what is it? I am so sorry, but... He looks away, his face such a dark red. I've been bad. How? Maka frowns. When you left Monday. His voice is a whisper and she has to get closer to hear him. I couldn't stop thinking about what we did, and I ended up telling Ragnarok. He trembles. I know that this was supposed to be a secret, but I couldn't help it. Ragnarok knew something was different about me because I couldn't stop being warm. Please don't be mad at me. Oh well, it's okay Krona, that boy you saw knows too. She blinks, her curiosity being activated by him mentioning Ragnarok. What? He squeaks, his face getting darker, him looking at her with shaky eyes. Yeah, sorry, he found out by accident. She smiles sheepishly. Well, now it's okay because we both told someone. Why yeah, okay. Krona nods, but he's still tense. So when did you talk to Ragnarok? She looks down at her picture to try to act casual. Last night. Krona shifts a little, something flickering in his eyes. How did he get in your room? Maka raises an eyebrow. Wednesday isn't a visitor day and they're not allowed at night. I don't know he just did. Krona's breathing is becoming uneven. Did the nurses see him? And no. Why did he come so late? To check on me? Krona looks down at his shaky hand as he colors. He hasn't come to see me in a while. I was a little surprised. What? He's mad. Krona trembles more, his eyes shaking. He doesn't like what we were doing. He said, why you are using me as a sex slave or something. I didn't believe him and he got angry. He looks at her, his face pale. He doesn't like you, Maka. He told me he doesn't want you to keep seeing me. Well, he can get over it. Maka's expression falls and she glares. I'm not going anywhere, whether Ragnarok likes me or not. He sounds like a dick, Krona. The boy's breath suddenly hitches. Oh and no. His trembling is so bad, his eyes shake so bad. The boy's grip tightens till the crayon he's holding snaps in half. He's coming. Who, Ragnarok? Maka sits up looking at him in concern. And no. Ragnarok, please stay away. He grips his hair, bowing his head. He is panting. She didn't mean it. Krona, what's wrong? Maka goes and grabs his hands that are gripping his hair. And no. He rips out of her gasps and stands up, moving away from her. His eyes shake, his face so pale. Stay away from me, Maka. Please get out of here and now. I don't want him to hurt you. Krona, he isn't going to hurt me. He can't. The nurses are watching over us. Where is he? Krona, who is he? Maka gets up and moves closer to him. Stay back. He cries, sweat is starting to fall down his face. Please, Maka, I'll leave or he is going to hurt you. Krona. Ragnarok, no. Stop. He grabs his head as he starts to stumble around, his face frozen in a grimace. She is my friend, don't. The boy runs into the wall, he starts to bang his head against it hard. Maka hears a crack. Stop, Krona. Maka runs over and grabs a hold of him, trying to stop him from hurting himself. She grinds her teeth as the boy struggles with her. Don't touch me. He rips out of her grasps, putting some distance between the two. He looks at her with that odd expression in his eyes, they're dilated and glossy. Don't you know what I am, you silly girl? His voice has changed, it's low. Don't you know that I'm a demon? A monster? A freak? He looks at her and smiles. It's not sweet, no, it's large, showing his teeth. His eyes are wide and his pupils shrink as they look into hers. Huh? Don't ya. You're not any of those things, Krona. Maka speaks calmly, looking into those odd-looking eyes. She would not show her fear. What are you talking about? His smile falls and he looks at her with shaky eyes for a moment, a deep fear in them. Maka, I can't hold him back much longer. Why you have to leave now? Get out of here. I'm not leaving you. She finds herself screaming. She had lost her mother. She didn't want to lose him either. Krona screams as his back bends back at a painful-looking angle, his mouth is wide open, his eyes wide with fear and pain. He keeps bending back, his hair out of his face so she can see how much he's sweating, how much in pain he looks. Krona, what's wrong? She looks at the nurses that are supposed to be helping him. What the hell are you guys doing? Just. Maka's breath hitches. What? All the nurses just stand. Staring at them. All of them have frozen expressions and they're not blinking. One looks like he was frozen sneezing. They're not moving, not seeing. Suddenly Krona stops screaming, his body hanging limply back in that unnatural position. Krona. Maka speaks a little scared, something's wrong with the nurses and something's wrong with him. She's all alone. The boy slowly lifts himself up, his back becomes completely straight. Krona's bangs cover his eyes so she can't see them. He is still. Krona. Maka tries again. The boy's head suddenly jerks towards her. He stares at her a moment before he smirks, a dark chuckle escaping his throat. Guppy. Krona. She backs up a little. That's not my name, bitch. Krona's voice is dark, it doesn't even sound like him, and the way the boy stands, he doesn't slouch, he doesn't shake, his eyes are still dilated. It scares her. None of this makes sense. I don't speak. Krona growls, his eyes narrowing. Are you stupid or something? You must be, trying to get in this boy's pants. The last thing he needs is a fucking rapist. I'm not a. I said don't speak. His voice is a deep growl. This time it's so low that she shuts up. You don't know what you're getting yourself into, but I'm warning you right now, stay the fuck away from Krona. He's mine, I'm the only one who can push him around. All you're doing is confusing him, and hell knows he doesn't need that. He barely has any brains as it is. Krona knocks on his head a little as if to prove this point. Who the hell are you? Maka narrows her eyes, standing tall. You're not Krona. Hell yeah, I'm not Krona. If I was this loser I would have killed myself a long time ago. He grunts, crossing his arms. The name's Ragnarok, and don't you forget it, bitch. Ragnarok. Maka's eyes shake a little. What the fuck is going on? She looks around at the nurses. They're still frozen. It's like everything but the two of them are frozen in time. Maka looks back at Krona to find he's smiling at her. It's large and his teeth show. His eyes look wild, almost haunted. You're all alone. He coos as he starts to walk closer. Maka takes a step back. You're such a ugly ass girl, you don't even have a chest. What kind of taste does Krona have? He keeps walking closer slowly, his bare feet making a small sound. Fuck you. Maka growls. She's not growling at Krona, she knows whatever the hell this is, it's not Krona. His eyes have changed. She doesn't see the boy anymore. She sees something else. And it's scary. You wish. He chuckles darkly before he jumps forward. Maka can't move fast enough. The boy pins her against the wall, holding her hands above her head. Maka struggles against him, but he just tightens his grip. He's strong. The boy leans in with those unfamiliar eyes lighting up in dark glee. I haven't had a kill in such a long time. The boy licks his lips as he moves closer. His smile is huge, his wild eyes shaking. I'm going to make you scream, and no one is going to hear you. No one can help you here, it's just me and you. What have you done to Krona? Maka growls, but she's trembling a little under this boy. What the hell is going on? Why are the nurses like that? You're a fat bitch, you know that. He reaches down and grabs her thigh, digging his long nails into her flesh. Get off. She growls and kicks out. It doesn't get the boy off her, but he pulls his hand away. You probably liked me touching you there, you whore. He pulls back his fist to hit her, but Maka moves her head at the last second, so he hits the wall. You're squirmy. He grins before he tightens the grip on her wrists. It feels like her wrists are stuck between two 100-pound weights and he's slowly crushing them. Maka grinds her teeth. She would not give him the satisfaction of her cry. Stubborn, aren't we? He pulls back his hand, ready to hit her across her face. She won't be able to dodge this one. I can't believe you're the girl. What does she see in you? The boy's fist goes forward. Maka closes her eyes, waiting for the hit, but it never comes. She opens them back up to see the boy's fist inches from her face. It's trembling badly. She looks up at the boy and she sees his eyes flicker. She sees Krona. Then she sees that other person. Then Krona. She can see the battle he is having in his eyes. Krona grinds his teeth as he forces his hand to come away from her. Get her out of here. Krona screams, his eyes shaking so bad as suddenly whatever was over the nurses breaks. They all rush into action, running over to him with their needles ready, and their restraints. Krona. Maka cries, her eyes wide. She doesn't know what's going on, but she doesn't want to see them hurt him. Krona keeps screaming as he holds his head in his hands and stumbles around. A nurse goes to grab him and he lashes out, hitting them across the face. That nurse is out of the count. Two nurses come over to Maka and pick her up, dragging her out of the room as she struggles against them. All she can hear is Krona's screams. All she can see is the nurses trying to bring him down. She hates this. She doesn't understand any of this. They throw her out in the hallway before they go back into the room, locking it behind them so she can't follow. Krona. Maka cries as she holds her head in her hands. She can still hear his screams and still hear his struggle. What the fuck was that? So it's finally happened. Maka doesn't have to look up to know who it is. Do you see why he is so dangerous? Will you finally listen now? Stein. Her breathing is uneven as she looks over at the scientist. What the hell is that? What is Ragnarok? Ragnarok is Krona's alternate personality. Stein's glasses glare. No. Maka shakes her head. Some of the stuff I saw in there reminded me of the fucking exoticism man that wasn't no alternate personally. Krona was fighting it. Ragnarok is only in the boy's head. He wasn't fighting anything but himself. Stein looks down at her coldly. Now that you know this, you are going to be smart and stay away from him, right? He is only going to hurt you. Krona won't hurt me. Maka growls, but it's weak. That was Ragnarok. And what is Ragnarok? Just another part of Krona. Stein takes a step close. Don't tell me what you saw didn't scare you. Your shoulders are shaking, Maka. It's just I don't understand. She bows her head, her shoulders won't stop now. Maka, you shouldn't even be getting involved with him. Stein looks at her, just studying her. Shouldn't you be worried about seeing your mother more than this boy? Maka's breath hitches. The doctor's words are like glass. Her mother. She's been trying not to think about that. To think about it would make it real. But it is real. Everything is falling apart. I have no way to get to her. Maka cries out, holding her head in her hands. I have no way to see her. Okay. I can't see her. She's all alone and I can't do anything. She trembles and sniffles. Spirit won't fucking take me. I haven't even seen him to ask please tell me what I'm supposed to do. I will call St. Paul's. Stein's face is blank. I'll let you know by tomorrow your mother's condition. Maka slowly looks up at him, her eyes are watery and she looks at him with wide eyes. Go home, Maka, get some rest. You have been through a lot. He glances towards Krona's door, his screams can still be heard. If I was you I would stop seeing Krona, you now know how he can be dangerous. Maka's eyes shake as she keeps hearing the boy's screams of pain, of desperation. She bows her head before she forces herself up, her arms hang limply down as she starts to walk away. Hey kid, Gerksho comes down from around the corner and he catches her as she gets in the elevator, her head is bowed. She just pushes the button down. She doesn't want to talk to him. She doesn't want to talk to anyone. Krona, the person who she adores, the person that makes everything better, who is what is pulling her along. Went crazy. She say that same look her mother had, but something more. That wasn't Krona who attacked her, she knows it. It can't be him, no, she won't believe it. Maka feels a tear fall down her face. How much shit can she take before she breaks? If Krona breaks, she's breaking with him. She needs him, but what happened scared her. It scared her so much. Ragnarok isn't a person, no. She doesn't know what the fuck it is. Maka holds her head in her hands. What is she supposed to do? Someone please help her. Chapter 12. It's strange, isn't it? How the world goes on, even if everything is falling apart in your life, it continues. No matter what happens, the birds continue to chirp, the sun will shine, and then the moon will take its place. Even when you're at the end of your rope, everything around you is secure. Your brain could be shattering, your life could be taken, but everything else goes on, even if you don't. Though nothing makes sense for Maka, though she feels like she could lose it herself, she still sees the ducks in the pond swim peacefully, still hears the birds chirp, still smells that fresh smell after a rainfall. Everything moves on even if she isn't. Maka. Maka blinks, her name being said, breaking whatever trance was over her as she looks over at Kid. The boy looks out of breath, his face slightly flush and a deep frown on his face. I've been looking everywhere for you, I was so worried. He takes a deep breath, seeming to finally catch it. You were not in school today. I know. She speaks softly as she looks down at her hands. Maka, you never, ever miss school. Kid sits next to her on the park bench, his eyes never leaving her. I was expecting the worst, I almost had a heart attack when I didn't find you at your home. Sorry. I couldn't sleep, and then I just couldn't force myself up. She doesn't look up from her hands, her eyes having a faraway look to them. Maka, please. Kid puts a hand on her shoulder, getting closer. His frown has deepened. Please tell me what happened yesterday. I could tell something was wrong as soon as you took your seat in my car. You wouldn't speak to me then, but I can see how much it is affecting you. Tell me, Maka, let me be there for you. You don't have to hide things from me anymore. I know about Krona. Maka doesn't respond to him. Did you two have a fight? His grip tightens a little on her shoulder. He didn't hurt you, did he? Maka's breath hitches as something inside her snaps. No. Maka stands up, sending Kid a deadly glare. No, he didn't hurt me. Krona would never hurt me, I told you that. Just calm down, Maka. He puts his hands up, standing up with her. I didn't mean to upset you, I'm just trying to find out what happened. I want to help you. I don't need your help. She growls, her breathing is uneven. No, you just want to be proven right about Krona. You just don't want me to even be around him. Maka, I'll admit it upsets me a little, but did I not take you to see him? Kid takes a step forward, a deep frown on his face. You don't look so good, Maka, please sit back down, we can talk about this. I know you're only taking out whatever is affecting you on me. Tell me what happened with Krona. There's nothing to talk about. She takes a step back, sending him a glare. All right? There's nothing to fucking talk about. Maka, you don't miss sleep about nothing. And you never miss school. He is firm. You can't keep holding everything in, Maka, it's not healthy. Fuck you. I don't need to be told what's healthy and what's not because I know. Oh, I know. Maka turns her back on him and starts walking away. I'm going home. Let me walk you. Kid starts to follow her. It's not safe for you to just. I told you I can handle myself. She growls, not turning around. I don't need you to hold my fucking hand, Kid, I can walk myself home. Maka, leave me alone. If you're my friend, you'll leave me the fuck alone for once. She hears Kid take a intake of breath, but she continues to walk, and this time he doesn't follow her. Maka pants, her heart beats so fast as she walks through the town, or more like she marches through the town. Everyone moves out of her way, they clear a path for her. She ignores all the glares, all the looks of fear, and all of the rumors she hears. She ignores it all. Krona wouldn't hurt me. She growls, her eyes shaking. It was Ragnarok, all Ragnarok. And what is Ragnarok? Just another part of Krona. Her breath hitches, and her heart hurts. It can't be true. Maka doesn't stop till she's home, till she's in her living room and on her couch. She opens up her notebook that she left on the living room table in front of the couch, and she grabs her pencil from where she had left it. Maka had to sort all this out, but none of it makes sense. She can't stop looking at this book, can't stop trying to put the pieces together, but the pieces aren't there, and the ones that are don't make sense. Maka takes a deep breath before her eyes scan the information in her notebook. She finds herself circling a certain name roughly. Ragnarok. What the fuck is he? Maka looks through the past things she's written about him. It's not much because Krona barely talked about him. He never liked talking about Ragnarok, and now she knows why. Maybe does talking about him summon him in some way. He didn't show up till they were having a conversation about him. If she would have known. But she didn't. She thought Ragnarok was a visitor, but that wasn't a visitor. She doesn't know what the fuck it is, but it's not Krona. It can't be just another part of him or a split personality. Maka takes a deep breath. Ragnarok is a puzzle all on his own, a darker one, a scarier one. She picks up her pencil. Okay, so things Maka knows about Ragnarok. Krona said he visits him, so does that mean he's not there all the time? He was able to take hold of Krona's body. He is scary, and dangerous. Stein says he is Krona's alternate personality. He causes Krona pain. He doesn't like her. Maka looks over what she wrote. It's not much at all. This doesn't satisfy her, no. Not at all. Maka starts to chew on her eraser, her brows furrowed. She's heard of multiple personality disorder, but she doesn't know much about it. If only she had a computer, she could Google this shit, but she doesn't have a computer. And this cheap-ass town doesn't have a library, and if it did, it wouldn't have computers. She needs to get some answers soon or she will go insane. Suddenly the front door opens with Spirit staggering in, a bottle in his hand, his face red, his blue eyes shaking. Oh hey Maka. The man gives her a goofy smile as he waves awkwardly. Maka just looks down at her notebook. It's been a while since I've been back huh? He stumbles over till he's sitting on the couch across from Maka, staring at her with that goofy smile stuck on his face. You probably felt so lonely without your papa, but no worries I'm back. She doesn't respond. Why you know why I've been gone don't you? He takes a chug of the bottle he is holding, he licks his lips. The truth is Maka I was afraid to come home isn't that so stupid? Being afraid to come home. But I was afraid of what you must think of me Maka afraid of how you are going to act towards me after why you know. You already know what I think of you. Maka grunts, still not looking at him. I think you're a dick. Why you think I'm such a bad father? His lower lip starts to quiver. Why you hate me? Yup. She starts recircling the name Ragnarok just to give her something to do. Spirit has ruined her train of thought. You know I love your mother Maka. He sniffles, tears starting to fall down his face. I love you and her so much this whole thing is killing me Maka seeing your mother all pale and in that bed like that I had to drink my brains out to get it out of my head. Maka doesn't respond. And the worst part of it all? He sobs, his body shaking. Is that you blame this on me that you see me as the cause of your mother, being like that. Maka closes her eyes. I love your mother so much. So much Maka. He cries. Can't you see what's happening is killing me? It's not killing you fast enough. She speaks so bitterly. You're still breathing, and drinking, you disgust me. Stop talking. How can you say something like that? I am all you have left why you're all I have left Maka. His breathing is uneven. We need each other okay? We need to pull together Kami would want it like that, she would hate to see the way you speak to me. She doesn't know what the fuck you have been doing. Maka growls her eyes finally falling on him, she giving him a deadly glare. Mom has been in the asylum for 2 years and you never once went to see her, you know she fucking forgot about you? When I said your name she didn't even know who you were but then she started to remember. Maka looks away she's getting so angry. You made her cry you made her fucking cry because she knows you abandoned her. You piece of shit. I never abandoned her. Spirit shouts, his crying dying down. I've been busy. I couldn't have gone to see her. You're not busy for 2 fucking years. Maka shouts back, her eyes shaking. Stop fucking lying. You just don't understand. He averts his gaze gripping that bottle tightly in his hands. I'm scared alright? I was scared to see your mother I know I couldn't handle seeing her like that I couldn't deal with the thought of her being insane so I didn't think about it Maka, I didn't accept it. I know you think I'm a horrible person and maybe I am but I couldn't see Kami like that. You didn't have to cheat on her. Maka grips her notebook. You don't have to party all the time, you choose to do this. You could have written to her if you were just scared of seeing her but you did nothing you abandoned her. I didn't fucking abandon her. Spirit stands up, his eyes flaring. Stop saying that. Maka takes a deep breath trying to calm down. I love your mother. No you don't. You don't fucking love her. Maka finds herself screaming. Yes I do. He growls before he throws his bottle against the wall, the glass shattering everywhere. Shut up just shut up you don't know shit. Maka closes her notebook and pushes past the man without saying a word. What the fuck are you doing? I'm leaving. She states as she goes into her room, she pulls out her book bag and puts some clothes into it. Don't expect to see me tonight. Oh where the hell are you going to go? He chuckles breathlessly. No one will take you in the whole fucking town is scared of you they call you a witch don't you know? They think you're killing those animals they think you're a freak no one will take you in. Maka doesn't respond to him as she grabs her blanket and pillow. They say the meanest things about you Maka. The man's voice goes soft again. But do you know who sticks up for you? His voice becomes sharp again. It's me. I fucking beat the shit out of anyone who speaks about you in the bar I stick up for you. Me. Your papa. I work hard to keep you fed to keep us fucking going. I work so hard to pay for your mother's medical bills that money isn't coming from thin air honey, it's from me. It's all from me. That reminds me, you need to go shopping for food. She states bluntly as she walks out of the room and towards the front door. You ungrateful piece of shit. Fine, go out there. Fucking sleep on the damn street for all I care. Maka just leaves. That's probably where she would be sleeping. No one would take her in for the night, and she knew that. She's just going to find a nice bench for the night. She can't handle being in that house right now. To hear Spirit speak those lies. She can't handle him. Maka walks slowly, her mind in a fuzz. She knows where she is going. Maka walks down a dirt path, one she knows will lead her back to the park. She tries to remember her train of thought about Ragnarok, but she can't. Spirit ruined it like he ruins everything else. Maka stops for a moment as her eyes fall on the bench she was going to be sleeping on. Kid sits on it, his head in his hands. Had he just stayed here this whole time? Maka doesn't say anything as she walks over and takes a seat next to him. She knows Kid is looking at her now as she places her pillow on the end of the bench, and throws the blanket over herself. Maka. Kid's voice sounds uncertain. What are you doing? Setting up my bed for the night. She doesn't look at him. What? I'm sleeping here tonight. Why? Kid gets closer to her, his eyes shining with concern. He's still concerned about her after she had yelled at him. After she had been a total bitch to him. He's so strange. I can't handle being home. Maka stares forward at the pond. Spirit's back. You're not sleeping here. I'm not going back there. You're not sleeping here. He repeats and Maka feels him grab her hand. He pulls her up so she finally looks at him. He's frowning but his eyes are firm. Kid, I'm not going back there, I'm sleeping here. She tries to pull away from him but he doesn't let her go. No, you're not. He reaches over and grabs her pillow before he starts to pull her away from the bench. Kid, let go, I'm not going back. She struggles against him but he's too strong for her. I'm not taking you home. He comments looking back at her. I'm taking you to my place. What? Maka blinks, she stops struggling against him and just lets him lead her. I understand you may not want to be home, but I am not going to allow you to sleep outside. He averts his gaze. Kid, I can't let you do that, I don't deserve it. She tries to pull away again but he just keeps pulling her along. I was a total bitch to you earlier, you should be laughing in my face right now, not offering me a place to stay. No matter what you do I could never abandon you. He looks back at her. I know you only snap on me because I press onto subjects you don't wish to talk about, but I can't help it. Take this as my apology, I have been very nosy and... Don't say sorry. She bows her head in shame. Don't say sorry. You have nothing to be sorry about. I'm the only one who should be apologizing. You have done nothing but be there for me, yet I treat you like shit. Maka. I'm sorry, okay? About today, about yelling at you. She keeps walking with him. It wasn't cool of me, a lot of shit is going on right now, Kid, and I just don't know what to do, it's all too much and none of it makes sense. You could start by talking about it. He looks at her, with those golden orbs looking at her softy. It could help. Maka takes a deep breath. She needs help. I'm going to tell you something but you can't judge, okay? Don't say any smart-ass comment like I was right and you were wrong, just listen to me. She gives him a serious look. Don't make me regret this. I won't. He says quietly. Maka takes a deep breath and then tells Kid about Thursday. But she leaves out the part about the nurses and about him digging his nails into her. She leaves out anything too bad that would make Kid freak out. So pretty much she just tells him about something taking over Krona and what Stein said it was. An alternate personality. Kid frowns, putting a hand to his chin. I don't know much about that, but I do know it's very rare. Yeah, well, this whole time he was talking about Ragnarok I thought he was talking about a person, but I don't know what the fuck it was. Maka averts her gaze. I don't know much about multiple personality disorder, but Ragnarok didn't seem like just a spilled personality. Well, when we get to my place we can do some research on it. Kid gives her a reassuring squeeze. This is actually very interesting. I'd like to know more myself. Yeah, it just worries me a little. She sighs. Ragnarok was nothing like Krona, he become a totally different person. He is in the asylum for a reason. Kid frowns slightly. Now we know why. I guess. But Maka feels like there's more. There's more pieces to this puzzle to be found. Alright, so let's do this. Kid sits on his bed with his laptop in his hands. Maka sits next to him with her notebook and pencil out and ready. She means business. Osun the mayor peeks his head around the corner smiling happily at the two. Maka can't help but to blink even though she's already seen Kid's dad. It's still shocking. It's so shocking how alike they look. The mayor really just looks like an older version of Kid. He's a little taller but that's it. The only difference is the mayor has these full white lines going around his head while Kid doesn't. Never bring up the boy's hair. You will regret it. Yes, father. Kid doesn't look up as he types something into the password box when it popped up. I made chocolate chip cookies for you and your little girlfriend. The man comes in, that huge smile still on his face as he holds a tray of cookies. He's wearing a white apron with matching mittens. That is another big difference between this man and his son. The mayor is so loose, a free spirit. He always jokes around and he's always smiling. Everything he speaks it's like being read a nursery rhyme. Kid is proper, stiff, and completely serious. They're total opposites when it comes to the inside but so alike looking on the out. It's weird really. Kid acts more grown than his old man. He acts more grown than their mayor. Father. Kid chokes a little looking at the mayor with wide eyes, his cheeks flushed. Maka is just a friend. Oh okay, if that's what you kids call it nowadays. He chuckles a little as he walks over to Maka. He smiles warmly at her. Here you go honey, have some cookies, you're so thin. Father. Kid scolds but Maka smiles back at him. Thank you. She takes about 6 cookies off the tray. Thanks for letting me stay here again, Mr. Mayor. Oh no problem. You should come over more often. He gives Kid a wink causing said boy to blush darkly. Father please get out. He hides his face in his hands. Alright kiddo, I understand you two want some alone time. He gives him another wink before he leaves the room, closing the door behind him. Father is so embarrassing. Kid mumbles as he turns his attention back to the computer. I like him. Maka smiles a little remembering the bubbly man in the woman's apron. Then it hits her. She didn't see anyone else other than Kid's dad and Kid here. Does he not have a mother? She's never took the time to think about it but Kid has never said anything about his mother. He's only talked about his father. Well good because now that he has met you, he won't leave you alone. Kid sighs as the Google screen finally comes up. Alright here we go. Maka watches as he types in something. Should she ask about his mother? He has to have one but for some reason she isn't here. Maka looks around his room. The boy's room is how she would have guessed. It's so clean, the same things on one side as the other so he has 2 dressers, 2 mirrors, 2 desks by his bed with the bed being in the middle. The same white and black pillows on each side of the king-size bed. Completely symmetrical. Of course. Maka looks for any pictures. She has a picture of her mother framed in on her dresser so maybe he does too. There's no pictures. Ah here it is. Kid pulls up a page, his eyes scanning the information he sees. Dissociative identity disorder, previously known as multiple personality disorder, is a mental disorder where a person has 2 or more distinct identities or personality states. But Krona only has Ragnarok. Maka butts in after she wrote up to that part. He only has 1. How do you know he doesn't have more? Kid looks over at her. Maka pales a little. More? It says here that these multiple personalities dominate and control the behavior of the patient. He looks over at her. That sounds like what happened. Maka doesn't respond. It also says each personality is well developed, with its own tastes, habits, memories, and learned behavior. The process by which one of these personalities reveals itself and controls behavior is called switching. Switching can happen anywhere between a few hours to few days. But Ragnarok took over in minutes. Maka cuts in again, a deep frown on her face. Maybe Krona has a rose case of this. I don't know. Kid looks back at the information. Now this is strange. What? Maka leans over to try to see. It says some people with this disorder alter to something that is not even human, such as a spiritual force, or an animal. It says on average, a dead Paytine has about 2 to 10 alters, but there have been some with as many as 100. 100. Maka gasps, her eyes shake a little. Fuck, that's like 100 different people in one body. How do these people even know who they are? They probably don't. Kid looks back at the information. Symptoms of DID are amnesia. Patients lose major chunks of their memory. They do not remember what they did when an alternate took control of their body. Krona did though, he knew. Maka remembers the fear in the boy's eyes as he pulled away his fist. He must have known what was going on. He couldn't have forgotten. Another symptom is they lose contact with own personal reality. A patient will feel that their body is unreal, is changing, or is dissolving. Maka doesn't say anything because she doesn't know how Krona is feeling in his own body. She doesn't know. A patient will also experience derealization. Patients feel that things they are witnessing are not real. They perceive the external environment as unreal. This causes Maka's breath to hitch. How many times has Krona thought she wasn't real? He didn't think she was real till she touched him. He thought she was a vision. Other symptoms include anxiety, nervousness, or panic attacks. Depression or mood swings. Change in levels of functioning, from highly effective to nearly disabled. Suicide attempts or self-injury. Feeling impulsive and out of control. Maka sinks deeper and deeper into herself. Krona has most of those symptoms. He's always nervous. He hit his head against the wall. He lost control. The more she hears this, the more it fits to Krona, but if he has this disorder, that means he has more personalities. And that scares her. What causes it? Is it hereditary? Maka finds herself asking. It says there is no fixed cause for this disorder, but majority of the patients with DID report childhood. He pauses a moment, a frown coming to his face as he looks at her with concern. Childhood sexual and/or physical abuse. The pencil Maka's holding snaps in half in her hand at that. Abuse. Her face gets hot with anger, her stomach turning so bad. Medusa, did she hurt him? Krona said she didn't, but it says the disorder is a way for the Paytine to deal with what happened in the past. Most of them don't remember their past, and their personalities are more likely to come up if they start to remember bits and pieces of it. No. Could it be possible Krona forgot about Medusa hurting him? That she really did abuse him and that's why he's in the asylum? Then she abandoned him. She caused this and she abandoned him. Everything is getting dizzy. She doesn't deserve to live. How could she be so cruel? How could you treat your own son like that? Maka, are you alright? Kid is holding her, looking at her in concern. She doesn't remember him ever grabbing her. By your reaction it seems the boy must have this disorder. Kid frowns. Don't worry Maka, they don't really know the cause of it, so it could be possible that Krona was never abused. But what if he was? Her voice is shaky. Then that's why Ragnarok's there. Kid looks at her. You said he was the exact opposite of Krona. I believe he must use Ragnarok to deal with whatever has happened to him. Are you sure that Ragnarok is a bad guy? He could just be different. He's bad. Maka breathes heavily, and when Kid opens his mouth. Don't ask about it. Okay, I won't. Kid grips her tighter. I will not press anymore. I'm grateful for you sharing this with me. Something just doesn't make sense, Kid. Maka's eyes shake. I don't want to believe Krona was hurt as a child. It's hard to even grasp. And now he's alone in that asylum. Wait, he isn't alone. He has Ragnarok. And that's even worse. I'm going to go see him tomorrow. I need answers. She grips her fist, a new fire in her eyes. Are you sure? Kid speaks softly, a frown on his face. From what I read, a Paytine like that could be dangerous. Maka, what if Ragnarok tries to hurt you? He's not Krona. You're right, he's not Krona. Maka grips her fist. I know what I'm doing. But really she doesn't. If Krona has this disorder, there's more than just Ragnarok. She doesn't want to believe any of it. Krona being abused. Then abandoned? No. No. It's too much, it hurts too much. If you say so, Maka. Kid frowns slightly. You don't have to be the hero, this isn't any of your fault, you are not held accountable for this boy, you don't have to go back Maka. She bows her head for a moment. Could you look up one last thing for me? Of course. Kid speaks on the top of her head. Look up Ragnarok. She averts her gaze. I feel like I've heard that before. Okay. He gives her one last squeeze before he lets go of her to look at his computer. He types something in. Ragnarok is in Norse mythology. It means the end of the cosmos, the beginning of the end. The beginning of the end. This sends chills down her spine. Maka, it's just a coincidence. Suddenly her phone starts to vibrate like crazy in her pocket. She raises an eyebrow as she takes it out. It's a number she doesn't know. Most of the time she wouldn't answer, it could just be some ignorant townsperson, but she has a feeling this is important. Hello. She answers. Kid moves closer. Hello Maka. It's Stein. I have news of your mother. Is she okay? Maka holds her breath, her fragile heart shaking. Yes, she is okay. Stein pauses. I spoke with the doctor seeing Kami and he said that she should be coming around soon, she's getting better Maka. Oh thank God. Maka breathes out in relief, but somewhere deep in her heart she feels a dread she doesn't understand grip it. Yes, so you have nothing to worry about. You will be seeing your mother soon. His voice almost sounds nice. Thanks Stein. Yes, well goodbye. He pauses. Don't come tomorrow Maka. Be smart. She then hears the dial tone. Is it okay if I head to bed? Today has been. Maka shakes her head. Of course, come. Father already prepared a room for you. He stands up, not letting go of her, so he helps her up. Who was that on the phone? Stein, he told me my mom is doing better. That's wonderful news. Kid sighs in relief, putting a hand to his heart. Maka doesn't respond as Kid leads her out of the room and across the hall. Maka doesn't take the time to look at the room, instead she just jumps into the large bed, her body sinking into it. Kid is quiet as he pulls up the blanket over her. Thanks for helping me Kid. Maka speaks quietly against the pillow she is laying on. If not for you I wouldn't know what I do now, I'd probably be sleeping on a cold bench right now. I'm so happy to be of help to you. Maka can hear the smile in his voice as she feels his fingers lightly go through one of her pigtails. I'm so happy you came to me for help. If you ever need help Ajian, even if it's about Krona, I'd be happy to be assistances. It's hard for her to keep her eyes open. If you must see Krona again I will take you to see him tomorrow. He leans down and she can feel his breath on her ear. Just be careful okay? If you ever feel threatened get out of there alright. Maka nods, not really there. She would see her mother soon. She would see Krona soon. The last thing she feels is a light pressure on the top of her head and Kid's soft voice. Sweet dreams Maka. Then she was out. Chapter 13. Krona. Maka shouts as she runs through a dark forest. She doesn't remember how she got here or why, but she knows the boy is here. Maka stops in her tracks as she finally sees him. He stands with his back to her, his gown is down so she can see both of his small shoulders, she can see the bones of his back. Maka's heart pounds with joy at seeing him, she doesn't stop running till she's right behind him. She reaches out to touch him but he disappears. Maka frowns. What? Maka. A soft voice speaks behind her. Her breath hitches. She knows that voice. Maka turns around to see her mother staring at her with those huge green eyes of hers. She wears a odd black dress with a hourglass on it. Oh my baby, please you must listen to me. Her mother's eyes shake as she holds her hands together as if in prayer. Don't follow that boy, stay far away from him baby, he isn't what he seems. What do you mean? Maka frowns and walks over to her only for her mother to take a step back. If you continue to seek him Maka you will fall. Her mother trembles as she points to the hourglass on her dress. The sand is actually falling down like it's real. I don't have much time baby, I won't be here to help you. She takes a deep breath. Just know I love you Maka, I love you more than anything, and no matter what happens, no matter what you find out, just know your mommy is sorry. I'm so sorry. Mom, what are you talking about? I must go. Her mother turns her back on her. Turn back Maka, Turn back while you still have the chance. You are walking the path of the damned, turn back. Her mother lights up as Maka runs to stop her, to grab a hold of her, to hug her. She looks at Maka, a sad smile on her face. Goodbye, my child. Right when Maka is about to grab her, she disappears. Mom. Maka's eyes shake as she stands where her mother was. Is she losing her mind? Or was that really her mother? Maka. She turns around to see Krona smiling at her sweetly, his cheeks slightly tinted. W1T, you come with me? Or are you going to leave me too? Maka doesn't have time to answer before the boy takes off running deeper into the forest. Something tells her not to follow, to heed her mother's warning, but her feet move on their own. She's running after him. The boy is surprisingly fast and Maka ends up losing him. She pants, her hands on her knees. She lost Krona. Suddenly there's a hissing sound and she feels something wrap around her leg. She looks down to see a snake, its golden eyes glinting at her as she shakes it off. Maka doesn't like it, she doesn't like this feeling. Those eyes look strangely familiar. Come with me. She hears a voice from the distance, but all that is before her is the snake. I will take you to Krona. Everything is telling her not to follow this snake, but she follows it. The small snake slivers slowly, deeper into the forest, and before Maka knows it, she's standing in front of what looks to be a two-story home. It's a nice place, but Maka feels something truly dark, truly evil coming from off it. We are close. The snake slivers closer to the house. Turn back. Turn back now. But she doesn't. She continues to follow the snake. As she gets closer, the door to the home opens by itself, it being pitch black inside so she can't see anything. The dark feeling is overbearing. Maka takes a step back. Krona's in there all alone. The snake hisses. That's all Maka needed to hear. Despite this evil feeling, she walks inside the home. Inside the unknown. As soon as she steps in, the lights come on and she wish they would have stayed off. There's blood everywhere. On the walls, on the floor she's stepping in some. There's severed limbs, guts, everything a human body is made of scattered across this living room. Whoever these people were, no one would be able to put them back together. Krona sits in the middle of all this mess. He is covered in blood, his hair is matted and his hands stained. He doesn't look her age anymore, he looks young, the boy wearing a little black dress. She doesn't know what to do. But her body does. Maka walks over to the small boy on the floor, his little bangs are covering his eyes. She reaches out a shaky hand to touch him. Before she does, the boy looks up. His small blue eyes shake, they look haunted, tears fall down the small boy's face. Is it over? He trembles as he grips his small head. If they're dead, why do I still hear their screams? Maka opens her mouth to speak, but nothing comes out. It is over, my child. She hears a dark voice coo behind her. Come to me. The small boy stands at her words, his head still bowed. Maka tries to stop him, but he just goes through her. Then everything starts to spin. Everything is fuzzy. She can't keep herself up and she falls in the blood. The blood swallows her whole. When Maka can grasp her mind again, she isn't in that home anymore, she's in what looks to be a church. Krona stands before her, he is a teenager again, his back is to her, but something seems wrong. Her eyes fall over the boy where the altar is. Her eyes tremble in fear. The cross that a statue of Jesus is on is upside down. The stained glass windows reflect the light of the moon and give the church a red color. This is wrong. This is so wrong, and she needs to leave. But she doesn't. Maka takes a step forward. Then another. 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 She doesn't stop till she's right behind the boy. She needs to leave, but instead, she reaches out and puts a hand on his shoulder. Krona. Her voice sounds shaky, she's shaking. The boy's head slowly turns to look at her, a blank expression on his face, but when his eyes fall on her, a huge smile rips out on his face. Guppy. His neck twists in an unnatural angle as he reaches out to grab her. Maka jumps back only to bump into something. She turns around to see another Krona, actually she's surrounded by Kronas. All of them have different expressions on their faces. And they're all reaching out for her. Which one of you is the real Krona? Maka cries as she struggles trying to get away. They all grab onto her holding her tightly. Maka searches desperately for the familiar pair of eyes but they all aren't Krona. Then she sees him. In front of the church is the boy she adores in a cage. A large snake wraps around it looking at Maka with dark glee. Krona. Maka grinds her teeth as she struggles against all these imposters. Krona. She gets out of their grasps and runs towards the boy in the cage, runs towards the snake. Maka please stay away. Krona looks at her sadly, gripping the bars of his cage. She will hurt you. But Maka is not listening. The snake jumps out at her when she gets close enough. Maka moves out of the way, being able to make it to the cage. She throws the door open and pulls the boy out. She holds him in her arms, holding the frail boy there where he belongs. He doesn't belong in a cage. Krona. Maka sighs happily as he pulls away from her. That's not my name, bitch. His eyes change and before she can move he grabs her face, digging his sharp nails into her flesh. Maka wakes up with a start, sweat dripping down her face. Her heart is beating so fast she's almost afraid it's going to just beat out of her chest. She needs water. She needs to calm down. Maka rushes out the bed only to freak out more. She's not in her room. She's not in her home. Maka runs to the door. She ends up falling a little in her panic but she gets right back up and throws open the door, running out. She bumps into something hard. Maka cries out as she falls back but strong arms grab a hold of her, making sure she doesn't fall. Whoa there. She looks up with shaky eyes and as her eyes lock onto those golden orbs, her panic stops. She had stayed the night at Kid's. She's so stupid. I am sorry kid, I just. She stops as she studies this person closely. Wait, this isn't Kid, it's. Do I really look that young? The bubbly mayor smiles at her. Sorry Mr. Mayor, I just woke up. She chuckles nervously. You seemed scared, sweetie. Is something wrong? The man tilts his head, his bright golden eyes looking her over. Nah, I'm fine. She smiles at this man. I'm sorry about just bumping into you like that. It's alright, nightmares suck, don't they? He tilts his head looking at her innocently. What? Maka looks at him with wide eyes. Oh nothing, Kid's waiting for you downstairs. I believe he's taking my job from me and making you breakfast. The man turns his back to her. Sorry to cut our time short but I have a lot of papers to get to. I have to work sometime. He chuckles slightly as he walks away. Turn back Maka, turn back now, my son is waiting for you. He disappears into a room. Wait. Maka's eyes shake. Her mother said the same thing in the dream. And how did he know she had a nightmare? This is just weird. Maka takes a deep breath before she turns on her heel and starts to head down the steps. It's just a coincidence. It was just a dream. Calm down. The smell of bacon and eggs instantly hits her nose, causing her mouth to water. When is the last time she's had a cooked meal? She doesn't know. Oh, good morning, Maka. Kid smiles at her when she walks into the kitchen. He is putting some eggs from the frying pan on a plate. How did you sleep? I hope the bed was comfortable enough. Kid, it felt like I was sleeping on a fucking cloud. Maka smirks at him. I slept great. Good, I hope you're hungry. Kid walks over to the kitchen table, setting the plates and silverware to his liking. I made plenty. Oh, am I? Maka jumps into her seat happily, her practically drooling as Kid puts some eggs and bacon on her plate. Maka doesn't wait. She digs in. And she's not ashamed. She swallows all of it in a matter of seconds. And it was banging. Oh my. Kid's eyes widen a little but at seeing the smile on her face his lips tug in a smile of their own. Someone wasn't kidding when they said they were hungry. Did you like it? Yes. Maka takes the rest of the eggs from him, about to devour it but she pauses and looks at him. Did you want any? No. He chuckles as he takes a seat next to her. He props his head up with his hand as he watches Maka eat his food, that smile never leaving his face. Maka just eats. His smile suddenly falls. Maka. His gaze shifts a little, his face pale. What? Maka says with a mouth full of food. Well, please don't talk when your mouth is full and. He takes a deep breath. I don't know how to tell you this, but. His face pales as he looks away from her. Why, your hair, it isn't symmetrical. One pigtail is lower than the other. Maka swallows. Oh. She takes another forkful of food. Just oh. His eye twitches a little as he glances at her, seeing her hair. Can I please fix it? Maka just nods, still eating. Kid's eyes light up as he takes a comb from out of his jacket. He moves closer before he pulls one of her ponytails out. Maka continues to eat as he lightly combs through the hair, being gentle with her but at the same time getting the knots out. He puts up the first one, then does the same with the other side. He looks between the two for a long moment before he smiles again. Oh, they're perfect. Yay. Maka grunts after she swallowed her food. You know, I really enjoyed you being here. Kid smiles at her, that adoration in his eyes. Maybe we could do this again sometime. Yeah, sure. She shrugs. Beats staying home. So are you still going to see him? Kid frowns slightly. Maka pauses, putting another forkful of food in her mouth. She remembers the dream, her mother's words, the dark feelings she had, Kid's father saying the same thing to her. Something is telling her not to stop this now. But she must see Krona. She has to see him. She needs her answers. She needs him. Yes. She shoves the food in her mouth. I see. He takes a deep breath. Then I will take you after you're done eating. Cool. She swallows. Thanks, kid. You're welcome. He smiles at her. Just be careful. She grunts, giving him a smirk. I know. Well, good. He gives her a sheepish smile. Hey, kid. Maka looks over to the counter, her seeing a bunch of cookies in a plastic bag. Are you going to eat those? No, I don't like sweets. He wrinkles his nose a little. Can I have them? Of course. Maka smiles as she gets up and grabs the bag. Krona will love these. All right, I'm ready, let's go. Maka grips her fist, a fire of determination burning her being. Hold on, I must wash the dishes. Kid grabs the plates and brings them to the sink. And I probably should freshen up. She smells herself and wrinkles her nose. So much has happened, she almost went out all gross looking. She still wants to be decent for Krona even if he is crazy. He is her crazy boy and she would get to the bottom of this. No matter how scared she is. She has to know. Maka gives Kid a wave as he drives away. Finally she was able to get him to leave. He can be really overbearing sometimes. She takes a deep breath as she turns around, feasting her eyes on Dark Side Asylum. This causes so many different emotions. They swirl around her, making her head dizzy, but she walks forward. Her eyes are glossed over in thought. This is it. She's about to see Krona. Maka walks into the asylum, her head held up high with determination only for her whole expression to fall. Stein stands by the front desk looking at her coldly. He has been waiting for her. Maka, what are you doing here? I believe I told you not to come. His glasses glare. I'm here to see Krona. She straightens herself up, looking the man in the eyes. Turn back. Stein glares. Turn back now, you're not seeing him. Maka tries not to show him how much those words affected her. Why not? He didn't hurt me. She glares at him. I made a promise and I'm going to keep it. Krona isn't stable for any visitors. Stein looks at her blankly. After the incident Thursday he has been in bad condition. He's attacked too many nurses to count, they're all in the hospital, Maka. The nurses are scared of him, so I have to handle him myself. Even if what happened Thursday didn't happen, he is way too unstable for you. He will hurt you. No, he won't. Maka growls, taking a step forward. I know he won't. Maka, I'm asking you to leave now or I will get the nurses to throw you out. Fuck you. This is a free country and I demand to see Krona. He needs me. He needs medication and solitude, not you. Stein pushes something under the desk. You leave me no choice. Suddenly a couple big male nurses come out and grab a hold of Maka. She struggles with them but she can't get out of their grip. They drag her out of the asylum, and throw her. Stay out, kid, next time we're calling the cops. One of them grunts as they leave, leaving her alone on the pavement. Her face gets hot with anger. This isn't over, no. Not by a long shot. Hey kid. Maka pauses from the voice when she was about to charge in there. I wouldn't do that. Giriko stands against the building, a cigarette between his fingers, smoke lightly coming off of it. I have to get in there. Maka grips her fist. I have to see Krona. Why do you still want to see him? I heard about what happened Thursday. Gerksho takes a drag of the cigarette, before looking back at her. He went fucking crazy, man. When you left, shit man, I had to deal with that. It took like 7 needles to fucking bring him down. 7 needles. Maka whips her head towards him. What the fuck are you thinking? You'll hurt him. He was hurting us. Gerksho growls. Like fuck, I'm going to let some pipsqueak get the best of me. That wasn't him. Maka averts her gaze. Krona doesn't hurt people, Ragnarok does. Yeah, and Ragnarok is him, just a more fucked up version. I still need to see him. He's not stable. Gerksho takes another drag before blowing out. If you saw him, he would just hurt you again. Is it really worth the risk? Yes, he's worth it. Maka takes a deep breath. He hasn't been eating. Gerksho stares at her a long moment. He has done this once before and they had to shove a fucking tube down his throat just to keep him alive, so yeah, he's that bad right now, and all the nurses shit themselves when they hear his name. I need to see him. Maka just grips her fist, looking down at her cookies she has for him. I can get him to eat, I can help him, Giriko, I just need to get to him. I'll tell you what. Gerksho leans off of the wall, he takes one last drag of the cigarette before he throws it down and stomps it out. I'm going to help you out only because I'm tired of dealing with this kid, and if you say you can help fix him, then hell, let's give it a shot. It beats getting fucking bitten every time I have to go in his room, like look. He pulls out his hand that's all wrapped up, his eye twitching. Like what the fuck? So you're going to help me get to Krona? Maka gets closer to him, her eyes shaking slightly in excitement. Yeah sure, it's boring here anyway. He shrugs then smirks. You were right when you said I'm not one to follow the rules, I say fuck em. They were only made to be broken. Hell yeah. Maka cheers. Come on, let's do it. Gerksho grabs a hold of her when she was about to turn and walk into the asylum. What the hell do you think you're doing? Are you stupid? He grunts as he pulls her away from the door. Aren't you going to talk to them to get me in? No, I'm going to sneak you in. He smirks. I got's a plan. I don't know if I should be happy, or scared. Fucking happy. I'm a genius. Maka frowns. Oh god, we're fucked. Shut the hell up. I know what I'm doing. His eye twitches a little but he takes a deep breath and calms down. You left this with me Thursday, you ran out too fast for me to give it to you. Gerksho hands over her sketchbook from out of his pocket, and pencil. Oh, I forgot all about it. Maka grabs the book, she rubs it gently, a smile coming to her face. Yes so. He leans in, a grin on his face. Draw me. We don't have time for that. She grunts. Actually we have all the time in the fucking world, we have to wait till Stein leaves or my plan won't work. He crosses his arms. Get to drawing me or I'll leave your ass out here. Fine. She sighs in defeat as she flips to a blank page, putting her pencil to it, looking up at him. You're a dick, you know that. Yup. He smirks, his brown eyes lighting up with an expression. Don't think of anything. I want to draw this expression. She quickly starts drawing, her eyes staying on his. Surprisingly, Gerksho listens without saying a smart comment. Her hand is a blur. She must admit it's weird drawing someone other than Kid, but she doesn't dislike it. Gerksho's eyes are so different from Kid's, they're wild, and are even a bit unstable. She continues to draw, her eyes staring into his. I'm done. She looks down at her drawing and it's like looking into a window of Gerksho's soul, of his being. His eyes are sharp, they're hard, but at the same time she sees a softness in them, it's hidden well but she sees it. And because she drawn him she now understands him a bit better. Under all that rough skin is a man that cares. She doesn't know what he cares about, but he cares for something. It's very interesting. Let me see. He snatches the book from her, looking over the drawing. His face is blank for a moment before he grins. Well, will you look at that? My pencil is fucking amazing. It wasn't your pencil, jackass. She points a finger to her chest. It was all me, because I'm a boss. If you're such a boss, why not try to draw more than just eyes? He looks over the drawing. I only care about eyes. She shrugs. They tell you about a person. Oh yeah? What my eyes tell you? That I'm a pimp. He smirks. No, actually they told me you're a caring man deep down. She looks at him. You're like a big grizzly bear. You like to scare people away and have dominance, but at the same time you care for what matters to you and you can be gentle. She takes a deep breath. Under all that fuck you attitude is a nice man that you like to keep hidden. Gerksho just stares at her. He opens his mouth just to close it. He stares at her a moment longer before his face gets really red, and his eye twitches. Apparently you can't read fucking eyes, right? I don't give a shit about anything. The only way I'm like a grizzly bear is if it's ripping someone's head off. I'm not kind, I'm not gentle. Your eyes don't lie. This seems to piss him off further. Would you rather me to have said they told me you're a jackass, who smells like beef and sweat, and who tans way too much? She smirks at him. Because that would be true too. Fuck you. He growls, but it's weak as he looks away. He seems to be thinking about something. You ready to do that plan? Maka shifts her feet a little. I'm starting to get anxiety. I have to see Krona. Yeah, I know. Gerksho walks over to the door and looks in. Cost is clear. Now I'm going to distract that bitch at the front. When I give you the signal, you're going to rush in here and take the elevator up. I'll meet you up there. He starts to walk in. Wait, what's the signal? Oh, you'll know it when you see it. He smirks at her before he walks into the asylum. Well, he better hope the fuck so. Maka grips her fist as she peers around the wall into the asylum so she can see. She hopes he knows what he's doing. She has to see Krona. She just has to. Maka watches as Giriko walks over causally to the front desk, his hands in his pocket. Okay, so far so good. Gerksho stops at the front desk and slams his hands down on the lady's desk. Maka can feel her face get hot from anger. What the hell? He's supposed to distract her, not piss her off. Then she sees the blush on the lady's face. She realizes Gerksho is saying something to her. His face leaned in real close to hers. Either she's red because she's pissed or Gerksho is putting the moves on her. Maka doesn't care as long as she can see Krona. She watches as he rubs her face gently. He knocks her glasses off with his thumb, making it so it seems an accident. Maka can't really see what's happening now because Gerksho's body is blocking her view, but she sees his hand. He's giving her the middle finger. That's a good enough signal as any. Maka wastes no time and rushes in. She runs past the desk. The lady is on her hands and knees looking for her glasses. Maka presses the up button on the elevator desperately, her hopping from one leg to the other, waiting for the elevator to come to her. She waits. She waits. She's about to have a heart attack. That lady is getting back up. She's putting on her glasses. The elevator dings and Maka rushes in, pushing the button to close it. The last thing she sees is the lady put on her glasses and glare at Gerksho. Maka takes a deep breath. That was close. She can't help but to like this. She can feel her adrenaline going. Doing what you're not supposed to is fun. Breaking the rules is fun. Maka holds her hand over her heart as the elevator dings again and the doors open. She peeks around the hallways carefully, looking for any signs of Dr. Stein or of those male nurses. If they find her, she's going to jail. It's not that big of a deal really, but knowing her and Spirit's relationship right now, he would probably let her stay there a night. And the cops here are assholes. She didn't want to go to jail. Maka starts to pace by the elevator. Her heartbeat is picking up speed. Gerksho is taking forever. What is she supposed to do? She's out in the open. Anyone could come out and see her. She grinds her teeth as she starts to tap her foot impatiently. She waits. And waits. And waits. There's a sound and Maka almost screams only to find it was her foot that just made a sound because she tapped a little too hard. She waits. What the hell? Where is he? It's not like she can get in Krona's room without him. He has the keys. Suddenly the elevator dings and the doors open. She tenses a little, but when she sees Gerksho with a goofy grin on his face she relaxes. What the hell took you so long? She whispers harshly. Stein could have came out and saw or one of those nurses. I'd rather not go to jail today. Chill your tits. Oh wait, you can't chill what you don't have. He chuckles as he points to himself. See, I'm buzzed, now I can fry the shit out of you. Fuck you. She growls and turns away from him, her arms crossed. Stop playing around, jackass. I'm just having fun. He shrugs as he pulls out some needles from his pocket. It took me a while because I had to get these. Maka's expression falls to a deep glare and she opens her mouth. Before you bitch me out, let me explain. He grumbles as he puts them back in. They're for our fucking protection. There won't be any other nurses in there other than me to protect you. And I'll be honest, that kid is nothing but skin and bones, but he can fuck someone up. Was it necessary to bring 5? I don't know, but I'm prepared. He looks at her. I might not even have to use these, but if I do, best believe I will. Maka's quite a deep frown on her face. Come on before we do get caught. He grunts and starts walking. Maka follows him without comment. Now after we do this I'm going to have to sneak you back out. We just have to make sure we aren't seen by the bitch at the front, Stein, or the 2 other jackasses. He looks at her seriously. I'm telling you right now, if we're close to being caught and I see a way for me to get out of it, I'm going to leave your ass behind. I'm not going to lose my job. I'll break the rules for ya kid, but I ain't taking the heat. That's fine. Maka continues to walk with him. Unlike you, I can handle the consequences of my actions. It's not that I can't handle them, it's just that I'm smart. He grunts as they get closer to Krona's door. Maka's heartbeat is speeding again. It almost hurts her. Something is telling her to turn back to leave this place. But she keeps walking. She has to see Krona. They come to a stop in front of his door and it's getting hard for Maka to breathe. She's scared and excited at the same time. Her adrenaline is pumping. She stares at the door. Her curiosity is like someone standing in front of a lion's den. They know there is a lion in there, that it is dangerous if not deadly to walk in, but they want to know if the lion will hurt them, or if they will make it. It's curiosity that's driving her through her fear and something else. But she doesn't understand the other feeling. Gerksho brings out his keys. He does a check around to see if anyone's watching before he unlocks the door. Maka rushes in. Her eyes automatically look over to the corner in the room. Her breath hitches and all that fear she has been feeling is washed away. It's washed away with his tears. Krona sits in his corner, hugging his knees tightly to his chest. His whole body shakes as he sobs into his knees. She can't see his face, but he looks so frail, so sad. He sniffles so much, making small coughing sounds. It breaks her heart. Krona. Maka speaks softly as she takes a step towards him. She hears the door close behind her, but she doesn't turn around. The boy tenses up badly, but he doesn't look up. It sounds like he's crying more now, his body shaking even more. G go away. He cries into his knees. It's too painful to hear her voice now. Please go away, whatever you are, whether why you are a dream or a vision, just G go away. It's too painful. Krona. I know I blew it. He speaks so bitterly. L like I mess up everything else. I lost my only friend. I lost Maka s, so please don't rub it in by sounding like her. It hurts so much. Maka frowns as she slowly walks towards the trembling boy. Her heart hurts. He isn't the only one. I lost her. He wheezes. It almost sounds like it's hurting him to speak. No, you didn't. Maka lightly touches his shoulder. At the contact the boy jumps up, standing up and towering over her. He looks down at her with large shaking blue eyes. Tears are streaming down his face, his nose running, his cheeks flushed. He stares at her a long moment in disbelief. Maka touches him gently on the shoulder again. It's me, Krona. Maka. He trembles, the tears falling down even more at realizing she is real. There's so much water coming out of this boy. Why you came back? Why? How? I told you. I would Conchiyun to see you. No matter what, I wouldn't miss a day. She speaks firmly, looking this boy in the eyes. Maka, see can you please? He spreads his arms, the tears falling more, his body trembling. He squeezes his eyes tight. I need. Maka knows what he needs. She pulls the boy into an embrace, holding him close to her and letting his head fall on her shoulder. He grips her shirt lightly as he sobs into it, his body shaking so bad. I am so sorry, I'm so sorry, I am so sorry. Krona trembles as he keeps saying apologies against her, his tears soaking her shirt. She just lets him get it all out. Maka lightly strokes his choppy pink locks, trying to give him some comfort. I thought I lost you, I thought you were never going to come back. He sobs. You will never lose me. And sadly it's true. At seeing the boy again she knew this was true. She's into deep. She has sealed her fate. It's okay, it's okay. She speaks calmly, reassuringly to the boy, wanting to make him feel better, wanting to stop his tears. She hates seeing him cry. Maka holds him close, lightly rubbing his back, feeling the indent of his bones. He is such a small creature. Krona cries for a long time. He says things but Maka can't really understand him, most of it sounded just like an apology. She waits for him to get it all out. She hears him sniffle, then he sniffles again. Then he takes a deep breath, his body stopping its shaking. Oh Maka, I can't believe you're really here, that why you would really come back after. His body tenses again but Maka just pulls him tighter to her. I know that wasn't you, Krona. She hears his breath hitch. It was Ragnarok, not you. He pulls away from her, looking at her with those wide blue eyes she adores. For they belong to him, not Ragnarok, no, they just belong to him. Please Krona. She takes a deep breath as she locks eyes with him. I have to know who is Ragnarok. The doctors told me he's just something in my head. Krona frowns deeply as he pulls away from her to sit back in his corner. Some doctors say he is just another part of me, while others say he's just something my mind made up, others say he's just a hallucination. He looks so distressed, his eyes shifting as he grips his hair. I don't know what to believe anymore. His breathing is uneven. They all say so many different things, it hurts my head and I don't know what to believe, they confuse me. It all confuses me. What is Ragnarok to you? Maka gets on her knees in front of him as she grabs his hands to stop him from pulling. I want to know what he is to you, I don't care about the doctors. Krona's expression goes blank for a moment, his breathing getting better. I don't really know what he is. Krona mumbles quietly as he looks away. Our Ragnarok has always been with me since I can remember. He grips his knees tighter. He isn't very nice, but for the longest time it was just me and him. He was the closest thing I had to a friend. He's cruel but he watches over me and protects me. If I can't deal with something he deals with it for me. Is he always with you? Maka finds herself asking. And no. His gaze shifts. He doesn't like it here, he says it's boring all the time, so he only comes to check on me. Is there more like Ragnarok? Maka puts a hand on his shoulder. She needs to find out what this is. And no, I only have Ragnarok. His eyes fall to his feet. For the longest time it was just me and him, but. He glances at her, then back to the ground. And now why you're my friend. I've never had one before. I couldn't deal with anyone. I can barely deal with Ragnarok, but I can deal with you, and I care if you get hurt. Krona starts to tremble, his eyes getting a faraway look to them. I got so angry with Ragnarok for what he did, that was the first time I've ever went against him. I yelled at him, I fought against him. He grips his knees to his chest tightly, his voice getting low. He is getting punished by her now. Her. Maka looks at him in concern at his voice changing, so she rubs his shoulder. Why yes. He takes a deep breath. He wasn't supposed to do that. He was wrong. He tried to hurt you when I didn't want to. He trembles as he holds his face in his hands. I am so sorry Maka, I was so afraid when Ragnarok came, I was so scared he was going to hurt you. The feeling I got IIVE never had before. IIVE always been afraid to stick up to our Ragnarok, but I was able to do it then. Krona. I am so sorry I didn't tell you, I didn't warn you about what I am. His eyes start to water again as he looks away from her. I didn't tell you about Ragnarok because I was afraid why you wouldn't like me anymore, that you would leave me. He trembles. It was selfish of me, I know, and I'm sorry, I am so sorry. I am a horrible person, and because I lied you almost got hurt. I don't want you to get hurt, Maka, so I understand if you don't want to see me ever again. It's okay Krona, I forgive you. She pulls him into a hug, holding him close. I know why it's such a hard thing to talk about, but I want you to know you don't have to hide anything from me, because no matter what I won't abandon you. You're my friend Krona, and I'm staying by you. How can you be so nice? He trembles against her. Why you're forgiving me? Why you? She hears him sniffle. He takes a deep breath, but she can feel the water on her shoulder. Aren't you afraid of me now? I almost hurt you. Don't you want to get away? To be away from a demon like me? I'll admit what happened Thursday scared me, but... She pulls away to hold the boy's face in her hands. They get soaked by his tears. I know it wasn't you Krona, none of that was you. That was all Ragnarok. You're not a demon Krona, you're the sweetest, nicest, cutest person I know, and my opinion on you isn't going to change because of Ragnarok. Krona just stares at her with wide eyes, the tears still slowly streaming down, but his cheeks are flushed and his face hot. The boy's lips are slightly parted. Mako leans in, pressing her lips against his. The boy's breath hitches, but he soon melts into her. She doesn't move fast, it's a slow kiss, a kiss saying what she couldn't. That she cares. She cares so much. Maka pulls away and looks at the boy. His tears have stopped, but his face is still red. He's looking at her with those eyes. There's something she hasn't seen in them before. Determination, maybe. Resolve? Why you don't have to worry about Ragnarok Maka. Krona tightens the grip on his knees, looking away. He's going to have to get over not liking you, because I like you a lot. Why you make me so happy. He looks at her, that look still in them. I won't let him hurt you, I will protect you. You make me happy too Krona. Her eyes get a faraway look. If he protects her from Ragnarok, isn't he protecting her from himself? Or is Ragnarok not a part of him but something else? She doesn't know anymore. Are you scared? He frowns. No. She shakes her head, looking him in the eyes. Are we still friends? Yes. Do you still like me? Maka doesn't answer him. Maka. She pulls the boy into her, kissing him deeply. She's missed this so much. His lips are so soft against hers. She doesn't lose control, she just kisses him slowly, lovingly, as she rubs his face. Actions speak louder than words. Do you still like me? She speaks against his lips. Oh, of course. He squeaks. She can see how hot his face is. I don't know if I could ever stop just seeing you. I get this feeling in my chest. Maka puts a hand over his heart, keeping her lips close to his. Right here. Why yes. His breathing is becoming uneven. I feel it too. She leans in to kiss him again. You two aren't going to fuck, are you? Gerksho grunts, leaning against the wall next to the door. He looks at them with a blank expression. Giga. It's that scary shark man. Krona pales, his whole body tensing as he pushes himself deep into the corner. He holds his head in his hands, rocking. He's so loud and mean, and he doesn't smell nice. He's so scary. I don't know how to deal with him. You're fucking scary, you little. Maka turns, giving him a deadly look. Gerksho shuts up. It's okay Krona. Maka turns and rubs his back gently. Gerksho may look like a big, smelly, brute, and he is, but he can be okay sometimes. If not for him I wouldn't have been able to get to you today. He is a friend. He's your friend. Krona trembles, his face getting red. I am sorry Maka B, but I think I might have bit me. Gerksho growls. I am sorry. Krona's face is so red. I didn't mean to. Yeah right. Gerksho fuck off. Maka glares. The man gives her the middle finger. And she just returns it. Are you sure why you two are friends? Krona mumbles looking between them. Not really. She shrugs. But he helps me out. Oh. His gaze shifts for a moment, a conflicted look on his face. He takes a deep breath. Hey Maka. Yeah. She gets closer. How is your mother doing? He speaks this quietly, his face so pale as his gaze shifts. Oh, she's doing better. Maka can't help but to smile. She's going to wake up soon, I'm going to see her soon, I'm so happy Krona, I'm so relieved you don't even know. Krona gets color back in his face. Oh, that's great. He smiles at her, it's small but it's there. I was worried. Me too. She looks at the boy a long moment before she grabs his hand, she gently rubs it, holds it with care. You know I couldn't have gotten through this without you Krona, you have helped me so much. Really? Krona looks at her, touching his hand with his face red. But I didn't do any thing. You listen to me and just you being you helps me. She smiles down at his hand. You help me Krona. I help you. His eyes are so bright. Does that mean I am useful to you? Krona, you're all I think about, you keep all the bad about my mother away. She pulls up his hand and puts her lips against it, causing the boy to gasp. It's not about you being useful to me Krona, it's about being a friend, and you have been that. There's a conflicted look on his face, his eyes flickering with traces of guilt. Maka just keeps lightly kissing his hand and soon that look disappears. Maka, I don't understand what you're doing to me. He takes an intake of breath when her tongue grazed the palm of his hand. I am doing things, feeling things I haven't before. I used to be afraid of everything. I didn't want to deal with the world, just like the world didn't want to deal with me, but then you came along. His voice becomes a whisper. I am not scared of you. I know you won't hurt me, and I like you touching me. Why your touch is soft and inviting, why your words are kind, and your expression's nice. He takes a deep breath. The only thing I'm scared about with you. His eyes shake, his face a deep red when she looks at him. Is losing you. You don't even have to worry about that. She stops kissing his hand to look him in the eyes. What did I tell you? I told you that I'm yours, remember? He stares at her such a long moment before a smile graces his lips. And I'm yours. Yes. She entwines their fingers together, enjoying the feeling of it. So you're not losing me and I'm not losing you. Maka. He looks at her with big watery eyes, his lip querying a little. He is even cute when he cries. But she rather not see him cry again. It hurts her. I brought you these. Maka pulls out the cookies, handing them over to the small boy. I heard you weren't eating. I don't deserve food. He looks at the bag of sweets, his eyes showing how hungry he really is. Please eat these for me. With shaky hands Krona takes the bag from her, he takes out a cookie and ever so slowly he puts it into his mouth. Once he has the taste he can't stop. Maka watches as he devours the bag of cookies, it doesn't even look like he's taking any breathers. Oh my. He swallows, then gives her a wobbly smile. Those were so good, why you're such a amazing cook Maka. I didn't make these actually. Maka smiles. Kid's dad did. Kid. Krona frowns deeply, a pout on his face. Holy shit. Gerksho suddenly runs out of the room. Stein's coming. Maka gets up and runs to get out of the room too, but the door closes before she gets to it. Maka struggles with it, but it's locked. The doors lock by themselves just in case a patient would try to get out before a nurse could lock it again. Gerksho is gone. He has left her. Maka, what's going on? Krona gets up looking at her with concern. Are you afraid of Dr. Stein too? No, Krona, I'm not supposed to be here. Maka looks around for somewhere to hide. If he finds me I'm going to jail. Jail? Krona's eyes are wide with fear. But that's where bad people go. Why you're not bad Maka. Shit. Maka can hear the man's voice, he is so close. She needs to hide. And she needs to hide now. Maka under my bed. Krona points and Maka rushes over, sliding under it with ease. She really hopes this works. From where she is laying she watches Krona sit back in his corner. He looks really tense and he keeps glancing at her, but he was smart to sit back down. He's trying to act normal, well, you know. It's quiet for a moment. But then Maka hears the door open even though she can't see it. Krona tenses and hides his face in his knees. Hello Krona, how are we doing today? Maka hears Stein's calm voice. Krona doesn't respond. You seem to be in better shape, you're not shaking, or crying. She hears his footsteps, he's coming closer to the bed. Krona whips his head up looking at him with wide eyes, looking between Maka and the approaching Stein. Ah. Good. Are you going to respond to me this time? She hears the bed creak as the doctor sits on it, the back of his legs are close to her face. Oh god, this is like all those movies Maka has seen. Someone's hiding under the bed and then you see the person you're hiding from's feet. In the movies you have two things that are either going to happen. They're not going to notice the person under the bed. Or they do. Maka prays to God he doesn't look under the bed. Krona's trembling now, his teeth starting to chatter as he glances at Maka, then to Stein, his face so pale. There's no need to be afraid of me Krona, I'm your friend. Maka hears something click like a clicking of a pen. Now Krona, I'm going to ask you a few questions, okay? You know the safe word if you think you can't handle it. Krona doesn't respond to him. Are you feeling better today? Pass. Are you feeling angry with anyone? There's a pause. Pass. Do you think it's okay to hurt the nurses? They're only trying to help you Krona. Pass. Has Ragnarok came back? Pass. Alright, last question since it seems you don't want to answer any. Stein pauses. What do you think of that girl Maka who keeps coming to see you? Krona takes a sharp intake of breath. I think Maka is a amazing person, you doesn't deserve to go to jail. He is almost screaming. Why would she go to jail Krona? Stein's voice is suspicious. She knows Krona means well, but she has a feeling this isn't going to end good. Krona glances at her again. She hears the bed creak as Stein gets off of it. Maka holds her breath. You know she tried to see you today, I had her kicked out because I thought you were unstable. His voice sounds still suspicious. But it seems you have gotten a lot better. Did something good happen today? Krona doesn't respond. Krona. Pass. What's that? She's able to see the tip of Stein's finger as he points towards. Oh shit. She had forgot about the small plastic bag that had the cookies. It lays next to Krona on the floor. Krona's whole body tenses and he takes a even sharper intake of breath. Pass. Was someone in here? Oh yeah, Stein knows. Pass. Then it's silent a while. Stein walks back over towards the bed. Maka holds her breath as he stops right in front of it, his feet right by her face. She meets Krona's gaze. His eyes are shaking so much, his face so pale. Stein gets on one knee. He's going to look under the bed. He is going to see her. She is going to jail. Suddenly Krona bows his head, it looks like he's mumbling something to himself before he goes completely still. His bangs cover his eyes and he just looks limp. Stein is right about to look under the bed. Hey fuckface. Suddenly there's another pair of feet that she can see by the bed, and it's Krona's. But that's not his voice and he was just in the corner a second ago. She can't see Stein anymore, her guessing he jumped back. Why don't you get the hell out before I reopen those sticks on your face? Maka knows the tone of Krona's voice. It's not Krona at all. It's Ragnarok. Oh, you're back. Stein says calmly. You seem to be making appearance more often than usually now. If Krona will not answer my questions, maybe you will. There's a pause. Was someone in this room? If they were, I would have killed them. He chuckles darkly. What is that bag? Where did it come from? My asshole. Why did you try to attack Maka? Don't you know Krona likes her? Suddenly the room gets really tense. Stay out of our fucking business, Gramps. I'm not answering any more questions, get the fuck out of here before I rip you to pieces, you prick. I'll be back tomorrow, Ragnarok. She hears Stein's footsteps. She sees Krona's feet leave away from the bed he walks so she can see his full body. He's straight, not slouching, his eyes that haunted look. She hears the door open and then close. Maka's eyes widen. A deep fear gripping her heart. She's locked in here alone with Ragnarok. Maybe Ragnarok doesn't know she's in here. Maka's sure he would have ratted her out. Krona knows she's here, but maybe he doesn't. The boy's head jerks in her direction, his haunted eyes looking right at hers. He smirks at her, his eyes narrowing with dark glee. Guppy. Chapter 14. Shit. She is fucked. Well, look who it is. The boy chuckles darkly, sending chills down Maka's spine. Didn't have enough the last time, you dumb bitch. Maka doesn't respond. She stays under the bed. You can't stay there forever. The boy walks over to the bed slowly. He gets on his knees looking under it. His face is inches from hers. A huge smile rips out on his lips. Don't you know monsters like to hide under beds? He coos as he grabs a hold of her. It's not safe there. Get off. Maka struggles against him, but he's able to pull her from out of the bed. His grip is hard and it hurts. Stop fucking struggling. I can't kill you, that bitch would have a fucking cow again. The boy pushes her down on the bed, her legs still hanging over it as he pins her down. He leans in dangerously close, his eyes glinting as he smirks. I can't kill you, no. But I can fuck around with you a little. Fuck you. Maka kicks out, trying to get him off. Let Krona go, you bastard. Let him go. He grips her arms tighter, Maka having to suppress a yelp. He's the one who called for me. Krona would never call for you. Sorry to tell you this, cow, but he calls for me all the time. He leans in, a devilish smirk on his face. You know when he can't fucking deal with something. You should be thanking me. I saved your ass with that prick of a doctor. His eyes narrow. If not for me, your fat ass would have been heading to jail. You wouldn't just help me. She growls, but there's no way out of his death grip. I wouldn't have if this bitch didn't tell me to. He leans in, and smiles, showing his teeth. Now I'm going to have some fun. I don't care what she says. Whatever, just let Krona. Krona's not here. The boy leans his head down against her neck, she feels his tongue lick up her. Maka can't help but to shiver under him as he gets back to her face. His haunted eyes locked into hers. But I am. He chuckles darkly and Maka can feel her face heat up. Damn. The boy pulls away, putting a hand to his heart. Krona is such a pussy, just something like that affected him so much. What the fuck? Are you? Maka swallows, trying to get rid of her blush. Are you another part of Krona? Like a alternate personality? I'm Ragnarok, bitch. He growls as he grabs her thigh, digging his nails into it like he did last time. Maka can't help but to yelp this time. I told you not to fucking forget it. I know your name. She takes a deep breath to keep calm. But what the hell are you? The sexiest thing to ever fucking live. He smirks. A badass motherfucker. Stop talking. He gets on top of her, still holding her arms against the bed. He's smirking so evilly. I'm going to fuck with Krona. I need to get him back. That asshole dare talk back to me. Who does he think he is? I've had his back since he was fucking 4 years old, and he's going to go against me. For someone like you, F4. Her eyes get wide. Is that when Krona was abused? At fucking 4 years of age. The boy doesn't answer as he leans in again. He bites her neck, the boy's teeth are sharp and she can feel them lightly pierce her skin. She bites her lip, not going to cry out as she tries to get out of his grip, but she can't. Why the fuck did you come back? The boy growls against her neck, causing her to shiver. I thought I made it clear the last time, you're not fucking welcome here. Krona's mine, he's my bitch. You're going to have to get over it. Maka growls back, her voice firm even though she isn't. I'm not going to stop seeing Krona, no matter what you do. I know you aren't him, you're nothing close, so go fuck yourself and get used to this face, because you're going to see it a hell of a lot. Those are big words for someone who's pinned down. He tightens his grip on her wrist, causing Maka to grind her teeth as he leans closer to her face. You know it's just me and you, I could rip you to pieces and no one would help you. He grabs her face, squeezing hard against the cheekbones. Now I want you to say you're not coming back here, I want to hear from that dirty mouth that you and Krona aren't friends. That you are not going to come back. Say it now. Maka's eyes shake, fear gripping her heart. Her lips go to a tight line. She would not say it. Krona is my friend and I am coming back to see him. She glares up at him. He isn't yours, you just steal his body. Whatever the fuck you are, let him go. I can never let him go, I'm stuck to this bitch. He lifts up her head towards him, a evil smirk on his face. You can never have Krona without me, I will always be with him, I've always been with him. Do you really think you can be around me so many times without being killed? Or hurt? I don't care. Her eyes lock into his haunted ones. You don't know anything about the shit we've been though, bitch. He throws her back down. I'm the only one who will never abandon him, just because I fucking can't. I won't abandon him. She growls. Oh really? He leans in, his harsh breath touching her neck. We'll see about that when you know all that I do, when you see Krona for what he is. You won't think of him as a friend. You will leave him. Then what is it you know that I don't? She can't help to shiver when she feels the boy's tongue graze her skin. She shouldn't like it because this isn't Krona, but it's Krona's tongue. It's hard. Don't you know he's a... The boy's breath hitches. Oh fuck. The boy pulls back so she can see his face again, his eyes are flickering. Krona's fighting him. Oh, what is it? You don't want her to know? She's going to find out sometime, dumbass, you can't fucking hide it forever. The boy grumbles but his eyes continue to flicker. His body tenses before he bows his head, his bangs covering his eyes. It's quiet for a long moment. The boy starts to breathe heavily, unevenly. His body trembling on top of hers. At this moment she knows Krona is back. Krona. Maka sighs in relief. Maka. He pants, as he looks down at her. His eyes are shaking so bad, his face so pale. I am so sorry. Is it true? What? His breath hitches and he trembles more under her gaze. That you called for Ragnarok? Maka looks up at him, a slight frown on her face. Why yes. He bows his head, his teeth starting to chatter. I am so sorry Maka, but I didn't know what else to do. Dr. Stein was going to see you, he was about to find you Maka, and I was so scared. He takes deep breaths but it's still uneven. I can deal with being scared, I am always scared of everything but when I looked at you. His voice cracks. I saw the fear in your eyes why you were scared Maka, and I couldn't deal with that. It gave me such a horrible feeling, I felt like I was going to be sick. I didn't want Stein to find you, I didn't want him to touch you, but I didn't know what to do. Little droplets of water fall down his face and onto Maka's. I didn't know what to do but you were scared Maka, I couldn't let him. He shakes his head. But I mess everything up, I knew I couldn't have helped you, so I called on our Ragnarok because I knew he could get Stein out of here, I thought I could just take back control when he left, but I was wrong. Maka just keeps getting rained on by tears. I am so sorry Maka, I just wanted to help you but I almost hurt you again, I wasn't strong enough, I said I would protect you but I couldn't. He's trembling so much. I failed like I always do, I don't deserve you Maka, all I do is... He wheezes. All I do is destroy, I wasn't meant to have a friend. You don't destroy anything Krona. She reaches up and cups his cheeks in her hands, gently wiping the tears away. Look at me, I'm fine, and I know that wasn't you, it was him. She keeps whipping his tears. Have you ever tried to handle something yourself Krona? And no. I need Ragnarok. The tears keep falling. Without him I'm useless, I am nothing but garbage. I can't do anything right. If I didn't call on Ragnarok, you would have gone to jail because I didn't know how to deal with the situation. Krona, you don't need Ragnarok. She rubs his face so gently, touching him like if she pressed too hard he would break. You're not useless, and you're not garbage. With or without Ragnarok you are still Krona. But I can't do anything right without him. His tears are soaking her. I believe Ragnarok didn't help me when I first came here crying about my mother, but I believe you did, Krona. She smiles when he looks at her with those wide blue eyes. Did you use Ragnarok then? When you looked at me with concern? When you comforted me? And no. But. Is Ragnarok who makes me smile? Is it him who makes all the bad okay? Is Ragnarok the one who was my friend this whole time? And no, he wasn't, he didn't. His eyes are shaking so bad, but something is lightening them up. It was all you, Krona. She smiles sweetly up at him. You are the one who was my friend, who helped me, and you did that without Ragnarok. No one else but you could have helped me through that. It's all you, Krona. You helped me, not Ragnarok. Krona looks down at her, his cheeks are flushed, realization lighting his eyes up, causing the tears to stop. I was able to deal with you without Ragnarok. He speaks breathlessly. See? You don't need him, Krona. And maybe not with you, but with everything else. He takes a deep breath. Even if I really didn't need Ragnarok, I don't know how I would get rid of him. I don't even know how I got him. Maka's breath hitches. Her eyes flaring. She has to know. Krona, I need you to tell me. She grips his face in her hands firmly. Her eyes locking onto his watery ones. I'm going to ask you a question and you have to promise me you will tell the truth. I need to know. Oh, okay, Maka. He nods, but she can tell he's scared. Did Medusa hurt you when you were younger? Maka forces the words out, searching his eyes for anything. Hurt me. His gaze shifts, a frown on his face. Yes, did she ever hit you or cause you physical pain? Maka holds her breath when the boy looks at her with those sad blue eyes, they almost swallow her whole. And no. Medusa barely ever touched me. His voice is a whisper, it's a painful whisper. It hits Maka. Maybe it's not abuse but neglect. Medusa didn't touch him, she never hugged her child. She never gave him a birthday. She barely comes to see him now. The cause for Ragnarok isn't abuse, no. How horrible can it be? If your own mother won't even give you love. How incredibly lonely. Maybe Krona made Ragnarok for company. Maybe Ragnarok is another personality, one to help him deal with being alone with a mother that doesn't show him love. Maybe Ragnarok is something else entirely and she just doesn't know, but Medusa caused this. Not by hitting him, or hurting him physically. She abandoned him, she didn't show him love, she didn't touch him. Maka hates her, she hates her so much. Krona's had Ragnarok since he was 4 fucking years old. How can there even be people out there like that? Krona. She starts to lean up, but Krona's hands are still holding her arms down. By the action he seems to finally notice what position they're in. His face becomes a dark shade, a squeak coming out as he lets go of her. I'm sorry, Maka, I didn't. The blush has reached his neck as he tries to get off her. He's too clumsy and starts to fall back, more concerned about getting off her than where he's going. Maka leans up, grabbing him by the waist so he doesn't fall back on the floor and hurt himself. Krona's back stays bent as she holds him for a moment before he looks at her, his eyes so wide and his face so red. Maka. He squeaks as she pulls him back up in her lap. What are you doing? I'm making sure you don't fall. She moves him so he's laying down on the bed and not straddling her. She didn't want him to pass out from embarrassment, which it seems he's close to doing. Okay. He sits next to her, pulling his legs to his chest. He buries his head in his knees. I am so sorry. Did Ragnarok? Did he do something to you? I don't remember pinning you down. So he doesn't remember some things when Ragnarok takes over? Nah, it seems he just has a thing with pinning me to places. She studies him. Krona tenses, his body seeming to shake more, his blush getting even darker. Is it Ragnarok who likes doing that? Or is it Krona? If Ragnarok is his alternate personality, maybe it's a way for him to do things he's scared to do himself. She doesn't know. It's all confusing. Krona fits the description for the disorder, but he only has Ragnarok. And he can summon him at will. She doesn't think that's normal for the disorder. Didu, you hate me now. Krona's voice is no more than a whisper. He's not looking up at her. Why you know I'm a freak and normal people don't have something like our Ragnarok and normal people aren't in these cells. Why you don't belong here with me, Maka? You don't deserve to have to deal with me. Medusa couldn't deal with me, why should you have to? Medusa is wrong for what she did, Krona. Maka gets closer, wrapping her arms around the small boy and pulling him close. You're the one who doesn't deserve a mother like that. He doesn't respond. I'm here because I want to, it's not about dealing with you. He doesn't respond. What is she supposed to do? Medusa she. His breathing is uneven. Please don't ask things about her anymore, please just don't. I can't handle it, I don't want to think about it. Okay Krona. I understand. And when that S-Shark man comes back, when you get out of here, don't come back. His whole body is shaking. Just stay away. The words sound painful. And they are. They hurt her. Why don't you want me to come back? He doesn't respond. Is it because of Ragnarok? Are you afraid about hurting me? He doesn't respond. Maka doesn't like to be ignored. Her heart feels gripped. Talk to me, Krona. She moves closer to him. He just shakes his head, still hiding his face from her. She takes a deep breath. Did I make you angry? Or sad? Why don't you want me to come back? Why would you want to come back? His voice is so shaky. All I do is hurt you, and I don't want you to get hurt, Maka, so you have to leave, you have to go away. I was never meant to have you, never meant to have kindness. You're wrong. She speaks firmly as she grabs onto his shoulders, giving him a squeeze. Krona. He doesn't respond. What if I said I needed you, ? Her breathing is becoming uneven, the boy's silence is hurting her. Because I do, Krona, I can't do this without you. I've come here to see you here, but you are what has kept me from being locked in one of these cells. She rubs his back gently, the boy's breath catches and he trembles. I can't leave you. I don't want to leave you. She draws small circles on the boy's shoulder, leaning closer. I don't know what Ragnarok is, but I can deal with him, we can deal with him together. Krona's breathing is becoming uneven and she hears him sniffle. I believe in you, Krona, I know you won't let Ragnarok hurt me. She scratches down his back slightly, the boy gasping. The only reason he took over today is because you called for him, because you wanted to help me. She grabs the boy by his chin and turns his head towards her. He's crying, his tears coming down hard as his body shakes, his eyes shut so tight. Please don't push me away. She gently wipes his tears away. Don't tell me to leave you, because I can't. I can't leave you. It's the best thing for you. He wheezes a hand to his heart. Dash. No. Maka gets closer, her face so close to his. The best thing for me is you. Krona's eyes open, his eyes wide and his lips slightly parted, his face is so flushed. Maka leans in and kisses him so gently, carefully. The boy's body tenses just to fall apart. He lets go of his knees, melting into her as she pulls him closer in her arms. Krona grips her shirt as her lips move against his. They're saying all she can't. She feels the boy's heart beat against her own. It's beating so fast, and so is hers. Because she needs him, and just maybe he needs her too. Maka, please. He pulls away just a little, his voice so soft. Please. Please what? She speaks against his lips, gently drawing shapes into his shoulders, feeling the bones sticking out there. Didonti. He bows his head. It's selfish of me, but I don't want you to leave me. I don't want you to ever leave. It hurts so much to even tell you to be, because Maka lifts his head up, holding his face gently. Then is it selfish of me for wanting to stay? For wanting to be with you? And no, you're not a selfish person, Maka. Why you? Then it's not selfish for you wanting me to stay with you. She rubs her nose against his lovingly. Why, you're really not going to leave me? No, I will never. He leans in, giving her a ghost of a kiss. His body trembles so much and he tries to pull away too fast. Maka grabs a hold of him and keeps him there, kissing him deeply. She tugs at his lower lip and he gasps. He feels so warm and she's getting there. She gently kisses away from his mouth, kissing his small jawline till she gets down to the boy's neck. She liked when Ragnarok did this, so she wonders if Krona will too. She wants him to feel good, to feel something. Medusa didn't touch him, but Maka sure would. Maka licks his neck with the tip of her tongue. The boy's whole body tenses and he lets out an eep. Why you just licked me? He's trembling, she can hear the disbelief in his voice. You don't like it? She looks up at him. He is so freaking red. His gaze shifts everywhere. I did be but. She licks him again, this time with her whole tongue. She kinda feels like a dog. Krona gasps, his breathing becoming uneven. Maka starts to kiss his neck, sucking on the skin lightly. The boy whimpers, the grip on her shirt tightening a little. He's starting to pant slightly. He's so sensitive. She loves it. Maka kisses deeper, sucking a bit harder. Maka. The boy moans a little, his body tensing up. I don't know if you should be doing that. Why not? She breathes against his neck, she feeling his body shiver. Because what if that thing happens again? His gaze shifts, his face becoming even redder, his heartbeat picking up. It's okay, Krona, it's a normal thing, remember. But I don't really know how to deal with it. And really neither does Maka. But she wants to make him feel better, she wants to take away all his worries, all his doubts, and make him feel what he means to her. It's okay, trust me. Maka leans back down, pressing her lips against his neck. She can feel his grip on her shift tighten and his breathing speed up as she moves across his neck, kissing, licking, and pulling his sensitive skin. Maka's hands go to the boy's back, her digging her nails into him as she licks his neck. Ah! He pants, his body tensing up. Maka, that. She digs into him again as she pulls at the skin on his neck with her teeth, biting him gently. His throat vibrates a little as a moan escapes his lips. It was loud and Maka can't help but to blush. Because she liked it. She likes hearing that. Maka, don't do that again. He pants, his voice breathless. She bites him again anyway, pulling at the skin a little harder. Krona's head falls back against his pillow, another sweet moan coming from out his lips. Maka can't help herself. She continues to abuse the skin of his neck, her hands roaming around the small body of the boy, feeling how frail he is. She starts at his shoulder, feeling how much it sticks out before she travels down, feeling the boy's pounding heartbeat. She goes lower, feeling the indent of his ribs. She stops at his stomach. The muscles are tightened, she can feel them here even though it's not much. She loves how frail he is, loves the sounds she's getting from him, loves touching this boy. Maka stops kissing his neck to look up at his face. Krona's eyes are half lidded, his lips slightly parted, his eyes look hazy as they look at her, his face is so red like a tomato. Seeing him like this with his lips swollen from her kisses, with his eyes looking like that, him laying down so tiny, so frail, it feeds her desire. Maka climbs up on top of him, pushing her lips against his. She wants to feel him, feel nothing but him. She licks his bottom lip, causing him to gasp and for his mouth to open more. Maka follows her instinct and sticks her tongue in his mouth, invading it. Krona's tongue gets away from her, it reminding her much like how he is. But soon it slowly comes closer, letting her play with it. The boy lets go of her shirt to grip the bed, his eyes are going out of focuses as he moans into her mouth. His tongue is cute, so small and gentle against hers. Maka pulls away when she feels his body get really tense, a line of saliva still connecting him and her from their mouths. She would think this would have grossed her out, but it didn't. Maka licks her lips, breaking the line, as she wipes it from Krona's mouth. The boy is looking at her with those half-lidded eyes, his lips so swollen, his face so red. So red he almost looks like he's about to pass out. Krona, are you okay? She's breathless and she can feel her face is red too as she touches his cheek gently. I don't no. He pants, his eyes hazy. This feeling, it's like before but so much stronger. I don't know how to deal with it, Maka. It's all so much but, at the same time not enough. I don't know. I am just so warm in my stomach. It's okay, Krona. She kisses his cheek, loving how hot it feels. Do you want me to stop? I don't know if I can handle much more. His eyes go out of focus again. I think I'm going to. It's okay, Krona, I'll get off, just take deep breaths. Maka goes to lean off of him just to feel something poke her leg. Oh. Maka doesn't know how to feel about this, though she knows she caused it. Krona takes a intake of breath when she moves her other leg, not meaning to, but she brushes against his hard-earned member. Sorry. She smiles sheepishly, a deep blush on her face. Maka's probably just being a pervert, but he did not feel tiny at all. Not trying to dish Krona's manhood, but she thought it would be like the rest of his body, small. But she felt it and it's not. It's ah. He takes deep breaths trying to calm down. Maka guesses, but his face is still so dark. He's too cute. She feels like a pedophile at how she watches him pant, watches as a bead of sweat rolls down his forehead, watches his small ribs expand as he takes his breaths. She likes she's done this to him. She likes it a lot. Maka still wants to touch him, maybe she can and calm him down at the same time. Get on your stomach. She looks him in those half-lidded eyes and he squeaks. What? Lay on her stomach, trust me. She smiles reassuringly. Krona looks at her a long moment before he takes a deep breath and turns on his stomach, burying his face in the pillow. Maka gets back on him, sitting down on his butt. Which is really comfortable, by the way. Maka, what are you? She reaches up and starts to squeeze his skin, though his gown giving him a massage. Whatever Krona was going to say dies on his lips. He's never been touched. She would touch him. She would make him feel better. Krona is very still as she rubs his shoulders, then starts going lower down his spine. His back is so tense, but as she continues it slowly starts to loosen till it's completely relaxed. The boy lets out a content sigh. That feels good. What are you doing? He mumbles against his pillow. Giving you a back rub. When I was younger, if I was sad, or mad, or worked up from a bad nightmare, my mom would rub my back and that helped calm me down. She smiles down at the back of his head. She sounds like such a nice woman, Maka. Krona sighs again in content when she cracked one of his shoulders. I really hope you see her soon. Me too, Krona, me too. She gets a weird feeling but continues to rub his back. What are you going to do when you see her? I'm going to hug her. Maka pauses in what she's doing, her eyes getting glossed over. I'm going to hold her in my arms and just be happy that I have her. Not being able to see her has been killing me. If something happened to her, you wouldn't die, would you, Maka? Krona's voice sounds odd, but maybe it's just from it being muffled by the pillow. What do you mean? Maka looks down at him. What if she didn't wake up, would you die? He's starting to tremble under her. No. But I would be really sad. Would you cry? I don't know. I hope everything is okay and I hope you see her soon. I hate to see you sad, Maka. I really don't like it. It hurts. I don't like seeing you sad either, Krona. She gets off him to lay beside the boy, their gazes meeting. He looks into her eyes a long moment, his face blank. Maka gets closer and wraps her arms around the boy. She leans in close to his mouth. Do you believe me when I say I won't abandon you, Krona? I don't know. His breathing is uneven. I am afraid, so afraid that I'll scare you away, that Ragnarok will hurt you. You know I only care about being with you. She rubs his cheek so gently. The boy's eyes shake, his face getting so red. Don't be afraid, whatever happens I'm not leaving you, I promise. Why you promise? He sniffles, him looking at her with those big eyes of his as he clings to her shirt. I promise. She kisses the top of his nose. Hey, Krona. Why yes. Can you wiggle your nose for me again? She smiles a little. Sure. Krona's eyes narrow a little as his nose moves. Too adorable, too adorable. I love that so much. She giggles, kissing it again. Oh, you liked that. A giggle escapes his lips and Maka's mind goes a blank as he leans in and wiggles his nose against hers. You keep doing that and I'm going to have to attack you. What? He squeaks, his face paling as Maka grabs a hold of him. Attacking you for being too cute. Maka, I don't want you to attack me. She pushes her lips against his, silencing him. It's a soft, playful kiss. That's what I mean by attacking. I don't mean I'm going to hurt you, Krona. Oh, I see. The boy blushes darkly, glancing at her then at the ground. He wiggles his nose again. The cheeky bastard. You asked for it. Maka smirks as she kisses him again, a little roughly but still playfully. The boy yelps a little as her fingers push against his thighs and travels up to rest at his neck. She gives him a tug on his bottom lip before she pulls away to look at him. Had enough. And no. And never. He pants, his face so red. Maka blushes herself. Damn it, he's too cute. And she's into deep. It's 6:30 people, it's that time to get out of here. The intercom sounds. Maka's eyes get wide. Oh yeah, this could be a problem. She forgot all about being locked in here because of this cute little boy underneath her. Maka W, what are you going to do? He frowns, looking at her in concern and fear. I don't know, I guess I just have to wait for Giriko to come back. She sighs. That asshole left me. What if he doesn't come back? Krona's eyes widen to the size of dinner plates. Would why you have to stay here for the night? Yeah, if he didn't come. Maka studies how tense he looks. Where would you? He gulps. Where would you sleep? I guess under the bed. She smiles at him as she leans in. I wouldn't want to crowd your space. Why you wouldn't be crowding my space? He speaks a little too fast, causing him to squeak at the end of it. I mean, why you can sleep in my bed and I could sleep in the corner, or what if I want to sleep with you? She smirks when the boy's breath hitches his face, getting really red. I. His eyes shake as she gets closer to him. You're too cute, Krona. She leans in to kiss him again. Her pocket starts to vibrate. She stops what she's doing and pulls out her phone, not seeing Krona's frown of disappointment. Hello. She answers. Maka, where on earth are you? Kid's voice comes through the phone. Oh, have you been waiting for me? Yes, I'm at the asylum now. You didn't call, so I decided to come anyway. Where are you? I ran into some trouble. Trouble? Are you alright, Maka? Yes, it's just well okay, I'm kinda stuck in Krona's room right now. Stuck? Yeah, okay, I wasn't supposed to come here but I snuck in, some things happened and I ended up getting locked in here. I will come and get someone to let you out right away, Maka. Wait, kid. If you do that they will know I'm here, I'll go to jail. You can't just stay in there, Maka. He sounds a bit frustrated. Well, I can't really come out. Look, I'm just waiting for this nurse to let me out. His name is Giriko and he should be here any minute. Girksho. Kid pauses. He wouldn't have brown hair and sharp teeth, would he? Yeah? How did you? Kid huffs and Maka hears he's walking. Excuse me, sir. What are you doing out here when my friend is locked in a patient's room? Who the hell are you? Yup, that's Girksho. I'm Maka's friend, now hurry up and get her out. Is that her on the phone? Yes, now hey. Hey kid. Girksho's voice is closer now. Look, I'm sorry but shit, I had to get out of there and when I came back Stein was still inside the room. Are you still in there? Did he find you, kid? So fuck, I don't know what to do but I have to go home. Are you okay? Shit man. He didn't find me and I'm fine, but how am I going to get out? I'll tell you how. She hears kid's voice but it's far away. You sir are going to go back and get Maka. I ain't doing shit with Stein fucking there. Giriko growls. You better back your skinny ass up, boy. Oh yeah, kid and Giriko are going to get along just fine. I never. Girksho, stop being an asshole to my friend and tell me what I'm supposed to do. Fuck, I don't know what to tell you, kid. Even if Stein wasn't creeping around at 6:50, all the doors bolt, so even if I tried to unlock it, it wouldn't open. It's a security mechanism or some shit. What time is it now? 7 o'clock. You're shit out of luck. We can't just let her stay in there. It's dangerous. She hears kid again. Well, what the fuck we supposed to do? When do the doors unbolt? 6:00 am. Girksho grunts. So until then you're stuck there, sweetheart, unless you start banging on the door now before all the nurses leave. You'll get caught and you'll go to jail, but it's not that fucking bad. I've been plenty of times. I'm sure you have. Fuck you. Don't speak to her that way, and give me my phone. There's some static before she hears kid's voice clear again. Maka, please just call a nurse, this is dangerous. Maka thinks about it. But then she thinks of Spirit. Not only would she go to jail, but he would know she came back to see Krona. It would be hell. Kid, I can't, alright? I'll be fine. Maka sighs into the phone, not noticing the pout on the boy next to her as he looks between her and the phone. Maka, Kid. Fine, we will be here at 6 o'clock sharp. We will get you out of there, Maka. Fuck. She hears Giriko grumble. What? Kid's voice sounds far again. Alright, well, I just thought of a problem. What about the fucking cameras? They'll see us go in and then we'll go to fucking jail. They will think we're trying to break out a patient. Shit. Maka holds her head in her hands. No matter what, Kid, they're going to find out. Maka, what's wrong? Krona frowns, gripping his arm. They can't come get me tomorrow because of the Carmuras will see them. Maka sighs as she listens to Kid and Giriko argue. Oh. Krona closes his eyes and bows his head. Maka stares at him, slightly worried Ragnarok is going to come back, but instead he lifts up his head, looking at her with those same eyes. Tell them they don't have to worry about the cameras, they will be off. Krona locks eyes with her. Krona says the cameras will be off. He doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. I'm not risking my ass over what a crazy boy says. You're going to have to. Kid growls. Alright, fuck, I don't know what we're going to do, but we're going to get you out of there, okay, Kid? Just don't have fucking sex on the bed because I have to clean those sheets. How dare you? Kid sounds pissed. Maka wouldn't do such a thing. She's a proper lady. Are we talking about the same person? Fuck you, Giriko. Maka grunts. You two are giving me a headache. Just figure out what the hell you're doing and hopefully you will be here in the morning. I'll try my best, Kid. Then she hears the dial tone. Maka puts her phone in her pocket before holding her head in her hands. Maka. His voice is soft as she hears the bed creak as he moves closer to her. Are you okay? What's going to happen? I'm going to stay here for the night. Hopefully they can get in and get me out at 6, but I don't know. They sounded like they didn't know what they are doing. She sighs into her hands. This is just a mess. Is everything going to be okay? He frowns. Why, you're not going to jail, are you? Well, if I'm caught, yes. They won't catch you. Krona's voice is low, so she looks at him. He's looking at her seriously. I won't let them take you to jail, Maka. Maka takes a deep breath before she gives him a smile. You know this isn't so bad. How? He looks confused. I get to stay with you. She pokes his nose and he blushes. It's kinda like a sleepover, sort of. But Maka, where are you going to sleep? His gaze shifts everywhere, a deep blush on his face. Anywhere. I could sleep on the floor, under the bed, in your bed. I'm not picky, but it's only 7 o'clock, so we have plenty of time to think about that. And not really. He frowns. Soon the lights will turn off. What? Suddenly the lights go out. Like completely out. Maka can't see anything. She's scared, she's so scared. Call her what you want, but she's fucking scared of the dark. She can't see what's around her, and that makes her feel helpless. Anything that makes her feel helpless scares the shit out of her. She screams, she can't help it. Maka, are you okay? She feels Krona's small hands on her shoulders. It's so dark. Why is it so dark? Maka buries her head in what she thinks is Krona's chest. She's trembling. They always turn off the lights when they want us to go to bed. Krona's hands rest on her shoulders. She can hear the concern in his voice. Are you afraid of the dark, Maka? Maybe a little. She admits, ashamedly gripping him tighter. It's sad, isn't it? And no. She feels him shake his head. The dark is scary. I used to cry all the time when I first came here, but I got used to it. You should never have to get used to this. This is so scary. She trembles in his arms. She wants her mom. She wants light. It's okay, Maka, just don't think about it. I am here. His voice is soft against the top of her head. I don't know if I can do this, Krona. She sounds so pathetic, and she knows she is. She hates the dark. Once when her and Spirit got in a really bad fight, he locked her in the basement with the lights off and she cried. She begged him to let her out, and only then did he. It scares her so much she actually begged that man. It's sad, she knows, so go ahead and laugh. She would be laughing too if it didn't scare her so fucking much. Maka, it's okay, it's okay. She feels his arms wrap around her. Maka's breath hitches. He's never hugged her back before. And now he's pulling her closer, holding her head against his small chest gently. Her heartbeat speeds as she grips onto his gown. She needs him now more than ever. See Krona, can I sleep with you? She trembles against him. I don't know if I could alone. There's a pause. She can feel his heartbeat quicken. If it will make you feel better, Maka. His voice is a whisper. She nods and she feels Krona start to pull away from her. Maka starts to panic. See, come on Maka, follow my voice. She hears him move away and she's quick to act. She tackles him, burying her head back in his chest as the boy falls back. She hears the bed creak as they hit the bed. You do you want? He gulps. Be blanket. I can't sleep without it. She grips him tighter. There's some ruffling, then she feels something soft cover her body. She notices Krona doesn't put it over himself. Don't you want some? I really shouldn't. There's a long silence. Maka's starting to feel panicked again. She tries to think of her mother because she would always calm her down. Her mother before all this would make sure she left the hall light on for her back at home. And she would whisper reassuring words to her every night. She loves her mother. She misses her so much. Are you still scared, Maka? Krona's voice is so concerned she feels him lightly touch her shoulder. Why, yes. She sniffles. She's crying. Not because of the dark but because of her mother. She needs to see her soon, even if she's insane, she needs her. She loves her mother. It's okay and nothing's going to hurt you. She feels his arms around her again, pulling her to his chest. I won't let anyone hurt you. Maka's trembling dies when she feels his skinny fingers go through her hair. It's okay, little one. Do not be afraid. It's all okay. Everything is going to be okay. Krona's voice sounds odd. Darkness is just darkness, Krona. It's a part of who you are, of what you'll always be, a thing of the night, shunned in the daylight by all. See, Krona. Maka grips him, not really understanding what he's talking about, but she's scared already. She doesn't need him saying some freaky shit too. It's okay. His voice seems normal again, but it's shaky. I am here, it's okay. His voice becomes soft again when Maka buried her head in his chest. She holds on to him. Maka, are you crying? She can hear the frown in his voice. She doesn't respond. I am going to get you light, okay? I am going to get off the bed, so don't be scared, Maka, I'm still right here. She feels him pull away from her and she can't help but to feel panicked. Maka holds her breath. She hears Krona's small footsteps, then a ruffling sound before the room lights up a little. Maka looks over from where it's coming from with hopeful eyes. He opened the curtain, the light from the moon giving this small room some light. Maka lets out a sigh of relief, her body relaxing. Is this better? Krona walks back over towards her, now she can see his face. Yes, so much. She lets out another sigh. Gee, good. He looks her over with concern. I don't like you being scared, Maka. Yeah, I'm sorry about all that. She forces a smile. Is there a reason you're afraid of the dark? I can't see and that makes me helpless. Maka grips her fist. I hate being helpless. I know the feeling. He mumbles, averting his gaze. Come here, Krona. Maka reaches her arms out. The boy's eyes light up and he eagerly gets into her arms, his body melting into hers as she wraps her arms around him. It takes a while, but he slowly wraps his arms back around her. And she loves it. Are you still mine, Maka? His voice is shaky. Even after all the trouble I've caused. I will always be yours. She leans up and kisses him. As long as you're mine, Krona. I will always be yours. He repeats the words against her lips. She feels his fingers in her hair again. Why, your hair is so nice. She hums in agreement, not really there anymore. A deep haze is covering her eyes now and it's getting harder to keep them open. The boy's warm body and him playing with her hair is putting her to sleep. Why, you're so nice. I can't believe why you're actually real, that you're mine. The more he strokes her hair, the more the haze grows. I wonder if you would still be mine if you knew about what I've done. Maka's drifting off, all she can feel is his fingers. I wonder what your limit is. I wonder if you even grasp how dangerous this is, sleeping in the same bed as me. How can you just trust me like that, Maka? Even when you know about Ragnarok you trust me. Krona is answered by Maka's snore. The boy looks down to see her sleeping, a guise in his chest, a content smile on her lips. He looks at her a long moment before he pulls her all the more closer. Don't you know? That you now belong to a demon. The boy gentle strokes her hair, leaning in close to her face. Don't trust me. Chapter 15. Mako looks around. She knows this place. She's at the park. And she's not alone. Her mother stands in front of her with a deep frown on her face, her green eyes glossy. She wears that same dress, but there's less sand in the top and it's still falling down. Baby, you didn't listen to me. Her mother takes a painful breath, her eyes shake slightly. Why did you go back to him? He's dangerous, baby, he isn't good for you and I won't be able to help you. I had to, Mom. Her voice cracks up, she feels a deep guilt when she looks her mother in the eyes. I'm sorry. No baby, I'm sorry. Her voice trembles. I failed you, I tried so hard but I. She takes a deep breath. It's getting harder to speak to you, I don't have much time, I have fought for so long, he's drained me of all I have, baby. She shakes her head, putting her hands together as if in prayer. Whatever you find out about me, whatever you endure, Maka, just know I love you more than anything, and I tried so hard, I tried so very hard to keep you safe, but I failed. Mom, stop saying you don't have much time, just come back to me, I just want you back, I love you so much too, Mom, I miss you so much. Maka takes a step closer only for her to take a step back. I miss you too, baby, but this had to happen, I couldn't let him touch you, but it seems I'm not strong enough to keep him away. Her mother takes a painful breath. Maka, baby, listen to me, you must stay away from that boy, the snake has him, you must stay away. The snake. Maka frowns. Mom, what are you? Let me just look at you, Maka. Her mother smiles sadly, looking at her with love, something Maka's longed to see since 2 years ago. You have grown so much, you're so beautiful, you don't deserve what has happened or what is about to happen. I tried so hard to stop it, but I. She shakes her head, tears slowly starting to stream down her face. Just look at you, my baby, I wish I could touch you, I wish I could hold you, but I can't, it's not possible now. The tears keep falling down her mother's face and it hurts Maka so much. I wish I could take you to the park for real, back at home where we would get ice cream and feed the ducks, do you remember that, baby? How could I forget? She feels something wet fall down her face, a dread gripping her heart so bad. I can no longer take you there in the real world, but I had to recreate it in some way. She points around her at the park. I had to take you here one last time. One last time. The tears fall more, Maka can barely breathe. What are you saying, Mom? You're going to come back, Mom, you're going to get out of the asylum someday, we will go to the park again. We will. I wish that was true, baby. She smiles sadly at her again, her tears haven't stopped. Don't cry for me, do not weep, my child, it's okay, I don't weep for myself but I weep for you. Why are you crying at all? It's okay, you're coming back and we'll go to the park every Friday like we used to. Maka's shouting, she can't stop her tears. Hey, that would be heaven for me, Maka. There's a deep sadness in her eyes. But sadly I'm not going to be granted heaven for my sins against God, for my sins against you. What are you? Please be safe, Maka, please don't let all I've done be in vain. She takes a deep breath. And promise me, no matter what you find out about me, no matter what you endure, please remember that I love you and I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Mom. Don't end up like me, please don't end up like me. Her mother is becoming more and more faded. Mommy loves you so much. Mom, don't go. Maka runs towards her, reaching out to touch her, to hold her, to keep her there. Goodbye, my sweet Maka. She looks down at her dress as all the sand goes down the top, being empty. She looks at Maka, the saddest smile on her face. I'm afraid my time has run out. Maka goes to grab her, but she disappears. She's gone. Mom. Maka cries. Suddenly the bright park changes into a barren wasteland. The sun is replaced by a starless night and a red full moon. The air is still, it's silent. In front of her with his back turned is Krona the red moon casting shadows over him. Run away. But she doesn't. Maka runs to him, runs to be comforted by the boy despite the signs she's seeing. Krona turns around. He doesn't have his face. It looks like he's wearing a mask with these 3 large vertical eyes. His mouth is large and full of teeth. This isn't Krona. She turns to run, but before she can, he grabs her and sinks his teeth into her face. He pulls her face off, he steals who she is. All she can do is cry and scream. She screams for her mother. But she's no longer here. Her lips are ripped off and her screaming dies. Maka dies. Maka wakes up with a start, her panting, her eyes shaking. She looks beside her, the boy isn't in bed with her. She scans the darkness desperately for him, needing to see him without that mask on his face. Her breath hitches. The boy stands in front of the window staring out of it with blank, unblinking eyes. The moon lights up his face, making his eyes look all the more haunted. His body is straight, he isn't slouching. Maka has a choice. She can either pretend to go back to bed just in case this is Ragnarok and not Krona. Or she can risk it. She needs to see his face completely, she needs to be held by him. That dream was horrible. She hated it. Maka takes a deep breath. See Krona. She calls for him. The boy doesn't respond, him staring out of the window unblinking. Krona. Maka slowly sits up in the bed, it creaks as she moves to the end of it, she sits on the edge staring at him. Something has happened. The boy speaks motor-toned, his eyes starting to tremble. Something has happened. What? She gets off the bed, moving closer to him. He doesn't respond to her for a moment, but then he looks back at her. He's here. Who? Suddenly Maka hears the door unlock behind her, causing her to whip around only to see Kid rush in. Maka! He cries out in relief as he runs over to her, pulling her into a almost crushing hug. Oh God, you're okay, I was so worried, I couldn't sleep, couldn't do anything but worry about you, I'm so glad you're okay. I'm fine, Kid. Maka can't help but to sigh a little in relief as the familiar smell and warmth of Kid fills her being. She feels safe. I'm so glad, I'm so glad. He whispers against the top of her head, him pulling her closer, his breathing is uneven. Maka looks behind him expecting to see a certain male nurse, but no one's there. Where's Giriko? She looks up at him. He didn't come in, he's waiting outside, he still thinks the cameras are on, so I took his keys and came here myself. He holds her tighter. I don't care if I go to jail, I had to get you out of here, had to make sure you're okay. Thank you so much, Kid. Maka lets out another sigh. I'm so sorry if you get in trouble, I didn't think this through. It's okay, Maka, I'm just so relieved you're okay. He nuzzles the top of her head only to tense up. Confused by this, she looks behind her, which is where he seems to be looking. Krona is looking at the two, a deep frown on his lips, but he's glaring. Not at her, but at Kid. He eyes where his arms are touching her and his frown deepens. I take it you're Krona. Kid lets go of her and takes a step forward, holding out his hand towards the other boy, a smile on his face, but it's not as charming as it usually is. I'm Kid, Maka's friend. She's told me so much about you, I'm glad to have met you in person. Krona looks down at his hand with unblinking eyes. He doesn't take his hand. So you're Kid? Krona mumbles, looking him in the eyes. Maka's told me about you too. Oh really? Well, I'm much more charming than how she must have described me. He chuckles. Krona doesn't laugh. He just stares at him with that odd expression in his eyes. Maka looks between the two boys, attention seeming to fill up the small room. Krona's glaring at Kid, and well, Kid is not glaring, but he doesn't look too happy either. It confuses Maka, they just met, what could be the problem? Is something wrong, Krona? She frowns as she takes a step forward, putting a hand on his shoulder. Krona blinks and he looks at her. His eyes go back to normal as he averts his gaze. Why yeah, I'm fine, I just... He glances over at Kid and he frowns, his face falling in a pout. Don't worry, Krona, Kid's cool. Maka smiles reassuringly at her friend. Kid gives him a friendly smile at this. Krona looks at him a moment before looking down at his feet. I don't know how to deal with him. I'm sure you will warm up to him. Maka rubs his shoulder. Is he going to take you away from me, Maka? He looks at her sadly. Yes, but I'll be back Thursday. Maka grabs his chin and turns his head towards her. Even though the whole light thing was scary, I still enjoyed being with you, Krona. I enjoyed it too. His face lights up, his cheeks slightly tinting as he smiles at her. I liked why you being here with me, as sleeping with you was better than being in. Kid fiddles with his rings, looking rather uncomfortable. Well, yay, I'm better than a corner. She chuckles as she pinches his cheek lightly. That's, I didn't mean. His face gets pale, his eyes shaking with panic. I know. She smiles and pokes his nose, causing him to calm back down. I get what you're trying to say. Do you think? A deep blush comes to his face and his gaze shifts. We could ever do that again. Maybe. She chuckles. It would be fun. I'm sorry to interrupt. Kid coughs into his hand, his face is flushed but not from blushing. But I think we should go before the nurses start to get here. Right. Maka nods at him and starts to walk away. Only for Krona to grab her wrist. Do you really have to go? His eyes get watery. Maybe, you could keep hiding under the bed, and that way we can always be together, and we don't have to wait till visitors' days. I would like that so much. Maka, won't you stay? I can't, Krona. She cups his face, leaning her forehead against his. As much as I would love being with you all the time, I can't do that. I have things I have to do, and if I stayed Stein would find me, then I'd go to jail. Then he might not let me come back here. Kano. He bows his head. I just wish you could stay with me. I wish I could too. She lifts his head back up, looking into those still watery eyes. I'll be back soon, don't be sad, Krona. It's hard not to be when you leave. He sniffles, his face flushed. It hurts right here. He puts a hand over his heart, his body trembling. It hurts me too. She holds his hand, rubbing it gently. But it will okay, I'll be back before you know it. Is before I know it now. No. She chuckles a little at his cuteness as she pulls him closer, giving him a soft kiss on the lips. Krona gasps, his body heating up, melting by just that one kiss. She pulls away, looking at his cute lips slightly parted in awe, his beautiful eyes looking at her. I believe it's time to go, Maka. Kid turns away, his voice sounds low. Okay. I'm sorry. She gives Krona a smile before she lets go of him. Bye, Krona. She turns and starts walking towards Kid. Bye, Maka. He speaks breathless as he watches her leave. The boy frowns when he sees Kid put an arm around her shoulder. Krona bows his head, his bangs covering his eyes. Maka doesn't notice as her and Kid leave the room, making sure to shut the door behind them. As they walk down the hallway, Maka looks around, slightly paranoid that at any moment a nurse or worse Stein will just pop out of nowhere, but it doesn't happen. Kid is silent next to her, his golden orbs are hard. There's a tension between them she doesn't understand. Maybe he's mad about having to come and get her. She's caused him some trouble. They get into the elevator and are silent as it goes down. Must you do that in front of me? Kid finally breaks the silence, he sounds almost bitter. What? Maka blinks confused. Must you kiss him in front of me? I kinda forgot you had a problem with it. She shrugs. It's what I do to make him feel better, he was upset I was leaving. Are you two dating? No. Kid takes a deep breath before he exhales. You slept with him last night. They turned off the lights. She averts her gaze. Oh. Kid turns and looks at her in concern, that bitterness leaving his voice. I'm sorry, Maka. Don't be, it's my own fault. She sighs, putting a hand on his shoulder. I'm the one who should be saying sorry for all this. You had to come here all early just to pick me up. It's lame of me and I know it. No. It's okay, Maka. He shakes his head as the elevator dings. The two get out and quickly walk through the lobby and out of the front doors. Maka almost shouts for joy at seeing the open sky, it being a light red from it being the beginning of dawn. Kid locks the doors before Maka grabs him by the wrist and starts to hop around, running towards the parking lot. She's so happy she made it out of there without going to jail. Wait Maka, we have to. Kid's breath catches as he looks back at the asylum. This causes Maka to stop and look back. No. No way in hell. Stein stands by the glass doors inside of the asylum looking at the two with a blank expression. His glasses are glared, he looks like a creepy statue. When the fuck did he get there? Was he in the asylum the whole time? Maka starts to feel panicked. It's okay Maka. Kid gives her a reassuring squeeze as he glares at the man. He has no proof of us being in there, it would be hard to convict us of anything. Maka just stares at the doctor who is staring at her. He stares a moment longer before he slowly turns around, he walks away disappearing from their view. Shit. Maka puts a hand to her heart. I can believe it. You fucking did it. Kiriko suddenly jumps out from a bush that was next to them, giving them a sharp grin. Ah. Maka punches him in the jaw, causing the man to trip and fall back into the bush. What the hell was that? Kiriko jumps back up, his eye twitching, green stuff stuck in his wild brown hair. I come out here in fucking 6 in the morning to get your dumb ass out of there and you punch me in the face. Do you know how fucking uncomfortable this bush is? I have fucking bristles in my ass because of you. You scared the shit out of me. She glares. You can't just jump out of a bush with a face like yours and not expect to be hit. Kid puts a hand over his mouth to hide the fact he's snickering. Oh my good one Maka. I say fuck the both of you. He sticks both his middle fingers up, his face getting red. Can't believe I did this shit. It's not like you did anything but hide like a pussy. Maka grunts. Shit, I was fucking smart. They fucking have cameras bitch, I'm not losing my job. He snaps but he's getting more pissed off by the minute. I'll be laughing when you both go to jail, I might just go to visit you to rub it in your faces. Rub in our faces what? That we went to jail once while Lord knows how many times you have been locked up. Kid sneakers again, covering his mouth. Oh you think it's funny? Kiriko growls, as he gets out of the bush. I'm going to dem fucking shit. He starts hopping on one foot as he shakes one of his legs trying to get the green stuff off his pants. He looks like he's doing a funny dance and Maka can't help but to crack up. Nice dance moves Kiriko. Shut up bitch, this is still better than how you probably dance. He grunts as he finally gets the green stuff off his pants. I hate to break this up but I believe we shouldn't just stand out here in front of the asylum just in case Stein calls the police. Kid cuts in with a slight frown as he eyes the doors where Stein was. Oh yeah I saw that, what the hell is with him doing freaky shit like that? Kiriko turns and starts walking towards the parking lot, Maka and Kid following behind him. Hey my keys. Here you go, thank you for helping. Even though you were quite rude, I still appreciate it. Kid forces a smile as he hands over his keys. Kiriko stops and looks between the two teens. Alright, can y'all tell me how the fuck you two are friends? What do you mean? Kid frowns. You're fucking a prissy rich kid, while she's more of an animal than a girl. He grunts. You two don't fit together. Fuck you Kiriko. Maka gives him the middle finger. We do fit together. Kid snaps a little too defensively. Maka isn't an animal, she's a wonderful girl. We are different but our differences are what brings us together. Yeah, what he said? Maka glares, acting like that was a snappy comeback. What the fuck ever? Kiriko rolls his eyes as they fall on Maka. Well, I'll see you Thursday kid, or before that if I find out you went to jail. He gives her a smirk. Can I hold on to your sketchbook till then? Why? Maka raises an eyebrow. I liked the way you drawn by eyes. He shrugs. It inspired me to draw something so I kind of need it. Okay, just don't draw in it. I got my own fucking shit. He grunts before he walks away. Is he really your friend Maka? Kid looks over at her, a frown on his face. I guess. She shrugs. You sure do pick the strange ones. He sighs. Are you calling yourself strange? She smirks. He pauses. I guess I just did, didn't I? He chuckles. Yup. Maka feels someone is watching her. She turns around searching for who it is. Her eyes fall on one of the top windows. Krona looks down at her from it, a sad look in his eyes. He looks like an abandoned puppy dog, you know, the one that's left when all the other dogs are adopted. He looks lonely. Maka gives him a bright smile and a wave. She can see the boy's expression change as he smiles back, waving awkwardly. Maka chuckles. Oh Krona. Let's go. Kid grabs her wrist and starts to pull her along. Okay. Maka looks back at Krona. The curtain is pulled now. Huh. Am I taking you to your place or mine? Kid asks as he leads her over to his car. Maka doesn't have to think about it. Your place. If Spirit is home, he will have a cow with me coming home this late. I understand. Kid smiles. Father will be delighted to have you again, and so will I. Maka just smiles. They are too kind. Oh Maka, kiddo, the mayor peeks his head into his son's room, a smile on his face. What is it, father? Kid has a hand to his chin, his brows furrowed before he moves a piece on the chessboard. Maka smirks, seeing an opening. She takes out another one of his pawns. The boy blinks, but Maka can tell he's getting frustrated. Sorry to interrupt your game and all, but... He smiles sheepishly as he comes into the room. It seems we have to go hunting. Now. Kid takes his eyes off the board to look at his father. But it's only 1 in the afternoon. I know, but I heard there's a big one out there now. His eyes lock onto his son's. Something seems to be transferred between the both of them because Kid nods. I'm sorry Maka, but we will have to continue this some other time. He stands up, frowning down at her. I must go. It's alright, I was going to win anyway. She smirks as she stands up with him. Sure. He smirks back, but it falls. I hate to leave you, but if you want you can stay here and wait for us to come back. We have plenty of food, so help yourself. He digs into his pocket before he hands her a key. This is for you, it's a key to the house, so if you ever want to come here you may. You're really giving me a key? She looks at it a moment before looking at Kid and his father. Aren't you scared I'd steal something? Or break into your house? No, we trust you Maka, the mayor beams. I know you're not a bad kid. It's yours Maka, we love having you here. Kid smiles at her as he pushes her fingers closed around it. So if Spirit ever gives you too much trouble, just come here, our house is always welcome to you. Kid, I must go. He smiles again as his father leaves the room. Are you going to stay and wait for us? I think I'll go home. She sighs. I'll feel weird being here without you guys, and I need to change my clothes, I feel gross. Well okay, but Maka. He holds her hands in his, looking at her seriously. If Spirit gives you too much trouble, please come back here. I don't want you having to deal with that. Alright kid, I will. She nods, but really she doesn't know. She doesn't like the idea of being in someone's home without them being there. It's wrong. She shouldn't have their key. Goodbye Maka. He leans in and kisses the top of her head. Stay safe. He walks out of the room. Huh. Maka stands there for a moment, gathering herself together before she starts packing her stuff back up. She doesn't want to go home. But she has to some time. Maybe if she's lucky, Spirit won't even be there. But she knows he will. She can just feel it. Dread grips her heart. Maka takes a deep breath. She breathes in. Then she breathes out. Okay, she can do this. Maka looks forward blankly as she opens the door to her home slowly. The home she hasn't been to since 2 days ago. So you finally came crawling back. Spirit sits on the couch in the living room, looking at her with his eyes flaring. His cheeks aren't flushed. There isn't a bottle in his hand. He is sober. And that scares her more than if he was drunk. He's never sober. I wouldn't say I crawled, I believed I walked in using my legs. She grunts, closing the door. We have to talk, Missy. About what? Maka watches as the man stands up. Stein called me yesterday. Spirit's voice becomes lower as his eyes narrow. He told me you tried to see that boy patient again. Maka just looks at him. Well, what? Is it true? Nope. Bullshit, you fucking liar. He growls, the man gripping his fist. Damn it, Maka, what did I tell you? Did I not tell you, you are forbidden to see him? You told me, but that doesn't mean I'm going to listen. She glares. I don't have to listen to you. Oh yes you do. He takes a step forward. I'm your father, you are going to do as I say. You live under my roof, you live by my rules. You're not my father, and this roof is also my mother's. I only follow her rules, not yours, because you're not my father and you never will be. Oh, this is Kami's roof? I don't think so. I don't think you remember that she fucking burned down our last house and right now she's in a coma. Kami isn't here, but I am. I'm the parent and you are going to treat me like one, damn it. Start acting like one, then we'll talk. Maka. He growls, taking another step forward, his fist gripped. I'm getting so sick of that. How am I not a father? I provide for you, I provide for your mother. I offer you love, but you don't want it, you would rather spit in my face before you would hug me. A father cares and you don't. She stands her ground as he gets closer, his eyes flaring. You didn't care about mom, you let her be alone for 2 years while you partied and had too many whores to count. You don't care about me, all you do is drink and complain. I wouldn't complain so much if you would just be a normal teenage girl. He snaps. What person likes to fucking go to a insane asylum? You practically make all those rumors about you. It goes to show how much I despise you. She glares at him. I'd rather be there than here any day. They might be insane there, but at least they aren't pricks. Strangers are kinder to me than you are. You won't let me be kind, Maka. His voice keeps raising, he keeps getting closer. You keep disobeying me. You crush anything I do for you with your cruelty. I didn't used to be like this, me and you used to be close. Remember I would read those books to you? And you would sit in my lap? Remember I used to make you eggs every morning and bring them to you before your mother would wake up? Remember? That was us. What happened to my daughter? No, what happened to you, Spurt? She growls. You doing all those things was so fucking long ago I barely remember it. What happened was you decided to hurt my mother. You decided to cheat on her. You decided to abandon her when she needed you the most. The only title you deserve is dick. Fucking asshole. Shut your mouth. Shut your dirty mouth. His breathing is uneven, his face red with anger. You don't understand, Maka, what I've gone through. I had a couple of weaknesses, but I love your mother. I love her. Stop fucking saying that. She screams, gripping her hair. You're a liar. Stop. Just stop. Why do you think I married her? Because I love her. You can't decide my feelings, Maka, as much as you think you can. His eyes narrow. You know I don't know why you married her. Maka's words are bitter, her breathing uneven. Because all you fucking done is hurt her, you betrayed her, you abandoned her, you have done everything a husband isn't supposed to do, you made her cry, you bastard, you made her cry. Kami would have done the same thing in my position. He growls. Like hell if she would have. Maka is screaming again. You know, if you were the one to go insane, my mother would go to see you all the time, she would always be by you when she could because she thinks she loves you. Maka's voice cracks, but she continues. She thinks she loves you, and maybe it's the closest thing to it there is, but you don't deserve it. She did nothing but give herself up for you, and you don't do shit. You don't deserve my mother. You don't deserve her kindness, you piece of shit. Maka. He growls, he's right in front of her now. Why did she have to? Maka trembles, she's about to lose it. Why did she have to fall for someone like you? My mother is beautiful. My mother is so kind. You're nothing but trash. You're a dick. You're a fucking asshole. You made her cry, you made her. Spirit slaps her across the face. The sound echoes through the house. Maka's head stays to the side a moment, her brain not registering what happened. Then it does. Maka's whole face gets red as she lets out a battle cry, charging towards Spirit. She goes crazy, kicking and punching him everywhere and anywhere. He would not fucking hit her. She would not allow that. She would fuck him up. Spirit struggles with her, trying to grab her arms to stop the blows, but she gets him a couple of good times in the stomach before he can stop her. Alright. He pants, holding her wrist tight. Let's just calm down, Maka. Calm down. You're the one who fucking hit me. She screams, struggling against him. I know, and I was wrong, I don't know what came over me. He frowns, guilt showing in his ugly blue eyes. I'm so sorry, Maka. Papa won't do it again. I don't know. You're not sorry, you son of a bitch. Maka screams, still trying to hit him. Calm down, Maka, please. Alright. He keeps struggling with her. The doorbell rings. They both pause, looking over at the door. They never get visitors. Spirit hesitantly lets go of Maka to open the door. Maka stays back, with her arms crossed. The man opens the door. Maka can't believe this fucking day. Stein stands in front of her door, his glasses glaring. He is an omen. Nothing good can come from him being here. Stein. Spirit raises an eyebrow. Hey old friend, what are you doing here? Is something wrong? I couldn't get a hold of you on the phone. Stein speaks slowly. I have some bad news. Maka's breath hitches. Wait, this isn't about what happened. Then what could? What's the bad news? Maka gets closer, a deep dread gripping her heart. Is Mom okay? Stein looks at her a moment, his face blank. I'm sorry to tell you this, but I got a call from St. Paul's. He takes a breath. Kami took a turn for the worse last night. They don't know what happened, but she passed away this morning. Oh my God. Spirit butts a hand over his mouth. What? Maka looks at him, her mind is slowly shutting down. She must have heard him wrong, right? There's no way her beautiful mother is. Kami has passed away. The man's glasses stop glaring, her being able to see his eyes, they're soft, almost sympathetic. I'm sorry. Kami passed away. Her mother passed away. Her mother is dead. Dead. As in not alive. Her mother is dead. Maka shuts down. Everything shuts down. Chapter 16. It's Thursday. But she isn't at the asylum. It's morning. But she isn't in bed. Maka sits on a old, wooden, uncomfortable chair, staring at the box in front of her. Staring at the coffin that is holding her beautiful mother's body. She doesn't feel anything. She is broken. How can you break something more if it's already destroyed? Her mother is dead, her mother is in a box. Maka is broken. We are here today for Kami Albarn, an amazing woman, an amazing friend to many. A priest dressed in black stands next to the box, his face is hard and old, he grips a Bible to his chest. His eyes are glossy. This is not a time to be sad, my friends. Kami is in a better place now, she is with our Lord and God looking down at us from heaven above. This is a time for celebrating her new life. This isn't a time for celebrating. Her mother is dead. This is a time for mourning. But Maka can't even do that. She is broken. At a funeral you wear all black, that is why she is wearing this black dress, why the priest who usually dresses in white is now dressed in black. How can sure a dreary color be a color of celebrating? It's not. Black is the color of darkness, of death. She doesn't want her mother in heaven, she wants her here. And she is here. She's right in that box. Dead and lifeless. There is nothing to celebrate. The priest continues to speak words of hopefulness and encouragement, but Maka isn't listening. Her mother is dead. She feels Kid's grip on her hand tighten, he rubs his thumb against it gently. The boy sits next to her, looking at her with such concern. The mayor sits on her right. The bubbly man isn't so bubbly now. He has a serious look on his face. Maka's face is just blank. Kid handles her with such care, but doesn't he know she's already broke? There's no helping her. Her mother is dead. Maka stares at the box. It's not pretty, it looks like these chairs, wooden and old. Spirit didn't have enough money for a better one. Her mother will get splinters, but then again she guess it doesn't matter. She's dead. The box won't hold out long, she can see some small cracks in it now. The bugs will easily get in, the worms and maggots will be in there by tomorrow. They will eat her mother will be a meal for worms. It's a horror, she would scream, but she's done all the screaming she will do. She has already broken. She can't break any more. Maka watches as 4 men in black come over and lift up the box with her beautiful mother all pale and lifeless. Kid hugs her close when they have to stand up to gather around the hole in the ground to watch them lower her mother in the dirt where the worms are. The boy is crying, silent tears falling down as he holds her so close. But Maka isn't crying, she isn't hugging him back. She is just staring unblinking. She is broken. Kid's father stands close by her, looking down the hole with a sadness in his eyes. He puts a hand on her shoulder and gives her a squeeze. Spirit stands away from her looking down the hole with tears streaming down face. He looks ugly with his black eye and bandaged nose. Maka had did that. Her eyes look down to her left hand, it's wrapped up. She had hurt herself hurting him. Maka doesn't remember much when she broke. She broke when Stein told her that her beautiful mother was dead. Everything seemed to shut down around her. A white noise crowded her ears and she could hear someone screaming. Wait, no. It was her who was screaming. She blanked out a couple times, but she knows she had a mental breakdown. Maka remembers throwing stuff across the house, crying and screaming like someone was killing her. She wishes someone was. Spirit had tried to calm her down and he grabbed her. Maka punched him in the face, breaking his nose. Stein had to get her off him. Then she broke. She just shut down. Her mother is dead. The box touches the bottom of the hole. The men begin to throw the dirt over her mother. Kid holds her tighter, Spirit wails, Kid's father bows his head. Maka just watches. There's only 5 people at her mother's funeral, that's counting the priest. Where's all their family? Where is her mother's friends? Or all the people she saved? They're not here, they don't care. They don't care about an insane woman. Maka watches with blank eyes as the last pile of dirt falls in the hole, burying the box, burying her mother. Now is the time for anyone to come up and say something about Kami. Give her your farewell. The priest looks at the 4 people standing by where the box is buried. I'll go first. Spirit takes a deep breath, snot running down his nose as he stands in front of them, his blue eyes shaking. Maka just stares at him, not feeling anything. Kid holds her closer, his hands going through her hair. Her hair is down, it's not in pigtails. She isn't Maka Albarn. She is broken. Kami was a great woman, she was my love, my life. Spirit sniffles. Oh God, I wish it didn't turn out like this, she was the first girl I'd taken out. He looks down at where she's buried. Kami, if you can hear me, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, there's nothing I can say that would change what I have done. His tears fall faster. Peace be with you, Kami, why did you have to? Spirit bust out crying, him wailing like a hurt dog. He holds his face in his hands as he walks back down and sits on one of the old wooden seats. Kid's father walks over to comfort him. Maka just stares at Holra, her mother is buried. It's over. Do you have anything to say about your mother, Maka? The priest looks at her hopefully. Maka just stares at him. She has nothing to say, she can't say anything. She's broke. Maka hasn't spoken a word since Sunday, she hasn't been in school, she has just been in bed, staring up at the ceiling. Kid has been with her all these days, he hasn't gone to school either, he's just been with her. He has been feeding her because she won't eat on her own. He has been leading her because she won't walk on her own. He has been speaking for her because she won't talk. She is broken, but Kid holds on to her like she isn't. He is trying to save something that is already broke. It's all in vain. Maka can't handle that right now. Kid speaks for her, his eyes shake as he holds her close. Okay, does anyone have any last words on Kami? The priest looks around. No one answers. May the Lord God bless you all, may you leave here with happiness knowing that Kami is in a better place. You all are dismissed. The priest grips his Bible as he walks away, the 4 men following him. Maka just keeps staring at where her mother is buried. Baby. Spirit walks over towards her, tears still falling down his face. I'm going back to the house, are you coming? She doesn't respond. Oh Maka, He wails, hiding his face from her. Could you please leave, Spirit, Maka doesn't need this right now. Kid gets in front of her protectively. I have Maka, don't worry, I'll bring her home later. Okay, thank you so much, Kid, you have been a saint. Spirit keeps crying. I'll take you home, Spirit, you're in no condition to drive. The mayor looks at him seriously, grabbing him by the arm, slowly leading the wailing man away. Maka, oh Maka, I'm so sorry. Kid runs his hands through her hair, his shoulders are shaking slightly. I don't know why this has happened to you, oh God, just. He pulls her closer, his breathing is uneven. She was a great woman, your mother was, Maka, I'm so sorry. Maka doesn't respond. It's okay to cry, Maka, it's okay to be sad. He pulls away, looking Maka in her blank eyes, his eyes get glossy. Maka, please, you must speak, please just say one word for me, okay? Please, Maka. She doesn't respond. She just stares at him. Everything is going to be okay, everything is going to be okay. He whispers, tears starting to fall from his golden orbs. Oh God, Maka, I can't, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, this is. He wheezes, holding her so tight. He has nothing to be sorry for. He shouldn't be holding her with such care. She is broken. She isn't Maka Albarn. That girl is broken. There's nothing left. Maka Albarn died when her mother did. I know what I'm going to do. He turns and starts to lead her away, away from her mother. Maka just follows him. A broken puppet without a will of her own. Everything is going to be okay, Maka, you're going to be okay. His voice cracks as he leads her to where he parked his car. He opens the passenger's door before he picks her up bridal style. He gently sits her down in the seat before he buckles her seat belt. It's okay, Maka, everything is going to be okay, I'm going to take you to Krona, remember Krona? Remember him, Maka? He makes you feel better, right? Right, Maka? She doesn't respond. I'm taking you to Krona. His golden orbs flash as he closes the car door. He walks over to the driver's side, and gets in. He's going to help you, Maka, you're going to be okay, it's going to be alright. Kid keeps talking to himself as he pulls out of the parking space. I can't help you, I've tried everything just to get you to speak, but His voice cracks again. He's going to help you, it's going to be okay, you're going to be okay, Maka. He reaches over and puts a hand over hers, holding it tightly as he drives with one hand. Maka just stares forward. She doesn't respond to him. She doesn't move. She is broken. Her mother is dead. Nothing will ever be okay. She has lost everything. Here we are, Maka, see, it's the asylum, Krona is here, everything is going to be okay. Kid gets out of the car. Maka turns her head to look at Dark Side Asylum. She doesn't feel anything. Kid opens her door, and unbuckles her. Maka gets out herself. The boys light up in hope and he looks at her, waiting for her to do something else. She doesn't move. He frowns slightly but grabs her wrist, leading her into the building. Maka just lets him. She feels nothing. Oh my. The brown-haired lady at the front covers her mouth at seeing the two, her eyes aren't hard as they usually are. You came back here today. Of all days. Stein stands next to the desk looking at the two approaching with a blank expression. Maka needs to see Krona. Kid straightens himself up looking Stein in the eyes, daring him to say no. I know. Stein looks at Maka studying her blank expression. I already filled out the book for her, you can leave her with me, kid, I'll take care of her now. Thank you. The boy lets out a sigh of relief as he smiles over at Maka. See. You're going to see Krona. Maka, aren't you happy? She doesn't respond. Come here, Maka, I'll take you to him. Stein holds out his hand, looking at her blankly, but his eyes are soft. She just stares at his hand. Kid's eyes are shaking, she can tell he's worried because she isn't responding to this. Maka walks forward. But she passes Stein and stops by the elevator. I'll be back to pick you up, okay, Maka? Kid watches her with his shaky, swollen eyes. She doesn't respond. I have her, kid. Stein glances over at him. Get some rest, you have earned it. The boy looks at Maka, his shoulders slumping before he nods his head and leaves. His head is bowed. Stein walks over and pushes the button. They both get in. They don't speak. Maka can't. And Stein won't. There is nothing to be said. Her mother is dead. The elevator opens and they go out. They walk side by side. Maka walks with her arms hanging down, her blank eyes staring straight, but they're not really looking at anything. Stein is looking at her, he's studying her, calculating. He thinks she should be here. And maybe she should. It doesn't matter. She is broken. Kid, oh my god kid, you're here. Gerkshow is cut off by Stein's arm when he tried to run towards her. Stein just glances at Maka, then back at the man. Gerkshow's breath hitches as his eyes take her in. Maka just stares back at him, not moving. The man reaches out a hand, but Stein stops him, shaking his head as he starts to lead Maka towards Krona's door. Kid. His voice sounds odd for the brute, it's too soft, it's almost a whisper as he still reaches out for her as she just walks away. She doesn't respond. Stein leads her till they're standing in front of Krona's door. He looks over at her to see if anything has changed in the girl. She stares at it blankly. Stein gets out his keys and unlocks the doors. He pushes it open and looks at Maka. She stares at it a moment before she walks in, Stein right behind her. Maka. She hears Krona's voice, but she doesn't see him because she's staring forward. He sounds happy. He said her name in a cheer. Why you're here? I was getting worried why you weren't going to come. Oh if I knew you would, why you're not a liar, why you're amazing, but I. Maka slowly turns her head to look at him. Krona's breath hitches once he looks her in the eyes. His smile instantly falling to a frown. Maka. She doesn't respond. Maka? Maka. What's wrong? Why aren't you talking? Maka. His face pales, his blue eyes shining with so much concern for her. By his concern, by looking into his eyes, she feels something. Maka's knees buckle, causing her to fall. Maka. Krona is up from the corner in seconds. He runs to her and catches her before she hits the ground. She doesn't try to help him or herself. The small boy struggles with her weight, his legs shaking slightly as he tries to keep her on her feet, but she keeps tilting over. Maka, what's wrong? The boy's breathing is uneven as he gently places her down on the floor, holding her head up with his arm. He's trembling as he looks at her with concern, his eyes are shaking. Maka doesn't respond, she just stays still in his arms. Maka, please say something. He's begging her, she can hear it in his voice. He grips her shirt lightly. See Krona. She's able to speak, maybe it was just his name and it came out as a croak. But that is the first thing she has said in days. She reaches out a shaky hand, wanting to touch his face, wanting to feel him. He grabs her hand, his hand is as shaky as hers and they shake together. Maka, what's wrong? Why are you acting like this? What happened? Are you okay? His voice trembles as he tightens his grip lightly on her hand. Maka Albarn is restored. She feels again. But it hurts. Everything hurts. There is no good feeling. Her eyes begin to water, she sniffles a couple of times before she throws herself at Krona, wrapping her arms around him and burying her head in his chest. She cries so hard. Her heart is put back together by this boy only for it to break again. It hurts so much she doesn't want to feel, but she does. Her mother is dead. She wails, her cry isn't silent, it's loud. It feels like she's crying out glass, it hurts her chest. Krona's gown is getting soaked, but he doesn't seem to care. He wraps his arms around her, frowning deeply, his eyes still holding that deep concern for her. His eyes are starting to get watery. Maka, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Maka, please tell me, I don't like seeing you like this. Maka, please, what's wrong? My mother is dead. She screams into his chest, the words are like glass cutting her being. She chokes a little just to continue to wail, she grips his gown tightly. My mom is dead, Krona. She's dead. She's dead. What? Krona's whole face pales, the boy tightens his grip around her, this being the firmest he's ever held her before. How? You said the doctors said she was getting better. Why you said she was going to wake up soon. How can she be dead? I don't know. She screams into his chest again, it's too painful. They don't know what happened, but she's gone, Krona, she's dead. They fucking buried her today, she's in the ground right now, she's dead, oh my god, she's dead. And no. He trembles against her, tears starting to fall down his face, his cheeks flushed as he bows his head. Oh Maka, why did something like this have to happen to you? Why you don't deserve anything bad. I am so sorry to this. His tears fall on the top of her head, the tears he is shedding for her. I don't know what to do, or to say to make this better Maka. I want this to be better. I don't want you to be sad. I don't want your mother to be dead. Maka. Krona, I need you. She cries into his chest. Please just hold me, just I. Oh, of course Maka, I'll never let you go if why you don't want me to. He sniffles, his small arms bring her closer, holding her head against his chest. My mom, she's dead. The tears keep falling, her broken heart is being put back together by her speaking, by her being held, but it hurts like hell. After all those years. Her shoulders shake so bad. You know, I always believed my mother would get better, that she would come out of the asylum one day and everything would go back to normal. We would spend all our time together and we would go to the park together, but she's... Maka howls like an animal. She howls for her lost. The lost of her mother. I thought she was going to come back, but after 2 years she just kept getting worse and worse. I didn't know what to do, what to think. Maka takes deep breaths and it's painful. But now she's dead, I'll never see her again, she's gone, I'll never hold her again, never see her face again. She clings to Krona, she needs him. He is what is holding her together. He is filling the gap of the broken pieces. I didn't even get to say goodbye, Krona. She cries, taking gasps of breath. It hurts too much. Maka. His tears are falling on her, he's crying for her, weeping with her. She knows he feels her pain, he knows maybe not what it feels to lose a mother. But he knows how it feels to not have one. He holds her, she feels his concern, his care. This causes her to cry more, she's crying it all out, soaking the poor boy, but she can't stop. I miss her so much, Krona, I miss her so much. She keeps crying, but it doesn't sound like she's choking anymore. What did my mother do to deserve this? Why is fate so cruel? What have I done? What have we done to deserve this? My mother is taken from me, fate has taken everything from me. Fate hasn't taken you away, Maka. His voice is husky from crying. Why you're still alive, why you're still here, I don't know why this has happened to you. But please don't give up, Maka, please. He's trembling so much. I need you, Maka, if you give up, I'll be alone, if you give up, I'll have nothing. He clings to her. He knows she's close to giving up. He must be able to feel it, and he's getting desperate. But she can't give up now. Krona has brought her back to life. I need you too. She grips him so tightly, so needingly. I am not going anywhere, Krona, I need you to get through this. Maka. He lightly touches her cheek, he wipes her tears away, barely brushing her skin. I am so sorry, I wish I could fix this, I wish I could do something, but I am useless, Maka, I failed you again, I wanted to protect you from being hurt, but look what happened, I can't do anything. No. She grabs his hand, pushing it against her hot cheek as she looks up at him, her tears are still falling down her face as his are. They lock eyes, they both shake. Krona, you're helping me so much right now, just by you caring, just by you holding me, you know I haven't talked at all in days till now. You got me back, Krona, I lost myself and you brought me back, don't ever say you can't do anything because you do so much for me. Krona's eyes get wide, his breath hitching as she leans her forehead against his. Their uneven breaths mingling. I lean on you, Krona, and I'm sorry that you have to deal with me, have to deal with all my problems, Don't say that, Maka. His expression falls to a pout, but his eyes are firm. I like being with you, I like helping you whenever you have a problem or whenever you're sad, it's like it's my own problem or my own sadness because I feel it here. He puts a hand over his heart. And this hurts me so much because I see how much you are hurt and I don't like it, I don't want this, I wish I could just take this away from you, I wish I had the power to give you your mother, I wish I could always be there for you, but... He frowns deeply, bowing his head. I am stuck here, I don't have any power to help you, but all I can do is hold you and wish that this wasn't happening, but it is, and I am powerless. Just you holding me is enough. She lifts his chin up with her hand, her eyes lock onto his swollen ones. She needs something. She needs good feelings. Maka pulls him into a kiss, it's needy, and she clings to him. Krona's face heats up, but he slowly kisses back, his kisses are just as needy. They need each other. She knows they do. Maka wraps her arms around his neck as she continues to lightly tug at his bottom lip. She lets his warmth flow through her. It acts as a numbing agent. All the rips and tears she has in her heart are numbed and they don't hurt as much. She doesn't want to think about her dead mother. She just wants to think about Krona, just feel nothing but Krona. Maybe she is using him to deal with what has happened with her mother, but she needs him. She needs this. Maka hiccups, breaking the kiss. She can't stop crying. Krona stares at her with those eyes, his face flushed before he leans in slowly. He kisses her cheek, kisses where they are soaked by her tears. His lips are so soft, it causes her breath to hitch and her cheeks to get redder. I don't like the tears, Maka. He speaks against her cheek. I don't like when you're sad. I tried to kiss it away, but more keeps coming. And it does, her tears continue to fall. Maka. He gently wipes them with a shaky hand, tears starting to fall down his face again. They hurt, Maka, they hurt me. I am sorry. She pulls him closer, clinging to him. Only you can make them stop, Krona, no one else. I need you. Why you have me? His eyes hold a seriousness in them that causes her breath to hitch. I'll do anything for you, Maka. Then kiss me. She locks eyes with him. The boy's face gets red as his eyes fall to her lips. He licks his with his small tongue before he closes his eyes and leans in. His shaky hands rest at her shoulders as he kisses her slowly. His body is trembling and she can feel how hot he is. Maka kisses him back eagerly, letting herself feel nothing but him. Her tears slowly start to cease. She puts a hand against his chest, feeling how fast his heart is beating. It's beating so fast because of her. It beats for her. She pulls away from him, seeing how flushed his face is, and his swollen lips brings a small smile to her face, her first smile in days. See. She puts one of his hands on her cheeks, holding it there. All dry, no more tears. You did that. I did it. He moves his fingers across her cheek, looking at her with awe, his cheeks tinted. I stopped your crying. And I stopped yours. She touches his face, his cheeks are dry, his tears have stopped. Why you always stop my tears, Jay, just by me thinking about you. He smiles at her, such a cute smile. I used to cry a lot before you came at night, but now whenever I have a bad dream, I just think of you, and I feel warm and safe. I can't help but to smile. He blushes deeply and looks away. He moves his shoulders slightly. It's strange what you do to me, Maka. I'll never understand, and you usually things I don't understand scare me, but this isn't scary. He glances at her only to look away, his blush darkens. This is wonderful. You're wonderful, Krona. She pokes his nose and he squeaks. The same thing you feel, I feel when I think about you. You take all the bad away from me, you make me forget my troubles. She gets closer to him, her breath dancing on his lips. You're like my own little getaway. Why you're my getaway from this place. Sometimes when I'm with you I forget that I'm a MST, that I'm a patient in a insane asylum. All I can think about is you. That's all I can focus on, and I'm happy. He blushes so dark, but he doesn't back away from her, his breath on her lips. I'm happy too, you make me happy. She smiles at him, one last tear falling down her face. She has gotten it all out. Maka. Krona frowns and gets closer. She just shakes her head. Krona moves closer till their noses are touching. He wiggles his nose against hers. Krona. She blushes by how cute that is, her heart speeding a little. Why you said you liked that. I want to make you feel better. He looks at her seriously as he wiggles his nose again. It's funny looking, and Maka can't help but to chuckle. I warned you about doing that too much. She smirks as she leans closer, getting on her knees. Oh, you did. He blushes darkly as he moves back, but Maka just grabs him, causing him to squeak. Yes, I did. She licks his bottom lip and the boy shivers in her grasps. She can feel his breathing become uneven, and his body tense as she starts to bite his lip. A whimper escapes his throat when she pulls away from him. Maka can't help but to smirk at his state. Krona stares at her lips with longing, his eyes half lidded, his lips red. He wants more, she can see it in his eyes. You better not do that again or I'll have to attack you. She speaks against the boy's lips and she can see him shiver from feeling her breath on him. She likes playing this game with him. Oh. He tilts his head back, exposing his small, slender neck. His voice is breathless, his face getting darker. His lips twitch up into an excited smile as he wiggles his nose. Maka smirks. He asked for it. Maka skips his lips and goes straight to his neck, nipping his sensitive skin with her teeth as she kisses up his neck. The boy lets out a gasp, his whole body tensing as she wraps her arms around the small boy, kissing and licking his neck. Krona trembles, a moan vibrating his throat as she bites down on him. Maka pulls away, she's enjoying teasing him. He looks at her with his eyes hazy now, they're a little out of focus, his lips red. She leans in to kiss him but she stops right before touching him and pulls away. Krona follows her, biting his lip when another whimper comes out. Maka's evil. She feels like she's holding candy in front of a little kid but it's fun. She likes the reactions she's getting out of the boy. He pouts when he sees Maka smirking at him. Sorry Krona but I. He wiggles his nose. He still has that power over her. Maka leans in to kiss him but the boy slowly pulls away. He's using her own thing against her, the shy boy is teasing her. But unlike Krona, she knows how to fix this. Krona's lips are twitched up into a smile that almost seems like a smirk. He thinks he's gotten her back. Oh, he is wrong. I didn't mean to pull away Maka, I must have. Maka grabs a hold of him so he can't move as she sinks her teeth into his neck. He moans as he grips her shirt. She can feel how hot he is. You think it's okay to tease me, Krona? She speaks against his neck as she kisses it, nipping his skin. And no, I didn't. He leans his head back when she nipped every sensitive spot he pants. You didn't what? She licks the front of his throat, feeling his Adam's apple move as he gulps. I didn't, I can't really talk right while you're ugh. Krona pants, his face is darker than his hair. Maka kisses harder on certain parts just to make it hard for him, she thinks it's so cute how frustrated he is getting. Come on Krona, you can do it. She nibbles the skin on his collarbone as her hands begin to travel. They start at his bare feet, slowly moving up his leg to stop at the front of his thighs. Maka. He tenses, if even possible his body gets hotter, his eyes shake. You're talking fine now. She stops kissing his collarbone to look at the boy's flushed face. Do you not want me to touch you here? I. He looks away, his face so red. I don't know if that's a good idea. Why? She slowly starts to rub his thighs, going in a circle. They're so small, one of his thighs is just a little bigger than her arm. He is so tiny. Krona's breath hitches. Maka, it. He's so flustered, it's too cute. It what? She squeezes his thigh a little tighter. He pants, his eyes getting out of forces as tries to hide how red his face is by covering it with his hands. Do you like this, Krona? She's surprised by how teasing her voice sounds as she rubs deeper into him. Why yes. He yelps when she had squeezed his inner thigh, his breathing is so uneven, his eyes so hazy. Maka smirks satisfied as she lets go of his legs to kiss him. He meets her lips eagerly as he grips into her shirt, a hungry growl coming from the boy's throat. Krona nibbles lightly at her lip, it's timid but she can feel the need in it, the desire in it. She smirks into the kiss as she takes his hands off her shirt to place them on her waist. He tenses but she holds his hands there, letting him know it's okay. His body is so tense but she continues to kiss him. She's drowning her pain in this boy's kisses, this boy's touch. Her hands travel down his stomach, stopping when she feels the bones of his hips. Maka, I am too warm. He moans into her mouth as he pulls away, his eyes are almost closed. My head feels fuzzy ani. Krona has this big goofy smile on his face. It's too cute. He's too cute. She goes to kiss him again but the boy suddenly squeaks, his eyes wide with fear, looking behind her. Maka looks around confused. Oh. Stein sits on the bed staring at them with a blank expression. He holds a pen in his hand and it seems he's stopped writing. Shit. Krona trembles as he hides his face in Maka's shoulder. Maka glares at the man, not happy with the way he's making Krona shiver in fear and the fact he was watching them. Interesting. Stein hums as he looks over at Maka. The boy affects you that much? He writes something down. I had no idea. Stop being a creeper. She growls and holds Krona close. I'm only doing my job, I am a scientist after all. His glasses glare. I observe what's there and learn from it, I've learned a lot from the both of you today. You. It's 6:30 people time to leave. The intercom sounds. It's time for us to leave Maka. Stein stands up looking at her. Ah. Krona pouts looking up at her from her shoulder. Maka, it's getting harder to let you go. I always want to be with you. It hurts when you leave. I know Krona, I don't want to leave but I have to. She nuzzles the top of his head lovingly. I can't wait for Saturday. Me either. He blushes, moving his head against hers with a small smile on his face. This feeling is almost taking me over. Come on, you two have had enough of this. Stein looks between them. Maka sighs as she gets up. The boy follows her though. Bye Krona. She smiles sadly as she turns to leave. Wait. She turns to look at him. He's fiddling with his fingers, a deep blush on his face. Could I have a you He takes a deep breath and looks away. Goodbye kiss. Of course. Maka smiles as she pulls the boy into her and gives him a kiss. The boy whimpers when she pulls away, a pout on his face. Come on Maka. Stein sounds like he's getting irritated. Krona glares at the man. Bye Krona. She walks out with the scientists. Krona follows them to the door, then stops, watching her leave sadly. Bye Maka. They walk out and Stein shuts the door behind them. You seem a lot better now. The doctor comments as they walk down the hallway together. Krona helps me. She admits, not looking at him. I see. He looks at her from the corner of his eye. You are getting that boy attached to you, you know this don't you? Yes, but it doesn't matter. She pushes the button, then they both get in the elevator when it comes up. I'm attached to him already. Why? Stein pushes the down button. What makes him so special to you? I don't know, he's just... She can't help the smile that comes to her face as she looks over at him. He's just Krona. Stein looks at her blankly as the elevator doors open. He doesn't say any more as they walk out into the lobby. Kid and Gerksho sit on the couch. They seem to be chatting eagerly about something. Both of them look serious, maybe even worried. Maka. Kid jumps up when he sees her. He searches her desperately for something. Kid. She blinks, looking at the boy who she hasn't talked to in days, even though he's been with her every day taking care of her. Maka. You're back. He shouts for joy as he runs over and hugs her. He hugs her so tight. Krona did it. You're okay, you're speaking. I'm so relieved you're okay. I'm sorry about all the trouble I've caused you, kid. SHH. He pushes her face in his chest, his fingers stroking her hair. Don't say sorry, I'm just glad you're okay, that you're speaking and moving and blinking. Oh Maka, I was so worried. Thank you for taking me here, kid, you might have just saved my mind. She sighs into his chest. She hugs him back lightly. He really does help you. He smiles sadly against the top of her head. I'm so glad. Giriko just watches the two from the couch, a frown on his lips, a conflicted look on his face. Kid doesn't let go of her, he just holds her in his arms. Kid. Giriko stands up and walks towards the two, his hands in his pockets. Are you okay? I'm fine. She looks at him, that gentleness he tries to hide is showing through his hard eyes. Shit. He looks away, he looks a little frustrated. Fuck kid, you just don't have good luck, do you? No. She smiles sadly at him. I guess not. Come Maka, I'm going to make you grilled cheese sandwiches, your favorite, and we can watch Nightmare Before Christmas. I know you like that movie. Kid grabs her hand and starts to lead her out of the asylum. Bye kid. Giriko's voice is too soft. Maka turns and gives him the middle finger. The man blinks. A smirk comes to his face as he returns it. Yeah, fuck you too. If you want, I can get father to bake some more cookies and you can eat them before dinner. Anything that you want Maka, just tell me and I will get it for you. Kid is going on as he drags her towards his car. You don't have to kid, you have already done too much. Maka looks at the back of the boy's head. I could never do too much for you Maka. He stops and turns around on her. He looks at her with an odd expression in his golden orbs as he pulls her into an embrace. It's so nice to have you talking again, I'm so relieved I could. His breathing is becoming uneven. Kid, are you alright? Maka studies the boy's tinted cheeks. It's weird when he blushes. Yes, only because you are. He pulls her closer, stroking her hair. Maka feels someone is watching her. She looks over at the asylum, already having an idea who it is. Krona looks down at them from his window, but he's glaring. Not at her, but at Kid. She can't see his expression too well, but it's obvious he isn't happy. Hey Kid. Maka pulls away and looks at him. I think Krona is jealous of you. Jealous of me? He chuckles sadly. No. It's I who is jealous of him. Why? Maka raises an eyebrow. He just shakes his head. I think I want to go to school tomorrow. Maka starts to walk towards the parking lot. Are you sure? Kid looks over at her in concern. Yeah, I need to make up all the work I missed. She takes a deep breath. And I think I should sleep home tonight. Okay Maka. He nods, still looking at her as they walk. Maka feels someone is watching her, but when she turns around, Krona isn't watching anymore. The curtain is pulled. She still has the feeling, so she looks around all the windows, but they're all pulled. She can't find who it is that's watching her. Maka just shrugs as Kid grabs her hand. She looks down at it before looking at him. Things just keep getting weirder and weirder. But she would just go with the flow. Because if she didn't, she would go insane. She would go mad. Krona is what keeps her sane. Krona holds her together. She needs the boy and he needs her. It's not fascination anymore, it has grown. He has grown into a need. He holds her fragile heart together. He brought her back to life, he restored her. Krona Gorgon is a need for Maka Albarn. She knows this. And she's not ashamed of it. Chapter 17. She's back. Oh my god, she's back. Where has she been? Not that I care, but that girl is a school freak. She wouldn't miss school for nothing. I heard her mother died. Me too. She did die. I think they had the funeral like yesterday and nobody came but her. Of course, I mean who would go? How did she die? I heard the doctors put her down. She was too messed up for them to handle, so they just put her down like a dog. Well, at least we don't have to worry about her anymore. Now we just have to deal with her daughter. Look at her, she's totally lost it. I mean, the only one would could love her is dead. I thought she had a father. My dad said he sees her father at the bars all the time crying his eyes out. You know, I heard she didn't cry when her mother died. Maybe she doesn't even care about her. Insane people aren't people, they don't care about anything. You would think she would cry or be upset that her mother died. Her mother died. Maka stares out of the window next to her, a blank expression on her face as she watches the clouds move across the sky. She hears all they're saying. But she doesn't care. She thinks about Krona, wishing she was with him, wishing she was away from these people. She hears their conversations, she feels their stares. Some look at her with pity, others with hate. She likes the hateful glares more than the pity. Maka doesn't want to be pitied by these people. I kinda feel bad for her. Yeah, me too. I mean, her mom died. They don't really care, they just like to make themselves higher. They just like to hear themselves talk. I say she deserved it. She's a killer. My fucking dog is gone because of her, so I say fuck her. Yeah, she's a witch. Don't feel sorry. She's insane. She's crazy. Yup, probably. Maka watches the birds fly, wishing to fly with them. She closes her eyes and imagines she has wings, big white wings. And she's flying up into the sky. She imagines she finds her mother sighting in the clouds, waiting for her with a bright smile on her face. Her mother looks beautiful, her mother isn't pale, she's alive, she's smiling at her. She's holding her now. Maka actually smiles a little at her dream, it's nice, she likes it. Did you hear they put her mother in a wooden coffin? A boy sneakers. I wouldn't even put my dog in that. Maka opens her eyes. That dream is only dream. Her mother is dead, and in a box like they are all saying. She is gone. She will never see her again. Maka feels a deep pain grip her heart and she bows her head. Hey, look at her. Do you think she's going to cry? I hope so. That would be fucking funny. Come on guys, I don't want to see that. Maka takes deep breaths, feeling all eyes on her. Krona. She remembers the pink-haired boy, she thinks of the way he held her, thinks of his smile, of his kiss. The pain in her heart is numbed. Krona. She keeps repeating his name in her head to calm her down. That girl is really about to lose it. Good, they can finally take her away. Yeah, just like her mother. Hey guys, who am I? There's a bump as a boy stands on his desk. He starts twirling in a circle. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was that man with 3 eyes that's not really there. He is the one who burned down my house, not me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. She hears the students laugh at that. Maka's breathing is becoming uneven as she grips her pencil. Think of Krona, think of him. She's about to lose it. She feels it. Hey Maka, can you tell me who I am? Suddenly she hears something that sounds like someone punching a desk hard. Maka looks over to see Kid holding that boy by his shirt. His fist is back like he's about to punch him, but the boy is already bleeding out of his nose. You piece of trash. Kid's voice is dark as he throws the boy across the room. He hits a desk hard, causing it to fall over. You're all trash. He looks at all their classmates. He's panting, his eyes dangerous. Everyone looks scared. How could you be so cruel? What do you get some sick pleasure in this? To kick Maka while she's down? Are you even human? No one answers him. You all disgust me. His voice is a growl as he walks over to Maka. His hard eyes change instantly to concern. Maka, let's go, you don't need this. Your grade is fine, I could even talk to the teacher about getting your work. You don't need to be here with these people, it's too soon. I'm fine kid, I can handle this. She looks away from him feeling ashamed. She's so weak. Krona brought her back, but she doesn't feel like herself without the boy. Her hair is down. She feels scared and worried, and she hates the pity in Kid's eyes. Maka doesn't like to be pitied. Are you sure? Kid sits next to her, putting a gentle hand on her shoulder. He handles her with such care. She knows he's afraid she will break again. It's possible. And she knows it. Maka just nods. Are you okay, Maka? I'm so sorry I didn't get here sooner. I ran into a problem and He bows and shakes his head. There's no excuse. I should have made sure I would get here with you. I should have known these people wouldn't be caring. You don't have to babysit me, kid. Maka takes a deep breath. I just worry about you. He puts a hand over hers, giving her a friendly squeeze. You're going to give yourself gray hairs at age 18 if you keep stressing. She looks over at him. She locks eyes with his golden orbs. I'm fine kid, trust me. He just frowns because he knows. She isn't fine. Her mother is dead. Spirit is a dick. The town is full of assholes. How could she be fine? But she is sort of. Only because of Krona. He's holding her together. No matter what happens, she thinks about him and it gets her through it. She relies on the boy, she needs him. You're going to get in trouble for hurting that boy, you know. She looks over to see the boy holding his nose. He glares over at Kid, but Maka knows he won't do anything. I do not care. He shakes his head, a deep glare on his face. Well, I do. This gets Kid's breath to hitch, his expression falling, his eyes shine brightly as he looks at her. What? I care if you get in trouble. Geez, do I come off as that much of a bitch that I wouldn't care? She raises an eyebrow. And no, of course not, I just. He looks down at his hands, his cheeks are slightly tinted. You just never have said it before. Huh. She looks over at him. Well, I thought it was obvious, aren't we friends? Yes, I just. He shakes his head, a small smile on his face. Of course I care, kid, you're my ride home. She smirks and puts a hand on his shoulder. She has to be an ass. It's just a part of who she is. Right. Kid chuckles a little, he almost seems happy with this. He's happy because she's acting like herself. He's happy because she's talking. He's happy because she isn't broken. What the fuck happened in here? The teacher walks in, looking at the knocked over desks and the boy that is still bleeding out of his nose. The whole class points at Kid, they're all glaring at him. They hate him because he's kind to her. They will all turn against him and shun him because of her. Kid. His expression falls. Is this true? Yes. He puts his hands out in front of him, his back so straight as he looks the teacher in the eyes. It is. Okay. The teacher goes to the chalkboard. Okay, so today class we are going to. Hey. The boy with the bleeding nose cries. He fucking hit me. Aren't you going to do something? If kid hit you, I know you deserved it. The teacher looks back at him with hard eyes. Stop crying, you baby, if you must go to the nurse, if not shut up. It's because he's the mayor's son. The boy grumbles as he sits down, his arms crossed. This is why I love this teacher. Maka can't help but to chuckle. Agreed. Kid smiles, enjoying her laughter. Today we are going to go over what makes someone a wimp. The teacher turns to glare at the boy with the bloody nose. Since you don't want to stop crying, why don't you come up so all can see what they don't want to be? Needless to say, both Kid and Maka enjoyed this class very much. Are you sure about this? Kid looks over at her after he parked his car in front of her house. He looks at her in concern. It's Friday, it's the weekend, you shouldn't spend it alone or worse with Spirit. Spirit won't come home. Maka opens her car door. I just need some time alone, okay? Maka, it's not good to be alone, not after all you have gone through. His voice is soft, she hears the pity in his voice. She doesn't like to be pitied. Bye, Kid. She gets out of the car. I'll be fine, I'm going to take a nice bath and just sit around the house, it's going to be great. You have nothing to worry about. He still frowns, a conflicted look on his face. Maka knows he doesn't want to leave. She shuts the door and walks up to her house. She turns and forces a smile for Kid before she walks in. Maka lets out a sigh of relief. It's nice to be around someone who cares, but sometimes you just need to be alone. She needs her alone time. She doesn't need pity, hate, or concern. She likes being alone, the quiet. The only feelings she has to worry about are her own. No one is here to judge her, to pity her. It's just her, and she likes that. Maka walks over to the living room couch, flopping down on it as she pulls her notebook from her book bag. She flips to her page. She writes about Krona. Well, that one page has become pages now. She likes looking at it, it calms her down, it makes her feel good. Okay, so things she knows about Krona. He can wiggle his nose, so cute. He is jealous of Kid. Likes chocolate chip cookies. He can call on Ragnarok at will. He's had Ragnarok since he was 4. Likes his neck kissed. He wants her to stay with him. He needs her. She needs him. Maka picks up her pencil and turns to a blank page. She wants to draw his eyes, or at least try. She closes her eyes as she places the tip of the pencil on the paper. Think of Krona, think of his beautiful eyes. Maka smiles, thinking of how his eyes light up whenever he sees her. She will draw that. Suddenly Maka hears glass shatter. She opens her eyes and looks over to where she thinks she heard it. She doesn't see anything. Maka sets her notebook on the table in front of her before she walks over to the kitchen. On the floor is broken pieces of a cup, the cabinet is open. She doesn't remember that being open. She just shrugs it off as gets the broom and cleans up the glass. Maka shuts the cabinet before she starts walking back to the couch. She starts thinking of Krona again, only to hear glass shatter behind her. Maka turns around. The cabinet is back open, this time a plate is broken on the floor. There is no way that plate could have just fell out. Maka frowns as she rubs her eyes before she looks back at it. There is no plate on the floor, the cabinet is closed. Maka turns and walks back to the couch. Is she losing it? She takes a deep breath as she sits back down, taking the notebook. Okay, let's think about Krona. She's just a little mess up, it's no big deal. Maka closes her eyes, about to draw Krona's. She hears a door creak open, a stomp following after. Maka opens her eyes, that sounded too much like a footstep. Spirit. She raises an eyebrow as she gets up, starting to look for the man. She could have swore she didn't see his car though. Maka hears something break that came from her room. Her door is open. Spirit, what the hell? Maka marches in, pissed off, only to find no one is in her room. It's empty. What? She looks around as she takes a step forward. Something crunches under her foot. She looks down, seeing she stepped on her picture, the picture of her and her mother. Maka frowns as she slowly picks up the frame, the glass is cracked. It's cracked over her face. But Maka isn't paying attention to that, she's stuck on her mother. There's something haunting by looking at pictures of the dead. It gives her a weird feeling to know that her mother is in this picture but she isn't here now. She feels the pain in her heart but she won't cry. She can only cry with Krona. It's like he's the key to her heart, opening it up. He makes her feel alive. Maka touches the picture where her mother's face is. It's painful, she misses her. She suddenly hears a bang in the living room. She's getting tired of spirits shit. Maka places the picture back on her dresser before she marches back out into the living room. Spirit. He isn't here. The living room is empty. The TV is on though, it's on a channel with nothing but static. What the hell? Maka walks over to the TV and turns it off. Huh. She turns around and starts to walk back to the couch. The TV turns back on, she can hear the static. Shit. She growls as she goes over to the wall next to the TV and unplugs it. Now let's see you come back on, dot. It doesn't. Maka sighs in relief as she walks over to the couch. Her notebook is gone. Maka is starting to get pissed off. She starts marching around the house looking for it. She knows she didn't misplace it right. She thought she just left it on the table. Suddenly her door slams shut, causing her to jump. She almost pissed herself. Maka's heart is starting to beat fast as she throws open her door only to find it's empty. Is this really happening or is she losing it? Has she finally gone mad? She hears something move behind her. Maka turns to see a chair slowly moving across the floor. It's moving by itself. Her heart is about to pound out of her chest. It jerks suddenly so it's facing her. She feels like someone is watching her, like someone is in that chair. Maka grips her fist as she marches up towards it. She stops right in front of it. A dark feeling is gripping her heart. It's just a chair, Noon is in it. She's losing it, it's just a chair. Maka reaches a shaky hand, slowly inching towards the chair. She's getting closer, the dark feeling is getting stronger. She's almost there. The doorbell rings. Maka screams and jumps back, but once she realizes it was just the doorbell she grumbles, pissed off. What the hell is wrong with her? She moves past the chair to open the door. Kid stands before her, he looks nervous. Hi Maka. He waves awkwardly. Hi kid. She raises an eyebrow. What are you doing here? I couldn't let you stay alone. He averts his gaze. Can I come in? I brought ice cream and movies. He holds out a container of cookies and cream ice cream. You know I can't turn down ice cream. She sighs, but really she's relieved to see him. Come on in, some really weird shit is. Maka turns to point to the chair, but it's gone. Her notebook is on the table. The TV is plugged in. It's like nothing happened. What has been going on? Kid comes in and looks around. Nothing. She sighs as she holds her head in her hands. Just what the hell? Are you okay, Maka? Kid walks over, putting his hands on her shoulders. He frowns. Your face is red, you look sick, what's wrong? Nothing, I just need to sit down. Maka lets go her face before she sits down on the couch. Maka, can I have some ice cream? She looks at the container in his hands. She needs something. Just what the hell is wrong with her? Of course, I'll get us some spoons. He smiles as he walks into the kitchen, gets 2 spoons, then walks back, sitting next to her. I hope you like this kind. He smiles as he hands her one of the spoons. I like all ice cream. She grunts as she takes off the top, gets some ice cream on her spoon before shoving it into her mouth. You know I'm a fat ass when it comes to sweets. You're not fat at all, Maka. He frowns as he takes a small spoonful and places it into his mouth carefully. I thought you don't like sweets. She blinks. I can bear them sometimes. He smiles at her, but then it falls. Are you sure you're okay? I'm great. She shoves some more ice cream in her mouth. Maka looks around, paranoids. She just waits for something weird to happen, but nothing does. Was that really just in her head? Maka slowly looks around. She looks at the TV, but it hasn't turned on. She looks at the kitchen, but the cabinet is closed. She looks at it. Kid is staring at her intently, frowning. Maka blinks. Shit, She probably is looking crazy right now. Act cool, act cool. Don't lose it, just act cool. Maka starts shoving ice cream into her mouth. Good. Kid continues to stare at her, his frown has deepened. Maka, it's not good to eat ice cream so fast. He watches as she shoves a glob of it into her mouth at one time. You'll get a brain freeze. You're such a square kid. Maka's face scrunches in a grimace as she drops her spoon and holds her head in her hands. Brain freeze hurts like a bitch. What did I tell you? He sighs as he rubs her back gently. Just breathe, it will be over in a moment. Damn. Maka sighs in relief when the sharp pain in her head passes. I haven't gotten a brain freeze in years. I thought I was immune to them as much ice cream I eat. No one can be immune to brain freeze, it's caused if you eat anything cold too fast. I'm pretty sure there's people out there who have never gotten a brain freeze. Maybe, but those people probably don't eat their ice cream too fast. That doesn't make them immune just because they haven't had it. Are we really going to make this into a debate? Maka smirks over at him. Debating about brain freeze, really? You started it. He smirks back. I was just stating a fact. Well, so was I. They look at each other for a moment, a playful competitiveness behind both their eyes. Both Kid and Maka crack a smile. Okay, enough of that. He chuckles slightly as he places the movies he brought on the table in front of them. I brought a selection for you to choose from. I wasn't sure if you would want to watch a movie or not, but I thought it was something we could do. Movies are cool. Maka leans over to look at the ones on the table, still holding the thing of ice cream. Kid knows her too well. They're all horror movies. Her favorite. Maka doesn't get to watch movies all too much, and when she does, best believe it has blood and screams. She likes the suspense, she likes being scared, that is, when it doesn't affect her. Who doesn't like to watch others in danger? Or others dealing with something that scares them? It's like looking your fears in the face without actually dealing with them. Maka has this philosophy that if she watches all the scary movies there all in the world, she will see all there is to see in death and pain, and she won't be scared of anything anymore. Of course, movies are different from real life. Maka has learned that the hard way. She's watched movies with creatures coming out of the darkness and eating people. That didn't help her fear of the dark, it only made it worse. So she won't watch anything that has to do with darkness. Like, Don't Be Afraid of the Dark, because she is afraid of the dark. Maka looks at all the titles of the movies most she's seen. Wait. Maka picks up one, studies it for a moment before handing it to Kid. Paranormal Activity. Kid raises an eyebrow, looking at the cover. Yeah, I haven't seen it, and it's nice to watch something other than slasher movies once in a while. She shrugs. Are you sure? I heard quite a lot of people got freaked out by this. All the more reason to watch it. She smirks. Okay. Kid smiles as he gets up and puts it into the DVD player before sitting back down next to her. I hope you're ready for this. PSSH, this won't scare me. Maka smirks at him as the movie starts to play. Maka is woken up by a sound. It sounds like someone is walking in the hallway. She hears a door open and close. Maka groggily looks over from the couch. Kid is asleep on the floor, the sheets covering all but his face, his chest moving slowly up and down. Okay, so Maka had made a mistake when she asked to watch Paranormal Activity. Like, what the fuck was she thinking? The whole time she couldn't help compare that movie to what happened to her, and that scared the shit out of her. There was no way she could be in this house alone tonight, not after watching that, so she asked Kid to stay the night. It was embarrassing, but he didn't seem to mind. He seemed to like the idea very much. Kid seems to like anything that means he will be around her. The boy can't get enough of her for some reason. You would think he would be tired of her. Maybe he just wants to keep an eye on her so you know she doesn't go crazy. Maka tried to sleep in her room with Kid out here, but she kept feeling like someone was watching her in there, so she came out here to sleep on the couch. Kid didn't seem to mind this either. But right now it scares the shit out of Maka that Kid is here. Because if he's here, who is making that noise? Maka eyes shoot open, fully alert as she hears some more footsteps coming from the hallway. Someone is in her home. Maka slowly gets off the couch and crawls towards Kid, being quiet so the intruder doesn't know she's awake. She tries to wake Kid up by shaking him, but no matter how much she shakes, the boy doesn't wake up. He stays fast asleep. Maybe if she said his name he would hear her and wake up, but the intruder would hear her too. Maka bites her lip as she looks over to the front door, looks at the metal bat she has resting next to it. They don't have guns, but they have a bat. That's all they need. Maka listens to the rustling sound coming from the hallway as she slowly gets up and walks towards the bat. She has to be quiet, she has to sneak up on them. She hears a door shut, and the footsteps stop. The person is in the closet, she can tell by the way the door creaked. The person is trying to hide, but she knows where they are. Maka grabs the bat by the handle, gripping it tightly. No one breaks into her home. They will regret it. Maka slowly walks over to the hallway. It's empty. Her eyes fall on the closet door. The doorknob is moving like someone is desperately trying to get out, but the closet isn't locked. When Maka stops in front of it with her bat ready, the doorknob stops moving. Okay, so someone is really in this closet. Maka tightens the grip on the bat. She's ready for them. Maka throws open the door and swings the bat, only to hit a bunch of clothes of their hangers. She blinks. No one is in the closet. But. She heard someone, she felt someone. What is going on? Suddenly someone grabs her shoulder from behind. Maka screams as she elbows the person in the stomach before she turns around, ready to bash their brains out. She stops the bat right before it hits the boy's head. Fuck. It's Kid. She almost killed Kid. Maka's breath speeds up as she throws the bat down, her hands are shaking. Kid, shit man, I didn't. She looks him in the eyes only to stop talking. The boy's eyes don't look open, his hair is messy, his dress shirt is ruffled up. He holds his stomach, a deep frown on his face. Ow, I'm just coming down here and I get hit when I'm trying to pay my taxes? Unforgivable, I say. The boy sways, his voice is groggy sounding. Is he even awake? She didn't know Kid sleepwalks. Kid, go lay back down, you're still asleep. Maka raises an eyebrow at the stumbling boy. It's odd seeing him like this. He's always so proper, but when he's asleep he's more chill. His hair isn't slicked to his face, his posture isn't completely straight, and his shirt is messed up, the first couple buttons being undone. Kid would have a cow if he was awake and saw he looked like this. If Maka wasn't so freaked out she would probably laugh at seeing her friend, but she's scared shitless. Maka. He tilts his head as he puts a hand on her face. You're paying your taxes too. Yeah kid, come on, let's go pay our taxes. Maka grabs the hand that's on her face before she starts leading him back towards the living room floor. Okay, I don't like cookies. He mumbles as he stumbles a little as they walk. Maka has to hold him tight so he doesn't fall over. That's because your taste buds suck. She grunts as she stops in front of his bed. Here, now go back to bed. Kid just stands there, his eyes closed. Maka gets behind him and pushes him. The boy falls as straight as a stick into the pile of sheets. She waits for him to get up and demand why she did that, but he doesn't. Maka hears the boy snore lightly. Well, that was interesting. Even though that calmed her down a little, she still feels how fast her heart is beating. She needs to calm down. Maka takes deep breaths as she walks into the bathroom next to the kitchen. She turns on the sink and starts splashing cold water on her face. Just what the hell? Is she going insane? Or is some freaky paranormal shit going on? She doesn't know which one she would prefer. Maka would believe the former before the latter. She sighs as she lets the water drip from her face back into the sink. She takes deep breaths. Just calm down, just calm down. The movie just freaked her out and now she's hearing things and seeing things. No big deal. Maka nods to herself as she reaches over blindly for a towel. She grabs it and dries her face. Maka takes the towel off, looking into the mirror. Someone is standing behind her. Maka whips around ready to fight, but no one is there. She looks back in the mirror, but she's the only one she sees. Okay. She just fucking saw someone. And Maka feels someone in the room with her. The air is getting dense. It feels like someone is breathing on the back of her neck. Maka runs out of the bathroom and back into the living room. But before she makes it, she sees the night light she set up flicker. It flickers a couple more times before it goes out. Maka can't see. It's completely dark now and she hears footsteps behind her. Okay, so she isn't proud of what she does next. Maka runs and does a leap onto Kid, kinda like how when little kids are scared of something and they run to their parents' rooms, and leap into bed with them. Well, she did the same to Kid. Maka lands on top of him and she hears him give off a groan. She can't even worry if she's hurt him or not because she still hears the footsteps and she still can't see. Maka is so scared. She clings to Kid desperately as she digs her face in his chest. Maka tries to scream to say something to the boy she's clinging to, but no words will come out, she's too scared. All she can do is tremble and hold on to him. Maka hopes she woke him up, but she still hears him snoring. She hears the footsteps getting closer, they're so loud they're almost stomps. Maka is crying now, it's dark, she can't see and something is in here with her. KKK Kid. Her voice is so shaky as she gets as close as she can to him, her teeth are chattering. Suddenly the footsteps stop. She doesn't hear them anymore as she feels a soft hand touch her cheek. Maka looks up to see Kid looking at her, but his eyes are out of focus. She knows he isn't really there. It's MMK. He mumbles as he stops touching her face to pull her closer to him. He holds her tightly. It's MMK. He sounds groggy and he probably doesn't even know what's going on, but right now Maka needs to be held. She's still scared shitless even if she doesn't hear the footsteps. It's still dark and they could come back. Kid nuzzles his head against the top of hers as he pulls her tighter against his chest. Maka. The boy gets a goofy smile on his face as he leans his head against hers. You're so warm. Is he dreaming or does he really know he's holding her? Maka is still scared, she's still trembling. Okay, it's over now. She feels Kid's breath on her face, causing her to feel a bit uncomfortable. She shouldn't be here. Maka takes a deep breath as she tries to pull away from the boy, but he just tightens his grip, pulling her closer. No. He whines as he nuzzles his head back against hers. Mine. Okay, well, she's stuck here. Maka takes deep breaths, it feels like the darkness is suffocating her. Okay, think of Krona. Maka closes her eyes and she images that it isn't Kid that's holding her, that it's Krona. That he is the one nuzzling her, holding her against his chest. Maka's heartbeat starts to slow down, her breathing becoming even. Think of Krona, think of him and nothing else. Her shoulders are still shaking. It's MMK. Kid mumbles, his breath being on her face again as he tightens his grip around her. Don't be scared, it's MMK, I'll never let you go. Maka grips his shirt, still seeing Krona instead of Kid. She feels safe, well safer. Maka buries her face in his chest, her cheek being pressed against his warm bare skin. She falls asleep in Kid's arms, thinking about Krona, thinking about how it felt to be in his arms, how his skin feels under the palm of her hand. She falls asleep in the wrong boy's arms, but Maka doesn't mind. She feels safe. Kid gives her a feeling of safeness, but Krona puts her to sleep with a smile on her face. Chapter 18. Are you alone? Maka looks over from the tree she's sitting on to look at someone dressed in a black cloak, a hood covering the person's face. She knows this person, her voice sounds so familiar. Maka doesn't answer, she just looks back up at the starless night. Are you alone? The woman repeats. Maka thinks about it. Is she alone? She has Krona. She has Kid. I do not see those two boys here now. The woman moves closer. So I ask again, are you alone? You're here, aren't you? Maka grunts, still looking at the sky. So I guess I'm not alone. Good, then you understand. The woman's voice is soft, but she doesn't like it, it's too soft to gentle. She doesn't her. Understand what? Maka looks down at the woman. You know it's rude to talk to someone you don't know with your face covered. But you do know me. The woman sounds like she's smiling. I've known you since you were very young. Maka looks away, she wants this woman to go away. You have grown so very much, Maka. The hooded figure takes a step forward. I don't know you. Maka glares at her. That hurts me, Maka. She puts a hand to her heart. I'm like your aunt, your mother may be gone, but now I'm here. I will keep you safe where she had failed. Fuck off. Maka growls. Such hate in your heart, Maka. The woman chuckles. You're on your way. On my way to what? Don't you want answers? The woman walks so she's right in front of Maka. Don't you want to know about your mother? About what happened to her? About what's happening to you? Maka doesn't answer. Come to me Maka, I'll bring you to light, I will not hide anything from you unlike your mother. She holds out her hand for Maka to take. Maka just looks at it. She doesn't want to touch her. So you won't come to me? The woman pulls back her hand and Maka can hear the smirk in her voice. Well then. She takes a step back as she crackles. I guess I'll just have to come to you. The woman fades away. Maka. She feels soft breathing on her neck so she turns her head. Krona is sitting next to her, a smile on his face. Maka. He breathes against her neck again, licking his small lips. Must you keep leaving me? She can feel her blush. She opens her mouth to speak but she can't. Why you don't want to leave me? The boy presses his lips against her neck, lightly kissing it. So why do you? What do you mean? She stutters a little when she feels his small tongue go up to her ear. Why you always leave me at that asylum when I know you don't want to? He nibbles on her earlobe, she's getting so hot. Why you want to stay with me, don't you, Maka? I do, but I can't, Krona. She shivers when he licks the shell of her ear. Who says you can't? He whispers in her ear. Why you could stay with me forever, Maka. There is no limit for the insane. But I'm not insane. Her breathing is beginning to become uneven as he kisses from her ear to her lips. No. He leans in and kisses her. But you will be soon. As his lips move against hers, everything fades away. Maka slowly opens her eyes. All she can see is white, but she feels arms around her and she feels warm. She's comfortable, so she just nuzzles into her pillow and tries to fall back asleep. That is, when she didn't feel her pillow breathe. Maka looks up slowly at Kid. His eyes are still closed and his shallow breath is on her face. Oh yeah. She better get out of here before he flips out. Maka doesn't think he would like the idea of her just sleeping with him. She moves slowly away, trying not to wake him, but Kid takes a deep breath. Then he starts nuzzling his head back against hers, holding her there. Well, it looks like he's comfortable too, but he's waking up. And Maka's still in bed with him. Let's see how this plays out. I don't want to get up just yet. Kid's eyes open, they're out of focus. You know you're really comfy, Maka. He smiles and closes his eyes again. His body suddenly tenses as his eyes fly open, they're wide. Maka. He lets go of her and sits up, holding the blanket up to his chest, looking down at her with his face so red. Sup? She smiles sheepishly. Okay, so this is really awkward. What? Don't sup me. His face gets dark, he looks so flustered. What are you doing in bed with me, Maka? Just chilling, you know. She starts playing with her hair. Okay, so she probably is coming off as really weird right now, but she can't tell him about last night. Maka doesn't even want to think about it. What if she's really going insane? She doesn't want Kid to know, he will just worry himself to death. And to talk about it would be making it real. Maka doesn't want whatever that was yesterday to be real. No, I don't know. The boy looks down at her only to look away, his neck looks red like his face. Must you just lay there like this is okay? Well, maybe this is okay. Maka's just trying to lead the conversation away from why she's in bed with him. What? The boy's mouth drops as he looks back down at her. She looks up at him and sees the boy swallow when their eyes lock onto each other. Maka sees a nervousness in them. She's not used to seeing that nervousness mixed with adoration, mixed with excitement. There are a lot of emotions swirling around the boy, his brows are furrowed, and his face is so dark. So I'm going to get out and make us some coffee, how does that sound? She slowly inches out only for Kid to grab her. Oh no, you don't. I can't just wake up with you. He huffs, frustrated when his face gets hotter. With me and not get an explanation. She just looks at her friend. She can't tell him. Suddenly the front door opens. Spirit comes stumbling in with a bottle in his hand. His swollen eyes meet Kid's and Maka's at the same time. The man's whole expression falls as he drops his bottle. It shatters on the floor. Kid's mouth is opening and closing like a fish, but Maka is just staring at her father. She knows what this looks like, her being in the same bed with a guy her age, but she doesn't care. She hates Spirit. What? Spirit's face becomes the color of his hair, he grips his fist. His breathing is uneven. What the hell? He is breathing out of his nose, sounding like a bull ready to charge, and Maka is wearing red. She is his target. This isn't what it looks like. Kid puts a protective arm in front of Maka, his blush has left him seeing how the man is acting. Shut the hell up, you son of a bitch. He takes a step towards Kid only to stop himself, his eyes are dark and dangerous. I need to calm down. When I come back you're going to tell me exactly what the fuck I'm seeing. Spirit turns on his heel and marches back in the hallway. Maka knows he's going to his room. Spirit slams the door, shaking the whole house. Maka, you must tell me why you're in bed with me. He looks at her seriously. How am I supposed to explain this to Spirit if I don't know what's going on myself? He makes a very good point, but Spirit can't know about what happened last night either. He will suspect her to be insane. She just lost her mother, so of course her saying she saw stuff move by themselves will make her come off mad. Then Spirit will talk to Stein, maybe even try to get her convicted to Dark Side Asylum. She doesn't know if he would go that low, but she doesn't trust him and she wouldn't put it past him. She hates him. Kid is looking at her expectantly, he wants an answer, he needs an answer. She is sleeping in bed with him, he deserves some answers, but all that comes out is, your hair is messed up. She grunts. And so is your shirt. Yes, she knows that is a low blow, but she's a pretty low person. Kid's face gets pale as he looks down at his shirt that is unbuttoned, the boy's eyes shake as he feels his hair. Here it comes. Disgusting. He growls as he stands up out of the bed quickly and practically runs to the bathroom. I am so disgusting. Kid looks in the mirror and his eye twitches. I can't believe, look like this front, Maka. She hears him mumble things to himself as he turns on the sink and takes out his comb, going to work on his hair. Once his hair is nice and smooth, he quickly moves to buttoning back up his shirt. He smooths out the wrinkles, does a double take in the mirror, he smooths out some more wrinkles. This will probably take a while. Kid finally gets to his tie. Can't believe I just had my shirt open like that in front of you, Maka. It's so. He blushes as he readjusts his rings. Appropriate. You should have seen yourself last night. She smirks, thinking about sleepwalking Kid. I have never seen you so loose. What are you talking about? He comes out of the bathroom, his face pale, his eyes light up in realization. I didn't sleepwalk, did I? Then Maka gets an idea. It's wrong maybe, but it will save herself. She is a selfish person. Yes, you did. She looks at him blankly. You woke me last night because you were getting into something in the kitchen, and when I realized you weren't really awake I lead you back to your bed to lay you back down, but... She averts her gaze. You grabbed me and pulled me down with you, I couldn't really get out of your grip, so I just fell asleep with you. Oh my. Kid puts a hand over his mouth, his blush is so dark. Is that why you didn't want to tell me? His voice is soft. You were worried about embarrassing me? Yeah. She just goes with it. I'm so sorry, Maka. His eyes shake, he hides his face in his hands. That was so ungentlemanlike. I'm so sorry, Maka, I'm trash. I can't believe I just grabbed a hold of you and... He drops to his knees, gripping his hair. Unforgivable, that was. I'm garbage, I'm trash. I didn't mind it. She shrugs, not really wanting to deal with Kid having a mental breakdown when she's close to one herself. She might already be insane, who knows? Kid's breath hitches as he looks over at her with his mouth open. Why, you didn't mind me, just I grabbed a hold of you and... He shakes his head. You were comfy. She states bluntly. So I didn't mind, I know you weren't awake, so it's not a big deal. Maka. His face is red as he looks over at her, something making his golden orbs shine that she doesn't understand. So. Spirit comes out of his room, he looks a bit more calm than he was, but his face is still red. What the fucking fuck is going on here? I come home to check on you and I see you. He glares over at Kid. With a boy, in the same bed. Care to explain this to me, Maka? I thought you two were just friends. We are. She states bluntly. Spirit's face gets redder as he glares at Kid. Oh, so you think you can violate my daughter without even dating her? I know what kind of man you are, Kid, you don't fool me. You're using Maka's weakness as an advantage for your own sick pleasures, you bastard. Spirit, shut the fuck up, that's the kind of man you are, not Kid. Maka growls, getting up out of the sheets on the floor. He wasn't violating me. Tell me what the fuck was happening if he wasn't violating you and you two are in the same bed. His eye is twitching. We were having sex. Maka states bluntly. She's saying this just because it will bother Spirit, just because she can. And really, if she wanted to fuck around with a boy, she can. She's 18. She can do whatever the hell she wants. Spirit can't stop her. Maka. Kid is looking at her with big eyes before he looks at Spirit, his arms are moving all over the place. She has never seen him so flustered. And no, we weren't. This is just a huge misunderstanding and my baby having. Spirit's eyes go out of focus before they roll back. He falls back, hitting his head hard on the floor. Spirit just passed out. Maka and Kid just stare at the man with wide eyes for a moment. Whoa. Maka looks at Kid. That was awesome. Awesome. He still looks very flustered. Spirit just passed out because you told him me and you had sex. His face is so dark. He was pissing me off and I knew that would shut him up. Maka looks down at the unconscious man. I didn't think he would pass out though. Maka smiles happily. This is one of the best days of my life, did you see the look on his face? Maka. Kid takes a deep breath. You can't just do that. Fine, fine, I know you don't want him thinking you had sex with me, I get that. She sighs. When he gets up I'll just tell him I was kidding. You can't just kid about things like that, Maka. He averts his gaze. Why are you so flustered about this? She raises an eyebrow. You're almost as bad as Spirit. It's just. He huffs a deep blush on his face. It's just what? She looks back down at her Spirit. Why does it matter what he thinks anyway? Kid looks over at her, studying her at the tone of her voice. We know that me and you didn't have sex, so what does it matter what Spirit thinks? She shrugs. No matter what me and you said, Spirit was going to think we had sex, no matter what I just told him what he was going to think anyway. I just. Kid shakes his head. It's better to tell the truth even if no one will believe you. Lies always got me fairer than the truth. She looks at him. Kid gives her a changeling look but he just looks down at Spirit. What should we do about him? Leave him. Maka shrugs. We have to leave soon to see Krona anyway. Right. He still seems to be flustered. I'm sorry. Maka looks at her friend. I only meant to mess Spirit up, I didn't think it would upset you so much. It's not that I'm upset, I just. He shakes his head before he forces a smile. Is it okay if I head home to freshen up a bit? I'll be back to take you to Kronos. I just. No, that's fine. She studies him, he doesn't look mad, he's just so flustered. And Maka? He starts to walk out of the door only to pause. Did you really not mind sleeping with me? She remembers the scary footsteps and the lights going off. Maka smiles at him. Not at all, you may be small but you're comfy. Kid smiles brightly at her, he isn't really flustered now, he's just blushing. Bye Maka, I'll be back to pick you up later. His smile doesn't fall and he almost seems to walk out of her house with a skip in his step. Kid is strange but then again so is she. Maka sighs, she better freshen up herself. She wants to look good for Krona. Maka walks on Spirit as she passes him to get to her room. She doesn't care enough for the man to step over him. Maka goes to her dresser making sure not to look at the cracked picture resting on it. She looks at a lot of different shirts and pants before deciding on what she's wearing. Oh yeah, Krona will like this. Maka smirks to herself as she takes the outfit and walks out of the room. She steps on Spirit again as she walks into the bathroom. She tries not to think of the person she saw standing behind her as she shuts the door and takes off her clothes. Maka steps into the shower, pulls the curtains, and turns on the water. It's too hot at first, burning her skin, so she turns it down just a notch. Perfect. She loves the feeling of a nice hot shower in the morning. Maka can't get the pink-haired boy out of her head as she puts shampoo into her hair and rubs. She can't wait to see him, to hold him. Hopefully Stein won't be the one watching them, he's a fucking creep. Maka hears a noise. It sounds like something dropping. Maka turns off the water. Spirit. She calls, thinking maybe he woke up. There's no response. Maka just turns the water back on and continues to shower. She keeps hearing bumps, they sound too much like footsteps. Get a hold of herself, she's hearing things again, calm down. She takes deep breaths as the hot water hits her. There's a bump sound right beside her. Maka can't help it. She looks over. There's a shadow of someone on the curtain, someone is standing outside of her shower. What the fuck? Maka turns off the water and glares at the shadow. Spirit, get the fuck out. I'm taking a fucking shower, we can talk when I get out. The shadow doesn't move. Spirit, what the fuck? Maka moves the curtain just so she can peek her head out. No one is standing there. Holy shit, holy shit. Maka's heartbeat is beating so fast, the air around her is really dense. She jumps out of the shower and puts on a towel, before grabbing her clothes and getting the hell out of there. Maka doesn't get far. As soon as she goes to walk out of the kitchen, a car moves by itself in her way. It feels like her heart is just going to pop out of her chest. She feels a deep darkness. Calm down, she's just seeing things, it's okay. Maka walks around the chair holding her towel up. A deep growl sounds next to her ear. She puts a hand to her heart. Calm down, it's not real. She watches as her door slowly opens, something is pulling her to walk towards it, to walk in it. Maka wants to be away from where she just heard the voice, so she runs into her room. The door slams shut behind her. Okay, it's okay. Her breathing is becoming uneven. Just ignore whatever the fuck is going on and it will go away. Maka nods to herself as she drops the towel and starts getting changed. Nothing happens. See? She just had to do something and... Maka spots something on her bed. Her eyes widen. What? That black box that was in her mother's room at the asylum sits on her bed. How the hell did this get here? Maka feels a darkness come from it, but... She slowly walks towards it with a hand outreached. Something about this box, there's something. The door flies open right when she is about to touch it. What the fuck? Spirit marches up to her and snatches the box away. How the fuck did you get this? It was just on my bed. She looks at him. Bullshit. His eyes shake as he tries to leave her room. Wait. Maka can't keep her eyes off the box. Can I have it? No, this is mine. He growls. Maka watches him walk out of her room and into his. He's in there a while before he comes back. He doesn't have the box anymore. Don't touch it again. He glares at her. Why not? She takes a step forward. Why the hell are you dressed like that? Spirit's eye twitches. I'm going out. She grunts as she pushes past him. Where? He follows her. With kid. So he is your boyfriend? No. You can't just, you're having. His eyes become out of focus again before he shakes his head and glares. I forbid you to see him. Please. She smirks at him. When have I ever listened to you? I can't believe this. He grumbles as he gets his keys. I'm going back to the bar for a couple days, hopefully you won't be a bitch when I come back. If that's what you're waiting for, you might as well just live there. She grunts. Go fuck yourself, Spirit. I have ladies for that. He grunts as he chugs his beer. So the first thing he did when he woke up was straight drinking again. Lovely. Yeah, the only lady that would do that with you is paid first. She crosses her arms. I didn't pay your mother. His eyes narrow. Oh. He didn't. You son of a bitch. She grabs a glass vase that was sitting on the counter next to her and throws it at him. It shatters against him, cutting his chest a little. Spirit stares at the pieces of glass a moment before looking up at her. His eyes are dangerous. The doorbell rings. They continue to glare at each other. Maka goes to answer the door. Kid stands with a small smile on his face, his suit is pressed, and his hair slick. I'm leaving. She quickly walks out and closes the door. She looks over at Kid. Let's get out of here. Why? What happened? Is Spirit still mad? Kid frowns as they both walk down the pavement to get to his car. Maybe if I talk to him. I threw a vase at him. She doesn't look at him. What? Kid frowns deeply. Did he try to hurt you, Maka? Something changes in his eyes. No, I just did it. She takes a deep breath. I don't want to talk about it anymore, just please take me to Cronus. Of course. He frowns still as he walks over into the driver's side and gets in. Maka gets in with him. Kid starts to drive and the two stay silent. Maka doesn't have much to say. She might be going insane and well, her and Spirit's relationship is getting worse. But most of all, Maka can't get that black box out of her head. What is it? It belonged to her mother, so why is Spirit being all weird about it? You look nice, Maka. Kid breaks her thoughts with his soft voice. Maka blinks and looks down. Oh yeah. She put on some nice dark jeans and a green shirt with a white tank top to cover her chest. The shirt isn't her style, but her mother bought it for her a long time ago. So she would wear it. And she must admit she looks good in it. Most the time she would just wear a baggy t-shirt or a sweater vest, but today is different. Thanks. She smiles and looks out the window. She hopes Krona thinks she looks nice too. Maka walks into Darkside Asylum. Her head is held high and her posture is straight. Her heartbeat is speeding up, not because she's afraid, but because of Krona. She is about to see him. He will make everything better. He will make all that's happening to her seem like nothing. She is ready to hold the boy in her arms to be with him. Maka stops dead in her tracks. No one is at the front desk. What? She walks slowly up to it, looking around for anyone, but it's dead quiet. Maka spots a sign on the desk. Be back in 5 minutes. Damn, she doesn't want to wait anymore. Maka sighs as she goes over to a white couch in the lobby and sits down. She might as well be comfy while she waits. This is kinda a weird time to take a break. Lunch should have been over 2 hours ago. The lamp next to Maka starts to flicker. She ignores it. They just have shiny lamps. Don't get scared, don't get scared. It's too quiet here, it's too white. Any little noise Maka makes can be heard and it's unsettling. Maka just wishes the lady would hurry back. She doesn't want to be here alone any longer. The lamp keeps flickering next to her. She feels like someone is watching her. Keep cool. Keep cool. The cushion next to her indents suddenly like a weight is on it now, and she feels breathing on her face. It's not real, it's not real. Maka. Her breath hitches as she lets go of her hair. She didn't even know she was pulling at it. Stein stands by the front desk staring at her with those cold eyes, calculating. Shit, the worst thing she can do is act crazy at a crazy house. Stein would be quick to put her here and she knows it. Are you alright? He speaks slowly like she's stupid or something. I'm fine. She grunts as she stands up. You were just staring off in space and gripping your hair for quite a while. He doesn't stop studying her. Is something bothering you? No, it just pisses me off when I have to wait. She points a thumb over to the sign. Odd time for a break, don't you think? Alice has off for the day. His glasses glare. The note was from me. I had some work to do, but I knew you were going to come see Krona. So let me guess. She sighs. You're going to be watching us. Yes, I have already signed you in. He turns his back to her and starts walking towards the elevator. Come. Yeah. Maka grumbles. She really doesn't want this guy watching them, especially with this whole thing going on with her. She follows him in the elevator and watches as the doors closes behind them. It's dead quiet in the elevator except for the cheerful music playing, but really that just makes it all the more awkward. Stein stands looking forward, his glasses glared so she can't see his eyes. She can't see them, but she knows they're looking at her. Maka tries to keep herself straight. He can't know about what has been happening. Maka can't believe she's saying this, but she misses Gerksho. That male nurse is a lot funner than Stein, and well, he isn't fucking creepy. Stein just gives her chills. She hates him. The elevator opens and Maka gets out, but Stein's right by her side. Kid. Gerko walks towards her with his hands in his pockets and a sharp grin on his face. Oh hey fuckface. Maka smirks, happy to see him. It's not a good day at the asylum unless she pisses off Gerksho. His face gets red and he opens his mouth to say something. Gerksho, I believe you have a job to do. Stein glares at him as he gets in front of Maka. You have no business talking to the visitor, go back and work. Gerksho takes an intake of breath. Of course, sir. He speaks so normally as if obedience is something he does, but Maka can tell it's fake. Gerko should be an actor. He gives Maka a glance before he walks away. Come. Stein starts walking down the hallway that will lead her to Krona's room. He seems a little pissed off. Maka just follows him. Krona. She smiles. Everything is going to be okay. She will forget that she might be going insane, and she will forget about Spirit, and she will forget about everything but him. Maka only needs to remember Krona. He's all she has left. They stop in front of the boy's door and Stein starts to get his keys out. You're not going to be watching us and taking notes like a creep again, are you? She glares at him. Well, don't give me anything to take notes on. He looks over at her. Krona is a completely different person with you, he responds to you and seems happy to do so. His mood after you leave is affected as well, and it seems the physical contact not only affects him but it affects you. He looks down at his notebook. I've never seen such a drastic change in someone as I did Thursday. You came in not responding to anything, but after you came into contact with the boy that changed. His glasses glare. You went from not responding, to crying, to smiling, to then having physical contact with the boy. He looks over at her. It's all very interesting, so yes, I will be taking notes and watching you. He opens Krona's door and walks in. Me being there hasn't stopped you before, Maka. Oh, this ass. Maka glares as she walks in after him. He has took it upon himself to make her his new experiment. Just like her mother. He wrote notes about her, he analyzed anything she said or did. Now he's analyzing her. Her and Krona. She doesn't like it. Maka. She feels Krona before she sees him. The boy practically tackled her as he grabs a hold of her arm and hugs it. Someone's happy to see me. Maka smiles as she rubs the boy's pink locks with her other hand. Krona squeaks as he lets go of her arm and takes a couple steps back. His face is so red. I am sorry, IJ just. His gaze shifts a lot before he gives her almost sheepish smile. I am missed you. Krona is too cute with his blushing and the way he glances at her. Maka smirks as she grabs a hold of him and pulls him into a hug. She feels him tense, but he quickly melts into her, letting out a cute little sigh. I missed you too, Krona. She nuzzles her head against his. I'm so glad I'm back. Me too. The boy clings to her shirt, her being able to feel how hot his cheeks are against her shoulder. It's hard to wait for you to come back. It hurts when you're away, but when you're here. She feels the boy's lips tug into a smile against her shoulder. I am so happy. His voice is breathless. Krona. Maka blushes as she pulls his face up to meet hers. You know what happens when you're too cute, don't you? I thought that was just when I wiggled my nose. He blinks, his big eyes looking at her with a hint of nervousness but a lot of excitement. Nope, but that's so cute I have to attack you. She smiles as she pecks the tip of his nose, causing the boy's face to become darker. Suddenly Krona's face falls. Maka, Stein is here again. He leans in to whisper this to her, glancing towards the bed where the man is probably sitting. I know, just ignore him. Maka glares back at Stein, who just stares at her indifferently. Why you don't like him, Maka? Krona looks between the two. He frowns when he sees her glare. No, I've never liked him since I seen the way he treated my mother. Maka's eyes get glossy thinking about all the times she's been in the room with her mother and Stein, the way he just watched her with uncaring eyes. Everything was an experiment, and that's what they are to him. An experiment. Is he making you sad? Krona looks at her glossy eyes. Something flashes through his as he looks over at Stein. Do you want me to get rid of him? His voice is motor-toned, he grips his arm tightly. It's fine, Krona. She leans over and kisses his cheek, this causing him to completely relax as he looks over at her. Let's just ignore him. Oh, okay. He blushes and his gaze shifts. But if you ever want him to leave. He looks up at her serious. Tell me, I don't like anyone making you, said Maka. I'll be fine. She smiles at him and grabs his hand, giving it a squeeze. I'm used to that, asshole. You unfortunately, so am I. He mumbles and Maka can't help but to laugh. She stops when her eyes fall on something. What's that, Krona? She tilts her head looking at a small container sitting on the floor. It looks like one of those long cups that you hold a drink in it, and the top has a cup you can take off and pour the drink into it. Her mother would always pack her one when she was little and Maka loved them. She felt cool continuing to pour the drink into the small cup. She would drink it with her pinky up like it was fancy. Oh, that's. He tenses and his gaze shifts everywhere. I made you some pea punch. His lips twitch up into a nervous smile. Oh, awesome. Maka smiles and starts to walk towards it. I can't wait to. And not yet. Krona is suddenly in front of her with his arms spread, his face is pale. He squeaks nervously when Maka raises an eyebrow. I want to save it for the end. Why you save the best for the last, right? His lips twitch into a nervous smile again. The boy almost looks like he's sweating. I guess. Maka studies him. Are you alright, Krona? Fine. He tenses as he stumbles back over to his corner and sits down. Maka looks back at the container. Krona's really nervous about his punch. It can't be as bad as his pudding. Nothing could be that bad. Maka shudders as she walks over to the boy and sits on the black pillow he already set out for her. Krona can't look at her. His eyes are shaking, he is nervous and maybe even a little guilty. You okay, Krona? Maka reaches out and puts a hand on his shoulder. He completely tenses. He almost seemed scared of her touch. Maka frowns and starts to pull away only for him to grab her wrist. Is it really true? His voice is shaky and he isn't looking at her. That you missed me? Is it true that you think about me? Is it true that you wish you could stay with me? Yes. She moves closer and grabs the hand that's holding her wrist. She slightly rubs it to comfort him. I wouldn't lie about something like that. Krona takes deep breaths, his bangs covering his eyes. But you always leave with that boy. Well, I have to leave and kid takes me to see you. She keeps rubbing his hand. It's how I'm able to see you. Do you like him like you like me? Krona's breathing is uneven and he's trembling. Her answer could break him. She can tell. No. She brings his hand up to her mouth and starts to lightly kiss it. The boy's trembling dies down as she kisses his small knuckles. But why he? He lifts up his head, causing her to be able to see his eyes. There's a pain in them. He always touches you and I don't like it. I don't like seeing him hold you, Maka. I don't like when you smile at him. Krona crosses his arms and looks away. And I don't like him. He mumbles. Kid is my friend. Maka gets closer, grabbing his arms and uncrossing them. What are you so jealous about? She leans close. I am not really he just I. Krona's face gets dark, embarrassed as he looks away from her. You have nothing to be jealous about. She cups his cheeks and turns his head towards hers. I'm not kids, am I? I'm yours, Krona. But he touches you and holds you. The boy keeps frowning. Does he do this? Maka leans in and pushes their lips together. No, I only kiss you, Krona. He doesn't try to kiss you, does he? Krona frowns again, he grips his arm. No, because we are just friends. Maka smiles at him. Kid doesn't even like me like that. How can you be sure? Krona mumbles, looking away. Why you are so? He glances at her only to look away, his face red. Pretty and wonderful. I can't be the only one who sees this and that scares me, Maka. He trembles. Kid gets to see you all the time while I only get 2 days of the week. He gets to spend as much time as he wants with you while I'm stuck here stuck on you. He takes a deep breath. I am afraid so afraid he's going to take you away from me. You have nothing to worry about. She grabs his chin, pulling his face to hers. Krona, you are the only one who sees me as you do, most just see me as well, the crazy girl. You are the only one I want to kiss, the only one I never get tired of. When I'm not here all I do is think about you, so don't be afraid. She breathes against his lips. I will never leave you. Say that again. His eyes get watery as he clings to her shirt needingly. He is so frail. I will never leave you. She speaks against his lips before she slowly kisses him, bring his small body close to hers. She feels the boy kiss back softly, but she feels a wetness on her face. He's crying. Krona. She breaks the kiss to wipe his tears away, a frown on her face. What's wrong? I am just. He hiccups, his face is flushed, the tears continue to fall. I am just so happy, why you can't be real but you are, and that just makes me so happy. Krona. The boy throws himself at her, wrapping his arms around her, burying his head in the crook of her neck. Why you are the only one to say they would never leave me. He nuzzles his head against hers. Why you are the only one who is nice to me, why you want to be around me, why you aren't scared of me, just oh Maka, my heart it hurts. He cries into her neck, she feels his tears as his body shakes. Why you make me feel things I didn't even know I could feel, why you always affect me. He tightens his grip around her. Please don't leave me, I need you now, I know I do. I can't leave you. She rubs his back gently. Because I need you as much as you need me. We need each other. He breathes against her neck. Yes. She feels her heart beat speed as she tightens her grip around the boy. I've never been needed before. He pulls away, his face is still red from crying but his eyes are bright. I won't let you down, Maka. You better not. She smirks as she leans in and rubs her nose against his. Because I know I won't let you down, I can't even let you go. Hey Maka. Krona blushes darkly as he shifts his shoulders, he keeps glancing at her nose. Why don't you try again? You mean try to wiggle it? Maka looks down at her nose, her eyes probably going crossed. There's a small chuckle from the boy as he puts a hand over his mouth to try to stop it. Why yes, maybe you will do it this time. He smiles at her. Maka blinks. She can't say no to that smile. Alright, let's do this. She grips her fist determinedly. There's a pause. Are you going to do it? Krona tilts his head, looking at her with those big eyes. Yeah, I'm just getting my mojo flowing, you know. Maka cracks her neck before cracking her fingers. Mojo. He blinks. Yeah, you'll see. Maka beams as she takes a deep breath, closing a hand in front of her face. Krona just watches her with his head tilted. Alright, now check it out. Maka smirks as she finally focuses on her nose. She focuses on the tip, willing it to move, but it doesn't. Krona puts a hand over his mouth, trying to hide his giggle. Maka keeps trying, her brows furrowed, her tongue sticking out, trying to make her nose move, but it doesn't. I give up. Maka sighs and throws her hands up. What about your mojo, Maka? Krona keeps giggling with a hand over his mouth. So you think it's okay to laugh at me, Krona? Maka smirks as she gets closer. And no, I wasn't. Why you just... He squeaks when she grabs his hand and pulls him close. Sure, you were totally laughing at me. She fakes a sad look. I try to wiggle my nose just for you, and I even used my mojo, and you laugh at me. And no. Don't be said, I didn't mean it. His face is pale as he looks at her with shaking eyes. I am sorry. I don't think sorry will make me feel better. She fake frowns and puts a hand to her heart, causing the boy's breath to hitch when she looks away. Maybe if only I could see someone wiggle their nose for me. Krona suddenly grabs her face, cupping her cheeks. He looks serious. Maka, I will wiggle my nose for you as much as you want till you feel better. He looks her in the eyes, a blush on his face, but he's so serious. Maka can't help it. She laughs. He's just too cute. Maka. He blinks, probably surprised in her change of attitude. Wiggle your nose for me, Krona. She smirks as she gets closer, her breath on his lips. Krona's whole face gets red, but he does it again. She licks her lips. He gets darker, but he wiggles his nose. Okay, now I have something to tell you. She leans in and looks him in the eyes, a smirk on her face. I wasn't really upset, I was just messing with you. Maka. He squeaks, his face falling in a pout. Why, you tricked me? He puts a hand to his heart and sighs. And scared me? He looks at her with those big puppy dog eyes. She almost feels bad. I'm sorry, Krona. She pecks his nose and he blushes. I just had to, you're just too cute. Humph. He pouts and crosses his arms. I can't just go wiggling my nose for nothing, why you know. Maka blinks. She cracks a smile before laughing. He sounded so serious about it. And that cute pout, it's too much. Come here, Krona. She holds out her arms and smiles at him. The boy looks over at her, his eyes lighting up, but he keeps his pout and looks away, but there's a blush forming on his face. Oh, so you're going to be that way, huh? Maka smirks and moves so she's in his view. Using my own thing against me? And no. His blush darkens and his gaze shifts. Are you really upset, or? She smirks as she leans in. Do you want something to make you feel better? Krona's face is beet red as he just shakes his head and hides his face in his knees. Stein. The door suddenly opens with a couple nurses stepping in. You need to get out here right away. The man takes a breath. It's paytime 8:76. The doctor is up in a second and runs out of the room. The nurse doesn't bother to look in the room as he runs after Stein. The door shuts. Uh-oh. Krona looks up from his knees, his blush gone, a deep frown on his face. Do you know who that is, Krona? Maka looks over at him. And not really, but his gaze shifts. I know he's like me, they consider him highly dangerous, but I met him once. He shudders. I don't like him, and he always tries to escape. He pulls his knees to his chest. Every time that patient gets out, they tighten security for all the patients, and then we can't go out of our rooms for weeks. How does he keep getting out? Maka raises an eyebrow. They don't know. Krona's eyes keep shifting. They think a nurse might be helping him. Really? Maka puts a hand to her chin. Well, this is interesting. Maka. She feels the boy's breath on her face, so she turns to look at him. His face is tinted red as they stare into each other's eyes for a moment. Krona closes his before he pushes his lips against hers. It's a soft kiss, but it warms her whole being. Her hands find their place around his neck as she deepens the kiss. It's bliss. Kissing him is bliss. Everything is okay now. Maka licks his bottom lip, causing him to gasp. She takes this chance to invade his mouth. She plays with his small tongue, enjoying how warm it is, how warm the boy's body is. Maka feels his shaky hands rest on her shoulders as she nibbles on his lower lip. Krona whimpers and she feels his fingers starting to draw a circle on her shoulder. She loves it. Maka starts to kiss down his mouth to his chin, then to his neck. The boy is so tense, but as she slowly starts to nip his sensitive skin, he relaxes, leaning his head back and letting a small moan escape his lips. She feels her desire grow. She wants to make this boy a mess. Maka pushes him against the wall as she gets on top of him, straddling the boy as she continues to kiss his neck. Krona's breathing is uneven and he's trembling now. His body is so warm. Maka, ah. He moans when she bites into his neck. Why, you shouldn't, it's ugh, I am getting warm. It's okay. She licks up the front of his neck, loving feeling how it vibrates whenever he makes a sound of pleasure. But you're on me and sitting on. He looks down only for his eyes to shoot back up, they're so hazy. Does it bother you? Her breathing is becoming uneven as she licks up his neck to his lips, her eyes lock onto his. They shake, but they're so hazy he doesn't even have to speak for her to know the answer. Krona. She speaks his name before softly kissing him, sucking on his lower lip. Her hands have a mind of their own. They travel from around his neck down to his stomach, feeling him with the palm of her hand. His stomach muscles are so tense they clench up when her hand gets to them. Maka gently rubs him there, trying to relax him as she sticks her tongue back into his mouth. His tongue meets her eagerly as he moans into her mouth when she scratched down his back with one hand, and rubbed hard on his lower stomach with the other. She feels his fingers making timid circles on her bare shoulder. She likes this too much. Her hands make it to his hip bone, then to his thigh. Maka. He squeaks when she starts to rub it, being gentle with it. Is this bad? She tilts her head, her breathing is uneven. And no, but I am. His eyes go out of focus for a moment. So warm. Then do you want to touch me instead? She grabs his hands. What? He squeaks, tensing, but his eyes light in nervous excitement. Just like I do to you, it's okay. She smiles at him as she leads his heads to her stomach. He doesn't move them, they shake against her. Maka leans in and starts kissing his neck again, taking her hands off of him. She sinks her teeth in and hears him moan. She could never get tired of that. Maka keeps abusing the boy's sensitive skin, her feeling how hot he is, his pause is going so fast. Ah! He moans loudly when she bites down on a spot close to the vein. He is panting now. She can tell he likes this. Maka can feel his hardened member under her butt. She doesn't stop. She keeps abusing the same spot as she scratches down his back. Maka that's. He pants and whimpers. Maka I feel too warm this can't be a good OG god. He leans his head back, hitting the wall with a thud when she sunk her teeth into the sensitive spot while scratching hard down his back. What was that, Krona? She smirks into his neck, loving how he's panting. Stop doing that, I can't talk right. He pants, his eyes are becoming more and more out of focus. Okay then. She pulls away and smirks when he lets out a whimper. They lock eyes. Oh God. Krona's eyes, they're hazy and half-lidded with lust, his lips are red and swollen, his face so flushed, his messy choppy hair in his face. It's hot. See, can I? She catches his half-lidded eyes glance at her body where his hands are before they shoot away. Go ahead. She rubs his hands encouragingly. Krona takes a deep breath before he moves his fingertips gently against her stomach. She barely feels him. He stares in awe as he watches where he touches her. He just makes circles in her stomach, but she likes it. Why, you're soft. He mumbles as he keeps touching her stomach. Suddenly his eyes get wide with alert, his breath hitching. Krona, are you alright? Suddenly one of his hands flies to the back of her, gripping her ass a little roughly as the other one grabs her chest. The hand that grabs her chest yanks down on the tank top, exposing her bra, and a full view of her chest to the boy. She's speechless, and so is he. His eyes get the size of dinner plates as he stares where his hand is on her chest with disbelief. Soon his whole face gets a impossible shade of red. Blood slowly drips from his nose before his eyes roll back. Krona lets go of her and falls back, hitting his head against the wall, his body slightly twitching, but he's out for the count. Maka can just stare at him with wide eyes. Okay, what the heck just happened? What's up, fuckers? Gerksho suddenly walks into the room with a grin on his face. I thought I'd find you. He stops as his brown eyes takes in the odd scene. Not this again. He grunts. Man, what the fuck did you do? Is he dead? No. Maka blushes as she gets off of Krona and holds his head up. The boy groans but doesn't come to. I think he just got a little too excited. Maka looks at him in concern. She hears Gerksho crack up, so she turns her head and glares. What the fuck, man? He keeps laughing as he walks over and squats next to the unconscious boy. What did you do to the poor kid? I didn't do anything. She blushes darkly as she wipes the blood from his nose. The boy keeps groaning. Yeah, I'm sure, he's passed out and you're on top of him. Gerksho keeps laughing. You're a rapist. Maka growls as she starts to rock Krona to the side, trying to get him to wake back up. Alright. Kiriko wipes a tear from his eye. I didn't come to hassle you, even though that was fucking funny, but I got to tell you. He takes a breath, regaining himself. Before that dick comes back. Okay, so, yesterday I checked the security cameras to see if it caught you guys coming out of the room, but when I tried to look at the tapes. He smirks. There was none. The camera's turned off for an hour just like this kid said. He nods towards Krona. Huh. Maka keeps rocking the boy in her arms like a baby. They're quiet for a moment. So someone got hassled by Stein. Maka smirks at the man. Shit, I got him back. He chuckles loudly as he leans in, a dangerous glint in his eyes. I pissed in his coffee. Maka can't help but to crack up. What? She chuckles just thinking about it. Hell yeah, when he was busy with dealing with a patient I just whipped it out and took a piss in his favorite coffee. Giriko is laughing with her. It's going to be hilarious when he drinks it. Oh god, I'm a Guinness. You're fucking awesome. Maka cheers just thinking about it. Hell yeah, I am. He beams before getting up. I'll wait for you to walk you out today. Stein can kiss my ass if he has a problem with it. The man smirks as he walks out. Have fun with raping that poor kid. Fuck you, Girksho. Maka sighs when the door closes again as she looks down at the still knocked out boy. Krona. She shakes him again. The boy does one final groan before his eyes slowly open back up. They shoot open and he jerks out of her arms, his face so red. Maka, I touched why you're, I saw why you're. He gulps, his face turning pale as he puts his arms over his head. Please don't hate me. I am so sorry, it wasn't me. Our Ragnarok made me do it. Don't hate me, don't hurt me. It's okay, Krona. She speaks unsure. Maka's sure Ragnarok didn't take over. Krona kept his eyes. Are you mad? His eyes begin to water. I promise I'll never do it again. I will talk to Ragnarok about this. I am sorry, Maka. His voice is a whisper. But Ragnarok didn't take you over. She gets closer, studying him. If it was you, Krona, it's okay. But it was Ragnarok. He looks her in the eyes with a deep frown on his face. Krona. He didn't come inside me. He puts a hand to his heart. Because he didn't want to hurt you. He just wanted to mess with me. He pouts, a blush on his face. Our Ragnarok can be an ass. Maka blinks. Well. She's confused. So Ragnarok goes inside him? But can also do things outside of his body. What the hell is he? It's 6:30, time to go. The intercom sounds. Maka looks over at the container of punch. Can I have that now? She smiles. I'd like to try it before I go. Oh. His face gets pale. Maka, it's not really good. He gives her a nervous smile. I'm sure it is. She smiles as she goes over and picks it up. What is it? It's this punch I made. He frowns deeply as he watches her open up the pitcher. Maka pours it into the small cup. Huh. It looks black. What kind is it? I don't know. He tenses, his eyes flicker. I mean, it's cherry. His voice sounds different. My favorite. She smiles at him as she brings the cup up to her lips. He stares at her with his face so pale, sweat is starting to fall down his face. He's trembling so bad. Krona, what's wrong? She raises an eyebrow. Don't yao. He suddenly grabs his stomach as he bows his head. I made it myself just for you. I'm only nervous of your opinion. It's going to be fine. She smiles at him as she lifts up the cup, the black liquid close to her lips. And no. Krona suddenly slaps the cup out of her hand. I can't do it. Can't let her do it. Krona's breathing is uneven as he grabs the pitcher from Maka's hands and throws it across the room before gripping his hair. I can't do it. I can't do this anymore. He falls to his knees, his face scrunched in a grimace. Do whatever you want to me, punish me, but don't make me do it. Krona, what's going on? Maka takes a step forward, a deep frown on her face. Stay back. He screams as his back bends at an unnatural angle. He's coming. Go away. Get out. Now. No. She runs over to grab a hold of him, but Krona jumps back from her. Don't you see I'm a monster? He starts to giggle, but Maka doesn't like it, it's deranged. His eyes dance madly. Don't you see I'm not really your friend? All I do is hurt you, Maka. Why don't you just go away? Go away now. He's screaming at her. I'm not going anywhere. She slowly walks towards him. I told you I'm not leaving you. I want you to leave. His smile grows, a tear falls down his face. I want you to leave and to never come back. I'm a demon, I have done things that can never be forgiven, just leave me. His head bows. Krona. She runs over to him. Nope. The boy's head whips up with a large smile on his lips as he grabs a hold of her. It's Ragnarok, bitch. Get off. She struggles against him, but his grip is strong. No, you're going to lick that shit off the floor now. He turns her around to where the drink had spilled. Krona's a bitch, but I'm not. You drink that now, I'm not dealing with her anymore. Why is it so important I drink it? Maka struggles at him, but he's pushing her towards it. I don't know. He grunts. That bitch is weird, but hey, I don't give a shit as long as I have fun. He smirks against her ear as he keeps dragging her. Krona isn't your friend. He's a liar, you know. He does care about anyone but himself. He is a crazy motherfucker and will do anything for her. You're the one who's crazy. Maka screams. You make him crazy. How are you so sure he didn't call for me? He smirks at how her breath hitches. He couldn't deal with you, but I can. He won't do the dirty work, but I will for him. He grabs her head and shoves it down to the floor. Now lick it up. Maka's lips go in a tightly line. I said. He lets go of her and grabs his head. You dumbass, what are you doing? You know what she's going to do if you don't do this. You'll lose her anyway. He bows his head. Maka gets up quickly, watching as he starts to pant heavily. Oh, out. He points to the door. Go away, don't come back. Krona. And no. He can't look at her. Go away, Maka, this place isn't for you. Krona, I can't. She goes to grab him, but he moves away from her. Stay away. He moves back from her. He looks her in the eyes. Maka's breath hitches. His eyes are haunted, but they're his eyes. There isn't Ragnarok. If you come back you will regret it. Everything will be known to you. He trembles. She will take you away from me now, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't just. He bows his head. The door opens. Hey kid, what are you? Out. Krona screams at her. She feels a dark force causing her to fall back. Before Maka can even understand what's going on, she's pulled out of the room by strong arms. Krona's door shuts. What? Maka just stares at the door with wide eyes. What happened? How did everything just? All she tried to do was try his punch, but something was bad about it. But. They were having a great time. She was happy to see him, and then it all fell apart. What the fuck happened? What the fuck happened? Gerksho looks down at her, a frown on his face. Did you two have a fight or something? He looked pissed. I don't know. Maka takes a deep breath before she walks up to the door. Let me back in. Kid, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't care. She glares back at him. I got to know what's wrong. Krona wouldn't just push me away. Maka's tired of not understanding or not knowing. I'm afraid I cannot allow that. Stein comes down the hallway holding a coffee in his hand. It's time for you to go home, we will handle Krona now. Maka just glares, waiting for him to take a sip of that coffee. That would make her feel so much better. Gerksho, take her out. Stein glares over at him. Right. He grabs her arm. Come on kid. Maka rips out of his grip and marches over to Krona's door. Krona. She shouts against it, hoping he will hear her. I told you I'm not leaving you, and I meant that. I don't know what's going on, but you can't just push me away. I need you, damn it. Gerksho grabs a hold of her and starts to drag her out. Stein is studying her the whole time. I'll be back Thursday. I won't just stay away. I can't just stay away, Krona. I will get answers to all this shit going on. She shouts as Gerksho keeps struggling with her. Have you ever thought to get evaluated, Maka? Stein's glasses glare. I think it's a good idea with all you've been through. Fuck you. She growls at the man just as Gerksho drags her into the elevator and pushes the button down. What the fuck was that? Kiriko growls. You were acting crazy. Maybe because she is. Maka doesn't respond to him. How could Krona Jacid push her away? He didn't mean it. Did he? No. The look in his eyes, they were haunted, but they held such a deep sadness. Kid. Gerksho puts a hand on her shoulder. Are you alright? Maka doesn't respond. Nothing makes sense. She is going to go crazy. The elevator opens and Maka steps out. Kid. Fuck off, Kiriko. Maka growls, turning on him, her eyes flaring. If you had opened the door when I said to, I would have been able to talk to Krona, but no, you wanted to be a pussy. I've done so much shit for you that I didn't have to. His eye twitches. You're not going to talk to me like that just because you got in a fight with your crazy fucking boyfriend. Maka glares at him before she marches out of the asylum. Gerksho doesn't follow. Her phone starts to vibrate. She answers it. Hello Maka, I'm really sorry to have to tell you this. Kid sounds out of breath. But I can't pick you up, father needs me, it's a emergency, I'm so sorry. Okay. Maka blinks, trying to think of what she's going to do. I called a cab for you, I'm sorry again, I hope your stay with Krona was good. Maka doesn't respond. Maka. She hangs up. Her breathing is starting to become uneven as she falls to her knees. Everything is falling apart. How is she supposed to keep together when nothing makes sense? Maka's about to shut down. She feels someone watching her. Maka whips her head in the direction of the feeling. Krona stares down at her, she can see the tears streaming down his face. Her heart hurts. If he said, why did he push her away? Their gazes meet and Krona pulls the curtain. Maka grips her chest. Okay. Her phone vibrates. Maka decides to answer. Hello, is this Maka Albarn? A man speaks into a phone. Who wants to know? Maka growls. My name is Andrew, I'm calling about Kami Albarn's will. My mom's will. Maka's expression falls. She had one. Yes, now I tried to get a hold of your father but he won't return my calls. The man sighs. But as I was looking at the will I realized I didn't need him, I just needed to get a hold of you. My mom had a will. Maka blinks, still not grasping that. How could she have a will? Her mother went insane. She never knew she wrote one. Yes, now let me see. She hears some papers move. Do you want to come over to look at it, or do you want me to just read it to you over the phone? There is only one item on the will, and I'd like to go home soon. Just read it over the phone, I guess. Maka's breathing is starting to pick up. What could her mother have left her? I leave my small jewelry box to my lovely daughter Maka. The man reads off. Jewelry box. Suddenly a picture of that black box flashes through her head. Maka eyes widen. Maka. The man calls her again. I have to go. She hangs up as the cab kid must have called comes. Maka gets in without saying anything. She is going home and getting that box. She is getting answers. Why would Spirit try to keep what is hers away? Maka looks out the window and sees Krona looking back down at her again. And you, Krona? She puts a hand on the window as they drive away. She's coming back for him. She will get to the bottom of this all. Even if she goes crazy by the end of it. Which will probably be the case. Maka takes deep breaths. Krona, why? Why did he have to push her away when she needs him the most? She can't do this without him. She can't stay away. She needs him. Maka grips her fist. No matter what she said, she wouldn't leave him. And she meant it. Chapter 19. Maka breathes in. She breathes out. Her heart hurts. Her head hurts. Everything hurts. Krona, the person holding her together, has pushed her away. She's going insane. She's going to shut back down again. But when she thinks of the boy, it hurts, but she can't give up. She needs him. She needs answers. Maka gets out of the cab without saying a word. She hasn't spoken since she got in, and she probably won't speak much till she sees Krona again, till she gets this all straightened out. But first it's time to get what belongs to her. That black box. Her mother wanted her to have it. Spirit can't keep her away from it any longer, it's not his. It's hers. The house in front of her looks old and abandoned. It's a cheap place. It's all Spirit could afford. Maka runs up to the front door and throws it open as she goes inside. It's dead quiet. She doesn't stop running till she's in front of Spirit's door. No way in hell. Maka studies the lock on the door, something that wasn't there when she left this afternoon. Spirit knew he knew that box was hers and he put a lock on the door so she couldn't get to it while she was gone. She can feel a deep anger in her. Bastard! Maka screams as she hits the door with her fist. It stings her knuckles but she doesn't care. She's pissed. Her heart picks up speed as she keeps hitting the door. She's taking out all her frustration on it, taking out just everything on the door. Maka doesn't feel anything anymore. She knows she's still hitting the door. She knows she's still screaming but it's fuzzy and she doesn't feel pain. Maka finally stops hitting it. She pants, sweat falling down her face. Blood slowly drips from off her busted knuckles onto the floor. It hurts her now but not as much as Maka hurts inside. The girl keeps panting, a tear falling down her face. Can't she just get a break? Everything is falling apart. Krona's soft smile flashes through her head. Maka's breathing starts to mellow out as her lips go in a tight line. Calm down, calm down. Maka steps back from the door looking at the lock. Okay, so there's a lock. When there's a lock there has to be a key, and Spirit's such a dumbass he probably left it around here. She nods to herself before she walks out of the hallway to the kitchen. The blood keeps falling from her busted hand. It drips, leaving a trail on the hardwood floor. Her hand is starting to sting now. Maka sighs as she walks into the bathroom. She doesn't look at the mirror as she reaches up and opens up the cabinet. She grabs some bandages before closing it and heads to the sink. She keeps her gaze down as she turns it on. Maka hears a bump come from the other room. She just sticks her bleeding hand under the running water and cleans it with some soap. It stings but it's nothing too bad. She dries it off and starts wrapping the bandages around her hand as she hears some more footsteps. They're getting closer. She's getting tired of this shit. Maka turns off the water and marches out, her eyes searching for whatever is making that noise. She doesn't see anything. The sounds stopped as soon as she stepped out. Maka doesn't waste time as she starts opening all the cabinets in the kitchen, all the drawers, looking for a key to the lock. She doesn't find it. She checks the living room, the guest room and even her room. There is no key. Maka feels like she's about to shut down again. The light in the living room flickers as she goes into it and sits on the couch. She picks up her notebook she left there and her pencil. She has to calm down. She has to think about what to do. If the key isn't in the house then Spirit must have it. Maka grips her pencil. Her mind is slowly coming undone. Think of Krona. She takes a deep breath as the flickering of the light gets worse. Okay, so things she knows about Krona from earlier today. He was happy to see her, he tackled her. He missed her. He made her punch that he was nervous about and said he wanted to save it for last. He played around with her. He kissed her first. They had some sexy time. He grabbed her chest and ass, saying it was Ragnarok. Freaked out when she tried to drink his punch. Ragnarok tried to make her drink it off the floor. Krona told her to stay away. Krona pushed her away. The light flickers out in the living room but the kitchen light is still on. Maka drops the notebook and holds her head in her hands. The TV starts to turn on and off, white noise, then nothing, white noise, then nothing. She hears footsteps and things fall down. She hears glass shatter and cabinet doors slam shut. Everything is going crazy but Maka just sits there holding her head in her hands. The footsteps are getting closer. Maka doesn't move. Krona pushed her away. Everything is going to hell. The footsteps stop right beside her. Suddenly everything goes quiet. The TV stops, the cabinets stop, the footsteps stop. Maka slowly lifts up her head, fire burning in her glossy eyes. She knows what she's going to do. Maka stands up and pulls out her phone. She will get in that room. She will get that key. That box is hers. Her mother wanted her to have it. She is going to pay Spirit a little visit. Suddenly the kitchen light flickers. But Maka has a smile ripped on her face as she walks out of the house. Oh, she's ready for him. The smell of puke and weed fills Maka's nose as she steps out of the cab looking at the place she despises almost as much as Spirit himself. Chupacabras. The bar Spirit pretty much lives in. Her nose wrinkles as she watches a man stumble out with a puke stain on his shirt. Lovely. Maka can hear the loud music blaring from all the way out here. She can hear the drunken shouts and the clamor of their dancing. Okay, so she's here. Now she just has to find that asshole. Maka takes a deep breath of the last fresh air she will have for a while as she walks up to the loud, bad-smelling place. Chupacabras is a ways from the town Maka lives in. It's almost as far away from civilization as Darkside Asylum. The reason though, is not to keep people in but to keep the cops out. This place isn't just a bar, a lot of other shit goes down. Prostitution, drugs, illegal fighting matches, you name it, Chupacabras has it. The worst of the worst are here drinking it out and having the time of their lives. Now Maka is about to step into all of this. The girl hesitantly knocks on the door, a slot moves so she can see a pair of hazy eyes. No way in hell you're 21. The man growls. Hold up now, she's pretty cute. She hears another man but she doesn't see him. Are you here to work? By work Maka knows he means giving herself off for money. I'm here to see Spirit. She states bluntly looking at the still hazy eyes. Of course, this is probably one of his girls. She hears the man chuckle. They just keep getting younger and younger. Yeah, you can come in. She hears something click before the door opens. Two men stand at the door, one glares at her while the other smiles at her like an idiot. Oh, I get it. The goofy man puts a hand to his chin studying her. You're going for the sexy librarian look, nice touch. He gives her a wink. Maka wrinkles her nose. Disgusting. Where can I find Spirit? She starts looking around at all the barely dressed, pressed together bodies on the dance floor. The loud pounding music is starting to give her a headache. The smell is almost too much to bear. You can find him on the wall over there. The goofy man points over to where there's some couches against the wall. He already has a couple girls with him though, so you'll probably have to squeeze in there. The man gets closer. If it's too crowded for you over there. He breathes against her face. I'll be happy to take you away, and we could party solo. What's he paying you? I'll give you 20 for the night. Maka blinks. Oh hell no. Get the hell away from me, you pervert. Maka growls as she kicks him right where it hurts. The man falls to his knees but Maka doesn't waste any time and disappears into the crowd of dancers before he can get back up. Maka fights against all the sweating, gross bodies while searching the so-called wall for Spirit. This place is gross. Maka's going to have to take a shower when she gets home. She spots Spirit across the room sitting on one of the couches, laughing it up with two whores under each of his arms. This dick won't see this coming. Maka glares as she goes to march over to the man. Suddenly a boy gets in front of her, starting to grind a guy in her front with his ass. She tries to get past him but he keeps pressing against her, dancing to the beat. What the hell? Maka shouts, trying to be heard over the loud music. You look stressed out. The boy smirks back at her. He looks no more than her age, his face flushed. Relax babe, you're supposed to have fun here. So you thought I would have fun with you rubbing your ass against me? She grunts as she shoves him off her. Fuck off. Not cool. The boy stumbles back, his hazy red eyes locking eyes with her. Wait a minute. His eyes light in realization as he points a finger at her. You're that girl from school. Shit, I forgot your name but I know you. You're the girl they say. That's crazy. He slurs and stumbles a little. So is it true? Huh? Is it true? Get that finger out of my face before I shove it up your ass. Maka growls as she pushes past him. I don't have time for you. Don't be like that. He grabs her wrist. Come on we have plenty of time. Time stops here. It's so fucking awesome. Shit, I can't even explain to you how awesome this place is. It's beyond me. I'm sure a lot of things are beyond you. She grunts as she rips her hand from him. You're a dumbass, no wonder you barely ever come to school. A cool guy like me doesn't need to. He shrugs and glares. And oh yeah? If I'm a dumbass, your face looks like a butt. He smirks like that was clever, a goofy smile on his face. Okay. Maka turns and leaves this time, being quick so that boy doesn't grab her again. What the hell? Maka tries to not breathe too much so not to smell all the grossness going on as she pushes past more and more people trying to get to Spirit. She will end up having lung cancer by the end of this. Maka finally pushes out of the group of people, her eyes locked onto a certain unaware redhead. He doesn't see her coming but the two girls under his arms do, they glare at her. They give her a look like how an animal will bare its teeth if you step on its territory. These women Spirit messes with our leeches, sucking all his money up and leaving him dry. She doesn't care about him but his money is her money. She hates these whores. Hey babe, who is that girl? Maka can't hear one of the girls over the music but she can read her lips. Huh. Spirit slowly turns his head towards her, his eyes locking onto hers. Her eyes are on fire. Kami. The man squeaks, dropping the glass of whatever the man had been drinking, looking at her with wide eyes. No fuck face, maybe you forgot from all your drinking that she isn't here anymore. Maka growls as she stops right in front of the man so he can hear her. Give me the key, you bastard. Maka. Spirit's eyes are so hazy but she can tell they're focusing on her. A deep frown comes to his lips. What are you doing here? Is something wrong? He almost seems concerned. Yes, something is fucking wrong. She shouts, her fist gripped. Give me the key to your door now. Spirit blinks, his brows becoming furrowed as he looks around the club. How the hell did you get in here, Maka? I let her in. The man Maka had kicked walks over to them, his face scrunches up in a grimace when he looks over at her. Why the hell did you do that? This place is dangerous. She's only a kid. Spirit's eyes become focus as they lock onto the man, they're flaring. Will chill out. I thought she was one of your girls. The man puts his arms up defensively. One of my girls. Spirit growls, his face getting red. This is my fucking daughter. Suddenly everything goes quiet. The music stops. Maka can feel all eyes on them. Shit man, you're a father. The man's eyes get wide before he takes a step back. Did he just say that's his daughter? Maka hears someone whisper behind her. Yeah, so that must be the crazy girl. I'd never think to see her here. I knew Spirit was messed up but really. Didn't you hear her mother died? Spirit. Maka shouts over all the chattering and it goes quiet again. Give me the fucking key so I can leave this trashy place. What the fuck are you talking about? Spirit's eyes lock onto hers. Maka, you need to leave now, you're causing a huge scene. Fuck you. She growls, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You locked your door so I couldn't get in. There's no reason for you to go in my room. Bullshit. You're trying to keep Mom's box away from me. Maka, I'm not having this conversation here, please just go home, alright? Not until you give me the key. By now most people in the club have their cell phones out, recording what's going on. Great. She's going to find this on YouTube. But right now she doesn't give a shit. She's pissed. Leave now, damn it. Spirit suddenly stands up, his face is red from fury. You're embarrassing the shit out of me. You're what's embarrassing? She shouts. Look at yourself. You look like shit, you smell like shit, you are shit. You are the one who embarrass me. Give me the fucking key so I can leave. Just looking at you pisses me off. You are not going to talk to me like this in front of all these people, Maka. Spirit's voice is booming. You're not getting the key, you're not getting anything. You're going home right now, and you can just fucking forget about that box, it's mine. It's not yours. Maka is almost screaming now. A guy called, he told me about Mom's will. Spirit's face falls, realization lighting his eyes. He told me Mom wanted me to have that box. She takes a step closer. That box is not yours. It's mine, you asshole. Mom wanted me to have it. Not you. So give me the fucking key. Kami wasn't in her right mind when she wrote that will. Spirit's eyes are shaking. The box is mine, she would want me to have it. Bullshit, she wrote it's mine. Maka screams, getting closer. You can't keep it away from me. Give me the fucking key. No. I'm not giving you shit. Get out of here now. Spirit looks around at all the people just standing around watching. Someone get her the hell out of here. They just stare at him. They won't. They're enjoying this too much. You're such a asshole. Maka screams as she walks closer to the man. You weren't there for mom, and even when she's dead you go against her. You're trying to keep something away from me that mom wanted me to have. You can't just say it's yours because it's not. Mom gave it to me. Spirit doesn't respond. Give me the fucking key, Spirit. Give me the fucking. I said get out. The man pushes her roughly, causing her to fall back on her butt. Jesus, Maka, can't you just fucking listen for once? Do I have to hurt you for you to? Suddenly Spirit is punched in the face. The man falls back on the cough, blood swelling up on his lip. You son of a bitch. Gerksho slurs, stumbling a little as he glares down at the man he just punched. Don't you fucking touch her like that, she's your daughter, you piece of shit. Spirit doesn't respond, the two girls shaking him. Maka looks up at male nurse wide-eyed. Everyone in the bar cheers, they just got that on tape. Yup, definably going on YouTube. Let's go kid T, this place isn't for you. Gerksho turns around on her, his eyes are so hazy Maka wonders if he's even really conscious right now. Here, take my jacket, we don't need these fucking gross people looking at you. He picks up a random blanket that was laying next to him and throws it over her head. Apparently he's too drunk to realize that this isn't a jacket, and it smells like raunchy vagina. Maka tries not to talk or breathe for that matter as she feels Gerksho lead her. He's slow and stumbling. Fuck you, Mike. She hears him growl, and then the sound of glass shattering follows after. He finally lets go of her so she can throw the blanket off. It's like taking her first breath of air. She takes it greedily. They're back outside of the club in front of the dirty pond people like to just dump their beer bottles into. What the fuck are you doing here, kid? Gerko slurs, looking at her with a frown on her face. You can't just walk into a place like that, you're lucky I spotted you out. Gerksho. Spirit suddenly stumbles out of the doors of Chupacabras, his lip is still bleeding, his eyes flaring. Get the fuck away from my daughter. He slurs. For what? He growls back, taking a step forward. So you can fucking try to hurt her? Not happening, jackass. I know how you are. You pervert. I'm not going to stand her and let you touch my daughter. Spirit falls to his knees before he forces himself back up. I'm not a rapist like you, I know my fucking age. Gerksho gives him the middle finger, and sticks his tongue out. Maka's able to see the large ring he has in it. Maka, come here now. That man is not safe. Spirit holds out his hand towards her, looking at her expectantly. I'm not going anywhere with you. Maka growls as she takes a step forward. Give me the fucking key, Spirit, then I'll leave. Forget about the fucking key. He shouts, gripping his fist. Forget about that fucking box. I don't care what commies will said, you're not getting your hands on it. Like hell if I'm not. Maka runs towards him. Mom wanted me to have it. Kami wasn't thinking. Spirit growls, his eyes flaring. She was insane when she wrote it, she didn't know what she was doing. She wanted me to have it. I don't care what the fuck you say. I don't care what Kami wanted. Spirit is screaming now. I only care about you, Maka. I only care about you. Of course you don't care about Mom. You never did. She's screaming. Give me the fucking key now. Alright. Fine, you want the key. Spirit takes off something that was around his neck. It's the key hooked to a string. Is this the key you're talking about? He starts to move it around. Well, here it fucking is. Spirit throws it. He throws it into the dirty, murky pond. You fucker. Maka screams, her eyes shaking as she looks at where he threw it. Maka takes a deep breath before she runs to the pond. She looks down into the green water. You wouldn't. Spirit scoffs. Maka jumps in. You're fucking dirty. Spirit screams as Maka swims over to where she thinks the key dropped, ignoring the nasty smell and how slimy the water feels. Maka ignores him as she tries to feel for the key with her feet. She can't find it. Why are you doing this, huh? It's just a stupid fucking box. Spirit's breathing is becoming uneven. I'm trying to protect you, Maka. I don't want that for you. Me and your mother, we had a agreement. We made a promise. Maka takes a deep breath and holds it. She goes under. It's so gross, but Maka feels around the slime for the key. She's too afraid to open her eyes. It would probably cause her to go blind. Maka goes back up when she can't hold her breath any longer. You were never meant to be one, Maka. Spirit has gotten louder since she went under. You were never meant to. Can't you just trust me? Can't you just believe me when I say you don't want that box? You're not like her, no, you're like me, Maka. That was the agreement, damn it. I can't let you get to that box. Maka goes back under. It all goes quiet as she searches for the key. She can't find it. Maka comes back up. Stop fucking looking for it. Spirit's face is red. Maka, I swear to God, if you don't stop I will beat the shit out of you. Maka goes back under. She needs to find it. Maka feels around the slime desperately, but she doesn't feel it. She comes back up. That's it. She looks over to see Spirit marching towards her, his face so red. Damn it, Maka. Giriko stumbles over and punches the man in the jaw. Spirit falls down, but he's quick to get back up. Maka watches as the two drunk men fight. Well, really, she's watching Giriko fight while Spirit gets the shit knocked out of him. Giriko punches him in the face, kicks him in the stomach, and all the while Spirit can only try to block. He gets a couple hits on Giriko, but they're not much. Maka watches with wide eyes. She feels something in her heart as she watches Giriko punch Spirit in the face again. She doesn't feel for Spirit, no, she feels for Giriko. Watching Spirit get beat up makes her feel good, makes her feel better. She's always wanted to see this, to see Spirit broke and bruised. Giriko made it happen. Maka looks at the male nurse with her eyes sparkling. This is what it must feel to have a father. To have someone older that has your back, who will fight battles for you and protect you. Her heart swells when Spirit cries out in pain. It's bliss. Maybe she's a horrible person for enjoying this so much, but really she doesn't care. Spirit is finally getting something he deserves. It's like all her anger towards him is being taken out through Giriko. See, chill. Spirit yelps, his face all bloody as he limps away. Spirit lost, Giriko won. What a wimp. Kid. Giriko turns towards her. He has her father's blood on his shirt. He has a conflicted look on his face, as if he's not too sure if that was the right thing to do or not. Maka smiles at him. Get on out of there. Giriko smirks at her, crossing his arms. It smells like shit down there. You already smell, you don't need anything extra. Maka frowns as she looks down at the green mucky water. She lost the key. There is no way she can find it. She takes a deep breath as she swims out of the pond. Her clothes stick to her, it feels so gross. Damn kid. Giriko wrinkles his nose when she stops right in front of him. You need to take a shower or something, it smells like something took a shit on you then died. And I still smell better than you. She grins at him, she still feels that fondness of him. Heh. Giriko studies her for a moment before he smirks, putting a hand on top of her head and ruffling her hair. I told you I have your back. That you did. She smirks up at him. I can't believe you just beat the shit out of Spirit, that was. She smiles at him, her eyes bright. Amazing. You're looking at me like I'm a fucking hero now, kid. Giriko chuckles. You pretty much are. Maka laughs with him. And if you're a hero, our world is so fucked. Fuck you. He gives her the middle finger. Maka returns it, but she can't stop the grin on her face. Giriko beat the shit out of Spirit. Spirit ran like a wimp. This is just too good. I'll call you a cab. Giriko pulls out his phone. No way in hell I can drive, I'm too fucked up. I thought you drive best when you're drunk. She raises an eyebrow. No, that's when I'm buzzed, not when I'm fucked up. To fucking hello, I need a cab. The man's voice changes when he speaks to the phone. Maka chuckles. She doesn't know how she's laughing right now. She lost the key. She smells like shit. But Giriko beat up Spirit. Spirit got beat up. It's like a dream come true. Maka lets out a sigh as the hot water hits her skin. It's almost burning her, but she doesn't care. That pond was gross, she's going to need a lot to clean off. She tries not to think of the key, or the box right now. Maka needs to stay calm. She can feel she's close to breaking though. There's too much for her to think about, so she doesn't think about anything. She can't afford to think. Maka must be numb to all but the hot water falling on her naked body. She makes sure she washes her body good with soap before she steps out of the shower, dries off, and puts on just a large shirt. Okay, now the real work begins. Maka takes a deep breath as she steps out of the bathroom. It's dead quiet. She walks over to Spirit's door, the lock is still on it. Then it hits her. She lost the key. The box is hers, but she lost the key. Maka can feel a deep anger burn her being as she hits the door with her fist. She yelps and holds her hand, forgetting this morning she busted it up by hitting the door. The bandages start to turn red, she rebusted her knuckles. Maka grinds her teeth, her anger growing again. Spirit can't keep her out. No. The box is hers. Her mother wanted her to have it. Maka's breathing is becoming uneven. Don't think about it. Think clearly. But she isn't. She's pissed. Maka grips her fist, not caring it's causing her to bleed more as she turns on her heel. She's about to get a fucking chair and try to break down the door when she hears a click behind her, then a thump. Maka slowly looks back at the door. The large lock is no longer on the door, it lays on the ground. Spirit's door slowly creaks open by itself, it's pitch black inside, she can't see anything. Maka stares at it for a moment. She feels such a dark feeling coming off from it. The door opened by itself and somehow the big-ass lock unlocked itself and fell off. Everything is telling her to stay away, but she can't. She has to get that box. Maka takes a deep breath as she walks towards the door. She reaches in blindly searching for the LLGHT switch. She finds it, but it's not working. It stays pitch black. Maka stares into the darkness for a moment before she walks over to the closet and grabs a flashlight from it. This is scary, but she has to face her fears. She has to get that box. Maka has gotten this far, there's no going back. She can do this. Maka glares into the darkness as she turns on the flashlight. It lights a small portion of the room. It's better than nothing. She slowly walks into Spirit's room holding the flashlight tight in her hand. His room is a mess. Even in the dark she can see all the shit he just threw down on the floor and left there. Then again, he's never here. So what's the point in cleaning? Okay, so where would Spirit put the box? Maka walks over to his bed and lifts all the pillows off it and the blankets. No. She checks his dresser drawers, throwing the man's clothes out. No. She checks his closet, moving everything around and looking intently at it with her flashlight. No. Maka's starting to get pissed off. She tore up his whole room, where could it? Maka's foot catches on something and before she can regain herself she falls down, face first. She loses her flashlight. Maka begins to panic because she can't see, but she quickly finds it and turns it back on. She lets out a sigh of relief at the light. Okay. She turns and shines down where she thinks she tripped. No way. A piece of wood is sticking up from the floor. Maka moves closer and pulls on it, revealing a opening. Spirit has a cursed hiding spot in the fucking floor, the sneaky bastard. She rips off the wood and shines her light into the hole. There it is. The black box sits inside, next to it a key. Both of these items were in her mother's room. She grabs the key and puts it into her pocket before she picks up the box. Maka gets a weird feeling from touching it, like a power is flowing through her, a dark power, a dark feeling. She shines the light on it, trying to see if there's anything special about the outside. It's just a plain black box. She feels something drawing her to open it. Maka takes a deep breath but opens the small box. There's nothing inside. She stares at herself in the mirror on the lid. Why would her mother want her to have this? It's an empty jewelry box, but why does she feel like this is really important? Suddenly the mirror lights up. Maka drops it and falls back away from it. She watches in fascination as words start to appear on the mirror. They're cursive, but she can read them. They're written in red. Oh my baby, if you're reading this, then that means I failed you. The words disappear after she reads them to some new ones. I don't have much time left now. I had to do this while I have some of my mind left. They change again. You must listen to me, Maka. I know you must think what has happened to me is horrible, but you don't know the half of it. It pauses. If you are reading this, then I'm dead. That demon has taken me. I lost to him. I shudder just thinking about it. There's another pause. Now you must be dealing with him, Maka. You must be so scared you don't understand what's going on. At least I have that much. It changes. Maka, you may not believe what I tell you, but you must listen to my warnings. You are in grave danger. Changes. The demon has taken me, but it wasn't me he wanted, Maka. It's been you all along. I've tried my hardest to keep him away from you. Oh, I've tried so hard, but if you are reading this, I failed you. He has gotten to you. Changes. Now that he's hooked to you, you can't get rid of him. He is a leech, Maka. He feeds off of your feelings, feeds off of your hate, anger, and fear. You must not give this to him, baby. You must keep your feelings in check. The more you give him, the stronger he grows. Changes. He is a demon, Maka. Someone has cursed you, my child. This demon will not leave till he has your soul. At this point he isn't going to be very strong. He will try to scare you, but you cannot be afraid of him, baby. He feeds off your fear. You will make him stronger. It changes. You must never be alone. He will show any time you are alone to try to scare you. You must never look into mirrors for too long. He will surely be able to be seen. Changes. I love you so much, Maka, and I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The words shake. He's coming, baby. Don't be afraid. Whatever you do, don't be afraid. The box closes by itself. Maka is very afraid. A demon? That's what it is? And it won't go away till it has her? Did it kill her mom? Is it the thing that caused all this bad to happen to her mother? What the fuck is going on? Curses? Demons? This can't be true. This can't be right. But Maka's teeth are chattering because she knows, she feels that it's all true. And right now she's alone. Her mother told her to never be alone. As if on cue, the door slams shut, throwing her into almost complete darkness except for her flashlight. Her flashlight flickers, then goes out. She can't see. She can't fucking see, and she feels someone in the room with her. The air is dense. She can feel eyes on her. Maka is so fucking scared. Her mother told her not to be, but she can't help it. Nothing makes sense. She hears footsteps slowly walking towards her. Her heartbeat picks up. What the fuck is she supposed to do? Suddenly the box opens back up by itself, red words reappearing on the mirror. Reach into the box, Maka. She does as she's told. Her fingers touch something hard and cold. She pulls out a necklace that wasn't there before her, being able to see it from the light coming from the mirror. It's not the fact that a necklace appeared out of nowhere that scares the shit out of her. This necklace is her mother's. They buried her mother with this necklace on. All the hairs on her arms stick up. Put it on, Maka. She doesn't want to, but she hears the footsteps get closer, so she does. As soon as the necklace of the half-crested moon lays on her chest, the footsteps stop. The light turns back on and the door creaks open. She feels a deep relief as the air around her is let go from the dense weight. Maka stares at the box, new words forming. This is the last of my power, baby. I give it to you. Always wear this necklace. It will protect you, but it can only do so much. You must be careful. This is all I have to offer you. Please, you must not die. I gave my soul for yours, but I failed. You must live. I love you, Maka. Never let that necklace go. The box closes by itself. Maka stares at it, speechless, as she looks down at the necklace she's wearing. The same necklace that was on her mother's neck when they buried her. What the fuck is going on? What the hell? Did all that really just happen? Or has she lost it? Maka stares at the necklace as she grips it. But it had to have happened. She has her mother's necklace. This is too crazy. All of this is too crazy. Just why her? Why must she deal with a demon? Why must she deal with her mother's death? Why must she deal with Spirit? Why must Krona push her away? Why her? Maka's breathing is uneven as she picks up the box, stands up and leaves Spirit's room. She takes out her phone and calls Kid. Like hell if she's staying home alone after all of that shit. Now that would be crazy. Her head is spinning and she feels sick. Nothing makes sense. She is going to lose it. Everything is too weird even for her. She's found things out only for more questions to come up. Will it never end? She needs it to. She's going to go crazy. The lights in the house flicker as Maka walks out. She needs to find Kid, she needs not to be alone. Maka looks up at the sky. What kind of deck has fate played her? Her mother is dead. There's a demon apparently after her. Everyone thinks she's insane, and if she told someone they would just lock her up. This whole time when her mother was talking about the man she was talking about. Maka can't think about that. She will shut down. Don't think. Just don't fucking think. Maka breathes hard. Everything is spinning around her. Everything is falling apart. Chapter 20. Are you alone? Maka doesn't respond to her, she just keeps her eyes closed. Are you alone? Maka sighs and opens her eyes, looking at the starless sky. I guess I'm not now. She grumbles. So you finally got some rest. The woman walks closer, Maka hearing the smirk in her voice. It's been days. Maka, have you been so paranoid you cannot sleep? You know lack of sleep can hurt the brain's ability to function. It could lead to failure of a day. The woman chuckles. Or disease of the mind. Maka doesn't respond, she just stares up at the sky. Now Maka, don't you want to know more than you do? The woman gets in front of her, reaching out her hand. You now know about this demon, but what about who has placed it on you? Don't you want to know who has it out for you? Everyone does. Maka doesn't look at her. I already know this. Yes, but who has it out for you enough to curse you, my dear? The woman moves closer. Take my hand, child, let me take you to light. Your mother still didn't tell you everything. She didn't even tell you what you are. How selfish of her to hold back so much information to a girl who has been through hell and back. She's trying to sound like she pities Maka, but she can see it's fake. She doesn't like this woman. I'm not touching you. Maka finally looks at her, glaring. You may not touch me. She pulls her hand away. But I know someone you will. Maka looks away from her, her eyes burning. Why do you fight with me? She walks around her in a circle. I am not your enemy, I only wish to help you. We have a common enemy, you know. We can help each other out. I can tell you all you need to know, Maka, I have all the answers. Maka doesn't respond. Grab my hand, trust in me, I will lead you out of this darkness before it's too late. She holds out her hand again. Maka looks down at it. She feels weak. You have gone through so much. These past couple of days have been so hard. You could not sleep. Your friend is worried sick about you. You're worried about your mental health. Her voice is inviting. Come to me, child, I will take you from all your worries. I will hold you close, give you the love that you are missing out on. She outstretches her arms. Come to me so you may finally know what you are, Maka. There will be no secrets, I will tell you everything. Maka takes a step forward. That's it, Maka, it's okay now, everything will be okay. The woman's voice is so inviting, so warm. Maka is weak. She takes another step closer. I will be there for you where your mother couldn't. Maka stops. Maka. She takes a step back. You still don't trust me, is it Kami holding you back? The woman chuckles. Oh Maka, she's dead, you know. Maka looks away. The demon approaches. The woman's voice gets low. Last chance, take my hand. She holds her hand out. Maka doesn't take it. Very well, have fun with him. She disappears. Everything changes around her. She's in that barren wasteland again. Krona stands with his back towards her, the red moon casting shadows on the sand. Last time this wasn't Krona, but she needs him. Maka runs towards him only for the ground to give way from underneath her. She grabs the edge of the hole before she falls. Maka dare not look down as she tries to pull herself up. She sees shoes stop by her hands. Maka looks up to meet the eyes of Krona. The boy looks at her sadly, a tear falling down his face. Krona. Maka cries for help. His eyes flash and he reaches out for her. Suddenly that woman appears next to him, she whispers something to him and he stops reaching for her. He just stares at her. Krona, please. She's slipping. Maka. He bows his head, his tears fall down on her. I can't say no to her. Krona. She pleads as one of her hands falls off the edge. You know what to do. The woman disappears. Yes. He speaks motor-toned as he walks closer to where she is. She has a hope he's going to help her. Krona steps on her hand. Maka grinds her teeth at the pain, trying to hold on. I am sorry, Maka. The boy stomps down on her foot and she yelps. I don't want to hurt you, but... He looks up with his haunted eyes staring down at her. The tears are still falling. I'm too far gone. He steps on her hand one last time. Maka lets go of the edge, screaming as she falls into the darkness. The last thing she sees is Krona fall to his knees holding his face in his hands as something wraps around her. She doesn't know what it is, but it's pulling her down faster into this black hole. Maka keeps screaming, her throat is starting to hurt. In the darkness, eyes stare at her as she falls, their vertical red eyes. They all watch her as she screams out in terror. She's about to hit the ground. She's about to die. Maka! Maka! She feels arms on her shoulders shaking her. Someone is screaming. Wait. No, she is screaming. Her eyes shoot open. Kid is shaking her, his eyes are shaking in concern. She keeps screaming. It's okay. It's okay, Maka, it was just a dream. He grabs a hold of her, pulling her close to him, letting her head be buried in his chest. Her screaming slowly dies. Her heart is pounding so hard. It hurts. Oh, Maka! Kid sighs in relief as he lightly rubs her hair, trying to soothe her. It's okay, it was just a dream. She doesn't respond. Do you want to talk about it? His voice is soft. Maka shakes her head. Okay. Do you want some water? He continues to stroke her hair. See, can you turn the lights on? Her teeth chatter. Of course. He lets go of her slowly before he walks over to the light switch and turns it on. Maka covers her eyes, waiting for them to be readjusted before she opens them back up. Kid walks back over to her slowly. His hair isn't really messed up, but there's bags under his eyes. Maka. He sits next to her on the bed, putting a hand against her cheek. Are you okay? She doesn't respond. Please talk to me, it worries me when you don't. He searches her eyes for something. Maka doesn't respond. You have been having trouble sleeping, you haven't gone to school, you have been just staying here with me. I don't mind this, but I know something has to be wrong. You don't act like this for nothing, Maka. She doesn't respond. And the way you cling to me, it's almost like... His eyes flash. You're afraid to be alone. Maka looks away. Please tell me, at least talk to me. He rubs her arm gently, looking at her with concern. Everything is falling apart. Maka mumbles as she looks around the room looking for any signs of the demon. What is Maka? Kid gets closer, staring at her intently. What happened last Sunday, Maka? She doesn't respond. You called me, you sounded so desperate, I came right away, but when I got there you acted as if nothing was wrong, and ever since then you have stayed at my place. Did something happen with Spirit, Maka? Spirit got the shit beat out of him. Maka starts to laugh loudly. You should have seen it. He got the fucking shit beat out of him. She throws back her head, laughing a little too loudly. Maka. Kid frowns deeply. What are you talking about? Why on earth are you laughing like that? Laughing like what? She grins at him, her glossy eyes locking onto him. I'm sorry, it's just so funny, you know. She giggles, leaning her head back. Everything is so fucking funny. So funny. So funny. So funny. Maka. Kid grabs a hold of her shoulders and shakes her slightly. Maka, what's wrong with you? She stops laughing. Her eyes go back to normal, but they shake. I'm sorry about that. She mumbles, bowing her head. This lack of sleep has been getting to me. Why can't you sleep, Maka? He frowns deeply as he moves the bangs from her face. What is bothering you so much? Everything is bothering me, Kid. She mumbles again, only for Kid to grab her chin and lift her head up to look at him. What is everything, Maka? Maybe I can help you. He locks eyes with her, his eyes are firm. They're sane. Just stay with me, Kid. She grabs his wrist, her eyes shaking. You being here is helping a lot more than you think. The boy's breath hitches. He looks at her with his eyes so wide. I am helping you, Maka. The boy actually stutters. Yes, don't leave me alone. She tightens her grip on him. I will never leave you. He pulls her into an embrace. It's tight and he holds her head against his chest. I promise you. Good. She grips onto him. If he left her, she would be alone. If she's alone, the demon will mess with her. Maka. She looks up at him to see the boy's cheeks slightly tinted. Do you mean to do this to me? What are you talking about? She raises an eyebrow. You go to see Krona, you kiss that boy, but then. He takes a deep breath. But then you say things like that to me. You let me hold you and you have been by my side these past couple of days. Don't you see what that does to me? Maka blinks. Not really. You are blind, Maka Albarn. He chuckles sadly. I'm a lot of things. She grunts as she flops back down on the bed. I wonder if you could see. He mumbles, looking away from her, a far look in his eyes. Would you still want to be around me so much, or would you want to be around me more? Would you understand? Would we be? He takes a deep breath. Hey kid, can I go back to sleep? She yawns, looking over at the boy. Of course. He gets up and turns off the lights. He is about to walk out the door. Wait. Maka calls for him and he stops. He turns and looks at her. Don't leave. Can you sleep in here tonight? Her voice is soft. Maka, my back still has been killing me since I slept on your floor Friday. You can sleep in bed with me. She speaks quickly. What? Kid's face gets dark, his eyes wide. Maka, please. She looks away from him. I won't be able to sleep if I'm alone. Kid looks at her a long moment. He tries to hide his blush, but it's hard. Okay. He slowly walks over towards her. But I'm sleeping on the edge as far away as possible, okay? I don't want to. That's fine, just as long as you're in the room with me. Maka sighs in relief when she feels Kid sit on the bed. She gets under the blankets. With Kid being her, she feels safe. She hasn't been able to sleep because, well, when it's bedtime she's been alone in this room. Everything goes crazy and she can't sleep. But now Kid is here and that's not going to happen. She hears the sheets ruffle as Kid gets under the blankets. He stays far away. Thanks for this, Kid. Maka mumbles, laying her head on the pillow. No problem, Maka. She can hear the hint of nervousness in his voice. You're still taking me to Krona's tomorrow, right? She speaks softly, afraid of the answer. She has to see him. Of course. Kid takes a deep breath. Good, I need to see him. She lets out a sigh of relief. She will see Krona. She can't stay away. She needs him. I know you do. The boy's voice is soft, she can barely hear him. Maka smiles and slowly starts to close her eyes. She hears a thump. Her eyes shoot open. No. No way. Kid is here, she isn't alone. How the hell is she hearing this? There's another thump. Do you hear that? She trembles, her voice shaky. Hear what, Maka? She hears Kid turn towards her. Thump. That. Did you just hear that? Maka, please calm down, I'm not. Thump. No. She screams as she moves over and grabs Kid, burying her head in his chest. Please, please just make it go away, make it stop. Maka, what's wrong? Make what stop? She feels his arms around her. The noise stops. Kid, don't let me go, can you please just hold me? She trembles in his arms. Of course, Maka. He pulls her closer, she feels his heartbeat, it's beating so fast. If you want me to, I will if it makes you feel better. It does, oh it does. She trembles as he just pulls her closer. Maka. He says her name so soft. What are you so scared of? She doesn't respond. This is so hard for me, Maka. His breathing is uneven. What do you mean? Her trembling finally stops. I hold you in my arms, but you. She feels his head fall against hers. It's so hard. Just hold me, that's all I need, I'm sorry. She grips onto his shirt. I'll hold you, I'll never let you go. He pulls her closer and plays with her hair. Her eyes close. Maka, you can't see what you do to me, but... He shakes his head. Maka is barely awake. It's so hard to hold you, yet really I don't have you, you're his. His words are bitter. Maka falls asleep. Maka's heartbeat is so fast as her eyes fall on Darkside Asylum. Krona. She takes deep breaths as she walks up to its doors. Krona. She doesn't think of the demon, she only thinks of him. She needs him now more than ever. Everything is too crazy, she needs the boy. Maka walks into this place, so many emotions swirling inside her. She's happy, concerned, afraid, and nervous all at the same time. It hurts her stomach. Everything hurts. Krona. She can never just leave him. She can't stay away. She belongs to him. Maka is in too deep. You might as well turn right back around. Stein stands next to the front desk looking at her blankly. Krona is in no condition to have a visitor. I have to see him. Maka doesn't stop walking towards the man, her eyes flaring. The boy isn't stable. Stein's glasses glare. He has attacked anyone who goes into his room. Right now he's more of an animal than a boy. He hasn't spoken any real words since the last time you came. He only growls and grunts. He will hurt you, Maka. I don't care. Her breathing is becoming uneven. I have to see him. No matter what. Maka. The man sighs as he takes his glasses off and rubs his eyes tiredly. The boy has sent too many nurses to count to the hospital. He is unstable. You cannot see him. He will only hurt you. I don't care. She growls. Just let me see him. Krona doesn't want you to see him. He told me this before he just started growling like an animal. Stein looks at her blankly when her breath hitched. Go home, Maka, get some rest. You don't look so good yourself. Fuck you. Maka's breathing is bad. Are you going to leave yourself or do you need some assistance? Stein reaches under the desk. Please, Stein. She bows her head. I need to see him. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow that, not until he is stable. He won't be till I get to him. Maka grips her fist. She can help make him better. Just like he makes her better. Last chance, leave now. Maka feels a deep anger inside of her. Fuck this man. He's keeping her away from the boy. He wants her to go insane. It probably was his plan all along. He just wants a new experiment to replace her mother. She isn't going down without a fight. Maka's lips go in a tight line as she turns on her heel and walks out of the asylum. She walks a while acting like she's leaving before she jumps into a bush. Like hell if she's going to leave without seeing Krona. She doesn't have Giriko this time, but she doesn't need him. If she's smart, she can do this by herself. The air gets dense around Maka. She knows the demon is close. She has to act fast. Maka runs over to the side of the asylum, making sure no one is watching her. She carefully peeks over the side to look in the building. Stein is looking at something intently. She has to wait for the right moment. Maka feels someone watching her. She hears footsteps coming towards her, heavy breathing. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Maka takes a deep breath before she grips her mother's necklace for strength. She has to be strong. If she isn't, she will lose her mind. She will lose Krona. She will lose everything. Maka looks back over inside of the asylum. Stein is talking to someone, then he leaves into the room behind the desk. This is her chance. She has to act fast. Maka runs into the asylum, but she walks slowly, carefully once inside so Stein won't hear her footsteps. She couches down, praying she won't get caught. She needs to see Krona. Maka makes it to the elevator and starts pushing the button desperately. She hears the door behind her open. Shit. Fuck. Maka looks behind her to see Gerksho come out of the room in the back. His brown eyes meet hers. So I was thinking. She hears Stein's voice. He must be right behind him. I was thinking, let's continue this conversation in here. The man turns around and walks back inside the room. Gerksho has saved her butt once again. Maka sighs in relief when the doors to the elevator open. She rushes in. That was way too close. Her adrenaline is pumping. Suddenly the elevator lights flicker. Fuck no. Please not here. Anywhere but here. She starts pressing the button, desperately wanting the elevator to move faster. The lights flicker out. Maka can't see. She's in this small space with that cheerful music playing in the background. The cheerful tune sounds rapt now. Maka is about to have a mental breakdown. She feels eyes on her. She isn't alone. Maka bows her head and grabs the necklace. Mom, please, she can't keep doing this. Suddenly the lights flicker back on, only for Maka to get a glance of someone standing next to her before they're gone. The elevator doors open. Maka runs out. She keeps running down the hallway leading to Krona's room. She just realizes even though she will make it to his room, she doesn't have a key. There's no way she can get in, but she will get in. Maka doesn't know how, but she will. She turns the corner, her eyes falling on Krona's door. Maka stops dead in her tracks. No way in hell, no fucking way. The boy's door slowly opens. Medusa walks out, her snake-like eyes locking gazes with her like she knew she was there. They stare at each other as Krona's door closes behind her. Maka's eyes shake. She's in too much shock to speak. Well, hello Maka. The woman smiles that fake smile. Long time no see, how have you been? A deep anger fills her being as she takes in this woman, this bitch, this snake. How dare she do all those things to Krona, then dare talk to her like she's some fucking saint. She hates her, oh how she hates her. The lights around them start to flicker. May I have a word with you, Maka? The woman looks up at the lights, her smile falls. No, I have to see Krona. She growls as she walks towards her, towards the door. But you see, it's about him. The tone of her voice causes Maka to pause as the woman's yellow eyes lock onto her. Will you listen to what I have to say? Maka just stares at her. Krona has been a bad boy. Medusa eyes never leave hers. He has forgotten his place, so he must be punished. Krona hasn't done shit. Maka shouts, her eyes flaring. You're the one who abandoned him. You're the cause of all this. You're the reason he has Ragnarok. You're the one who deserves to be punished, you bitch. Maybe I do deserve to be punished, but don't think my boy is a saint. The woman takes a step forward. He is as sinful as they get. He is dangerous, he is of the darkness, he is. Krona is amazing. I won't let you talk about him like this when it's all your fault. She's screaming, the lights are flickering worse. So you won't listen to me? Medusa suddenly pulls out a file from her jacket, she holds it out to her. If you still plan on seeing my boy, read this first, then let's see if you still want to see him, if you still want him. What is that? Maka looks down at the file, her heartbeat speeding up. This is Krona's file. Medusa locks eyes with her. It will tell you all about that boy. It will tell you of the horror that is my son. How the fuck did you get this? Maka's eyes shake, but she can't take her eyes off the file. Does that really matter? Medusa chuckles as she walks closer, she puts the file in her hands. You don't really care how I got it, you just care about what's inside it, don't you? Maka doesn't respond to her as she looks down at it. You want to know why my son is here, you want to know everything about the boy. Medusa smirks. Well, I'm handing it to you. The woman starts to walk past her. Read the file, then decide if you still want Krona, if you're still not afraid of him. Medusa laughs. The door is always open to you, Maka. She points at Krona's door. Maka hears a click. She unlocked it. How did you? Maka turns around, but she's gone. God damn this. Her heart is beating so fast as she looks down at the file. She shouldn't look at this. She feels in her heart that if she does, it will change everything, but she has to. She has to know more about Krona. Maka's hands shake as she slowly opens the file. Is she really about to destroy the boy's privacy? About to raid his information? The information his bitch of a mother gave her? Maka can't stop herself. She starts to read the file. Patient number, 666. Patient's name, Krona Gorgon. Weight, 100 pounds. Blood type, 0. Birth date, October 31, 1994. Disorder, dissociative identity disorder. Alter personality, Ragnarok. Other personalities? Date of conviction, June 6, 1999. Maka has to stop for a moment there. Krona has been in this place since 1999. The boy was put in this place when he was only fucking 5 years old. Maka feels faint. Okay, so what if he has Ragnarok to put Krona in this place at age 5? The boy has never had a life outside of the asylum, no wonder he's so sensitive to everything. No wonder he doesn't know much. All he knows is that room, that white room he has been stuck in all his life. Her heart hurts so much. You think she's gone through some shit. Maka can't imitation being in this place, never having a life outside of it, being alone, knowing her mother abandoned her. Krona has a right to be insane. She hates this place, she hates even more now. Krona. She takes a deep breath, but she's shaking. There's still more to read. Krona Gorgon was admitted in Darkside Asylum on date June 6, 1999 after being examined by a psychologist. He was diagnosed with DID, but the patient has a special case. He only has one other personality, and that's Ragnarok. Ragnarok is a dangerous personality who likes to mess everything up and cause harm to Krona or anyone else. When Ragnarok takes over, it causes Krona to sometime cry out in agony, his back will bend, and his neck will twist. The boy Krona is very shy, shaky, and timid. He will not hurt you, but once Ragnarok has control, it's different. Ragnarok has killed a total of 20 nurses through the time Krona has been in Darkside Asylum. Krona seems to remember all that Ragnarok does though, and will usually not eat after Ragnarok has done something horrible. Krona will not respond to anyone. He will just stay in the corner of the room and not speak. He likes to say, "I don't know how to deal with it." Soon after this is said, Ragnarok takes control and deals with whatever Krona couldn't. Medusa Gorgon, the mother of the boy, is very shaken by her son's behavior. Once he was admitted, she went in a shock coma for a month. Once she woke up, she chose not to see Krona. The lack of his mother has seemed to do a toll on the boy. He is lonely but will not let the nurses get close to him. There is not cure for his disorder. He has been put under hypnosis, trying to bring out what has caused this disorder, but under hypnosis he just shouts the same word over and over again: snake. Krona seems to have morals while Ragnarok doesn't. The boy feels bad for what he does. Krona has tried to kill himself by starvation countless times. We have had to use a tube to keep him alive. Krona is dangerous and should only be handled by experienced nurses. Maka turns the page with a shaky hand. The thing that stuck her the most was Ragnarok killed 20 nurses, which means Krona killed 20 nurses. He has their blood on his hands. Something falls out of the file. Maka bends down and picks it up. It's a newspaper article. Her heart sinks when she reads the title. A whole family slaughtered. Her eyes fall on the picture. She falls to her knees. No. No way. It's the two-story house, the one she saw in her dream. With a heavy heart she reads the article. On the night of September 1, 1999, the Brumley family was slaughtered in their own home by a little boy they used to babysit. Witnesses say they saw the boy, Krona Gorgon, get dropped off by his mother, Medusa Gorgon, like any other day. They didn't see anything strange with the boy, but if only they knew what he would do to the poor unsuspecting family. Since the boy is only 5 years of age, cops first guessed he killed the family in their sleep, but all the bodies were found in the living room, torn apart limb by limb. Krona had taken a butcher knife and killed the whole family, including their infant Sophia Brumley, who was laying in her crib when this all happened. No one knows what triggered the boy to do it. Krona was found on the scene crying and screaming with the family's blood coating him. The boy was taken into custody and, after closer examination, convicted to an insane asylum for treatment. This is truly a tragedy. Maka doesn't read anymore. She can't. It only talks about the family that died. Her breathing is uneven. Krona killed people when he was 5? That is the real reason why he is here. They just found out about Ragnarok later. Krona wouldn't just kill people that wasn't Krona. It had to be Ragnarok. Still, Maka's shaking just thinking about it. Her teeth are chattering. Krona is a murderer. No. Ragnarok is a murderer. Just wow. Everything is spinning. So Krona has been here since he was 5 because he murdered a family. He kept killing people, 20 nurses. There's so much blood on his hands. But it can't be Krona. No, it was Ragnarok. Is it over? If it's over, why do I still hear their screams? Krona's voice in her head resounds, her heart hurts. She doesn't know what to think. Maka forces herself up looking at the boy's door. She has a choice to make. Either she makes a smart choice and leaves. Or she walks into the lion's den. Everything is telling her to run, to get as far away as possible, but there's this voice in her head, it's whispering in her ear telling her to go in to see the boy. She wants to see Krona. She needs to see him. Maka knows it's madness, but hey, she is going crazy. And really, how much worse could her life get? Maka walks up to his door, her heart is beating so fast. Last chance to walk away, Maka, if you walk through this door there's no going back. She doesn't hesitate. Maka opens the door and walks in. Check the description for the links to the author.